Quick Start Real Estate School is our staple event.
I'm the world's leading real estate trainer today, and I teach people how to buy and sell houses without using their money or credit all over North America. And because I personally teach my events, I hear the same things over and over everywhere I go, no matter what city I'm in. People are hating more and more of what they do. I'm not in control of my life, and I have to work 70 hours a week whether I like it or not. To take your life back and build your own business is really what we are here to do.
When it comes to Ron LeGrand, there's nobody else that has had more of an impact on our real estate investing business. Ron himself has invested in more than 3,000 single-family homes himself. So he knows what he's doing. He's been through all the failures and the mistakes to teach us and other students.
Our folks come in, they start wherever they like. I like to teach people how to be a transaction engineer. There's all kinds of ways to make money in real estate. And if you only see one way, then you're walking through the business with blinders on and usually walking over the dollars to get to the dimes. Real estate is a vehicle to generate cash, not to bury cash.
It's amazing, just 2 years ago when I was working a day job at a restaurant and quitting that to go do the real estate full time, I've made more money in one transaction than I ever made in 1 year working at a restaurant.
My goal is to get people out of a job and into freedom by taking control of their own financial destiny. It's all about freeing up your time so you can enjoy life.
Because of Ron LeGrand, we were able to triple our income and go from 6 figures a year to 7 figures a year within that first year of meeting Ron.
Some of the common objections: I don't have time, I don't have money, it's not for me. Ron's had 18-year-old kids go through this program, make $30,000. It works for anybody.
Thankfully, we finally found him, and he was the guide. He was the mentor I'd always been looking for.
We have a community, and that's what it is. It's a community. It's a great big family. So we're not going to run you in a seminar and love you and leave you in the morning. We're going to be there when you get out of the seminar, and we expect this relationship to keep going for a lot of years into the future. Once you enter Planet Ron, as I call it, you're in it for life.
Well, good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you're at, wherever you're at. Welcome. We're going to spend a few hours together here talking about how to make more money. I assume that's the reason you're on here today. If not, you're on the wrong event, because that's all we're going to discuss. Now, I've got a complete agenda. We're going to go through the steps of buying and selling houses, pretty houses in pretty neighborhoods today, and get through all of that. But when I'm through with that this afternoon, I'm going to spend about an hour or so, give or take, because I've got 7 deals the last time I looked to discuss this afternoon. Some of you sent in property information sheets. Most of them were called by our virtual assistants to fill those out. And then you actually sent in the lead and they filled them out. And then I had a couple of mentors call them. And we've got actually more than 7 deals to go through, but that's about where all we're going to get in the time we got today. So you're going to see those numbers this afternoon. I think you're going to be impressed, especially those of you who are asking the question, how can terms possibly work in such a hot market? Trust me, they do. And I know no better way to convince you of that than show you real deals, your deals that you submitted, and talk to the mentors and the students at the same time, and let's see what they negotiated. And then I'm going to go through that after we get the facts, and here's what we would do with the property. Here's what I could expect to get out on the front end for the deposit. Here's the cash flow and so forth. You're going to be really impressed. And I can tell you that most of these deals are nothing down deals. I said nothing down deals. So today you're going to learn how we get nothing down deals and the components that are involved in that. And in fact, the scripts are already posted on my Gold Club site. But then again, the key is learning how to handle those. And I'll offer you a 4-day training today so that you can actually get into this business and get into it quickly and start making money quickly. So many thousands of my students have already done. And if you want one-on-one help, I'll be offering that to you as well. So you're going to have a chance to grab all the help you need, grab the training. But in the meantime, I'm going to go through the steps, step by step, so you can see where the money is being made and answer a lot of your questions, maybe explode some myths that are rolling around in your head, because everybody who comes in has false impressions of what this thing is all about, garbage that other people have told them. And so the first thing we got to do is change your thinking. I cannot change the money coming into your life until I first change your thinking, and that's the hard part. Teaching you real estate is not so hard. Changing your thinking is really hard, especially in a world right now where everybody thinks because of the hot market, it won't work here, it won't work now. All baloney. It does work, but like any other business, you have to follow the proper steps and you have to hang in there, and you get that process correct. And once you get the process correct, then it's just a numbers game. And you're going to see along the way that when I teach people how to buy and sell houses, one of the lessons they learn is to get out of the way and delegate almost everything. There is very, very little for you to do in the art of buying and selling houses if you'll listen and use the tools and sources that we've already created for you over the years, some in-house, some outside. But listen, this business has never been easier. I'm in my 40th year at this right now. For those of you who may be watching me for the first time, I'll tell you a little bit about me later, but this is not going to be about me. It's going to be about you and what we can do for you and how fast you can get involved in real estate and collect some real checks, some of which are larger than you may make an entire year working on a job. And I mean that sincerely. That's not seminar crap, as you'll see. All right, so let me get my punch list out of the way. I'm working here today with John Duck behind the scenes. We have a studio set up here and all the equipment back here. Looks like we're, hey everybody, looks like we're at NBC or something. And I'm working with Nick Klovaskas, who's also working the event today. He's in Michigan today. And
Hey, everyone.
Gotta love technology. So he's in Michigan. John's here. And then behind that scene is Debbie Waters, who we can't get on camera because she's hiding back there. But she's in the marketing department. Her and Nick pretty much run the show here when it comes to that. And Nick is the internet guy. He's the guy that runs the Gold Club for you. They help build most of the Gold Club for you and constantly adding stuff to it and so forth. John is our tech guy, and Debbie is our marketing brain. Between her and Nick, they are pretty much our marketing department. Now, questions. John, how do you want them to handle questions today?
Well, let's bring Nick up.
Nick, how do you want them to handle questions?
Well, if you have a question, then just post it right in the comments, either on YouTube if you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook if you're watching there. It helps me out if you put a Q out, the letter Q out in front of the question, so that it's easier for me to pick it out from all the chatter. Also, include your city and state, because sometimes that will affect Ron's answer to your question. And last, just please keep your questions short. That means like a sentence or two, not a dissertation on the subject. And keep the questions to content that Ron has already covered. Anything to add to that, Ron?
Yeah, well, you pretty much covered it. Just make sure you put the Q out there. Don't forget that, guys, because you can see all the comments on the right. If you don't put that Q there, you have to go through all of those to get to your questions, and they'll miss them for sure. So maybe you could even bold that or highlight it or somehow make sure that it's separated from the rest of the copy so you can spot it easily. And yeah, keep your questions on the subject that we're talking about. Question is a sentence, not a page. I won't answer very long questions. And try to not ask the same question I just got to answer it if you don't mind, okay? However, I know you asked your questions in advance of me answering them, so okay, I'm not going to get mad at you if I just answered your question, because I know you didn't hear the other answer before you posted it. Now, John has got a grouch monitor over there, don't you, John? Huh?
Yes, sir.
So if I get grouchy today, John's going to throw the grouch monitor up there to keep me in check, because sitting behind this desk, there it is, and talking into this computer is not an easy job, in case you've never done that for hours on end. Now, I know you got a cell phone beside you, as I do. Yep, it looks just like this. And so I'd appreciate it if you take that thing right now and put it on silent. No vibrating, no lighting up, no dinging, no ringing, no noise, no distraction of any kind. In fact, the best thing you can do is get it totally out of your sight, so you can't even tell and turn it face down so you can't even see it light up, because we'll take a break or two and you'll have time to answer your calls. And frankly, who's going to call you between now and the time we're through about 5 o'clock this afternoon? It matters that much anyway. And if they do, they can wait, or you can answer them on the breaks. I'll check mine on the breaks just like you, but please don't let that thing interfere with your attention here, because you never know. I might be saying something really, really important just about the time your mind goes to that telephone, and you miss something that's critical in the process. And you could miss a very important piece that would kill that whole step, because there are steps involved in this business. I'm going to be talking about the business all day, and I'm just guessing here, but I would say somewhere around 3:30 or 4 o'clock is when we will get into structuring the deals. And frankly, your questions along the way will determine the length of space between now and then. I'm going to go through the business step by step. Now, if you're not on my podcast, you should get on it. TheMentorPodcast.com. TheMentorPodcast.com. Write that down. Go to that site, register as a member, and you'll also see all of our previous podcasts posted on the site. There's a ton of them, and there's some really, really, really good podcasts posted on that site. I try not to do bad podcasts. They're all really good, but some subjects will interest you and some won't. Some of them are just plain old training that I've done. Some of them where I've interviewed some very important guests. So that's every Wednesday. You'll be notified of it with a text if you get registered, so you can't forget it. And follow me on Instagram at realronlegrand.com, at realronlegrand.com. All right, that takes care of my punch list for today. So let's get going. Now, if you're probably going to want to be in a position to where you can take a screenshot of something if you see something that you think is worthy of taking a screenshot, and you certainly will. So just keep your phone handy. And of course, take notes if you wish. So let's get going. We got a lot to cover. John, you want to give me my slides? Okay. I call it the modern day money machine because that's exactly what it is. It's a modern day money machine. And it's a business where we make money now, we make money monthly, we make money later, we make money even after that, and we continue making money for years to come on the same property. And that's why I call it the money machine. Now, look, I've done everything. I've done wholesaling, I've done retailing, rehabbing, probably rehabbed over 1,000 houses. I promise you, I know I've wholesaled at least 1,000 houses. I'm doing commercial properties. In fact, I'm probably closing on one today or tomorrow with a student of mine in my commercial mastermind group, closing on a piece of land up in Michigan. We were constantly processing commercial deals. I'm working with students on single family house deals through our mentors. So we're still very active. Most of the deals I'm doing today are with students involved. I mean, they bring the deals and I process them. And usually if there's any money that has to be put up, it's from me. So I've done it all, but today we're going to focus on the pretty house side of the business. And it's all about single family houses today, and houses that are not ready to tear down or ugly or smell bad or whatever. Now, some of them need a little bit of work, but we're going to talk about a side of the business that very rarely gets talked about. Everybody comes in, they want to do wholesale, they want to do rehab, but they're missing the biggest money machine there is, and that's the pretty house business. This is, you can start immediately without money or credit or partners, and that's exactly how I want you to start. Little money, maybe. No money, you can do it. Definitely not credit, and you don't need partners. Unless, of course, it's me. You don't need partners unless you need money, and you don't have the money and have no way to get the money. You don't need partners if you have the money, what little money it may need. If you take title to a property, you're going to have to pay closing costs, and that'll vary on the state you live in. And if sometimes you need a down payment, that'll be a small down payment, or you won't be taking title to the property. On the other hand, you can at least, you're going to see we can lease option the property with no money and still make money. So we can work this business with money, a little money, or with no money. And either way, the profit stream at the end is going to be pretty much the same. So let's talk about this. 3 ways to lose on Planet Ron. I am an advocate working without risk. Now, there's nothing you can do that's absolutely void of risk, but there's certainly a way you can limit that risk down to the point to where it certainly ain't going to keep you awake at night. And if things go wrong, you're not going to have to start all over and lose your empire. There's 3 ways to lose on Planet Ron. Number 1, you can write a big check. If you write a big check, you can lose the big check. Don't write check, can't lose check. It ain't rocket science. We don't write big checks. Now, every once in a while, we do write big checks, usually when we want to pay cash for a property, I'm assuming we have the check. But we also know that we're going to get a lot bigger check back quickly, or we're not going to write the check. And we've been around long enough to know that the odds are with us doing that. So we're not just blindly going to write check. You cannot throw money at this business and make it work when you're doing everything wrong. You pay too much, you write a big check, you're going to a seminar. It's just that simple. In the pretty house business, we have no reason to write big checks. So we don't write big checks. Number 2, if you risk losing the money, but if that's the least of my concern, because you can make that back up on the next one. But you also risk your assets, because if you use credit, if you go down to the bank and guarantee loans, then you are a slave to the bank. And if things go wrong, they're going to come after you and they'll take your assets away from you. And that's happened an awful lot, especially after 2008. So the last thing you want to do is guarantee debt. Under no circumstances do you guarantee debt. You do not use your credit in any way, shape, or form in this pretty house business, or the ugly house business for that matter. On Planet Ron, I hope your credit score is minus 480. You won't be tempted to actually apply for a loan. Now, the last one, you could also lose your marriage. I mean, come on. You really want to risk problems with your spouse because you made a mistake and guaranteed debt that you should have guaranteed to begin with. So we don't write big checks. We don't guarantee debt. And we don't have to worry about loss. Also, we close with attorneys, and we use the attorneys to create the proper documents. They keep us out of trouble with any state or federal authority. So if you think about it, I'm not writing checks, I'm not guaranteeing debt. I'm going through this whole business, got an attorney closing on both sides for me. That creates a very safe business, a business that I can be proud of, a business that I am serving the public, both sellers and buyers, a business that will continue producing revenue for me, a business that I know I'm doing properly and have an attorney to back me up, and all the paperwork is properly done by the attorney. That's the business you want to run, and that way you don't have to make promises you can't keep, because I've discovered that if you don't make promises, you don't have to keep any you wished you hadn't made. So we're going to run this business without risk. We're also going to run it on autopilot, and that means you have very little to do. So you're never going to use your credit in the pretty house or the ugly house business, and it's a part-time business with a full-time income. And I mean that sincerely. You're going to see that this afternoon. You're going to see a handful of deals come across my desk that were generated just yesterday with a handful of phone calls by a couple of mentors. Yeah, they know how to handle the phone, but they didn't when they started. I know, I was there. So by making simple phone calls, screening out all the dead wood quickly, getting to the people who are interested in doing business with you, doesn't take much time. And all of the work to fill out all the information on the property information sheet is done by our virtual assistants, so you don't have to do all that grunt work. All I need you to do is just make a handful of calls a week. They're usually 2 or 3 minute calls or less. Screen out the dead wood, get to the ones who want to work with you, make an appointment, a few appointments a month, and go out and get a contract or 2 a month on a house. There's not a lot for you to do, and you're going to see that as we go through the systems today. It truly is a part-time business with a full-time income, and that income is whatever level you want it to be. I hang around people who are doing 150 to 250 deals a year. And of course, I hang around people who do 2 or 3 deals a year. So it's wherever you want to be. And honestly, that has a lot to do with your wants in life and your background and your self-confidence. Very little to do with your financial situation, because even when you're down and very little money to work with, you still, one deal will fix that, and you don't have to have money to do that one deal. So this truly is a part-time business if you will allow yourself to get out of the way. And gradually, I'll work on you until you do, till you have nothing left to do except run your business and make decisions. How does it work in a pandemic? Well, actually, it worked better than it did before the pandemic started. And what we learned in the pandemic was that we could actually do business without running around and doing stupid stuff anyway. But here's the reality. We've always operated virtually. With the only thing I'm thinking back, once this pandemic hit and we had no choice but to operate virtually, I said, we've been operating virtually. We've been operating virtually the whole time. We've been doing everything virtual. We've been closing virtual. I haven't been into a closing room in years. I can't even remember the last time. We've been communicating by phone, communicating by email, communicating by text. The only thing we ever did that wasn't virtual was go out and look at the house. And I quickly discovered we don't even have to do that if we don't want to. But the reality is, because we can get photos of the house and videos of the house, and the seller can provide them, or we can send somebody out there. But even during the pandemic, I had no problem at all getting into people's houses. When people want to sell their house, amazingly enough, the COVID didn't scare them away to the point to where they would not let anybody in their house for the most part. There were a few, but not very many. But even if they wouldn't, then all we needed was some videos and pictures of the house. Now, that might be difficult to understand if you're thinking about, but if I pay all this cash and buy this house, I'm going to be at risk. Yeah, but what you haven't figured out yet is that you're not going to be paying all that cash. You're going to have little or nothing invested in this house. And if you can get that up here and realize you're not going to personally guarantee any debt, you have little or money invested in the house, what's the worst that can happen? You lose little or no money, because that is the worst that can happen if you do not guarantee debt. We're going to give this risk thing out of your life. I'm violently opposed to taking big risk. And when I buy real estate, I'm not going to take big risk. In fact, most of the time I'm taking no risk. Look, if I'm buying a house with nothing down and I'm not guaranteeing any debt, there is no risk. Okay? Worst can happen is some reason you lose a house you got for free and already got paid on anyway. Better keep that in your head, because that makes you think right. That helps you make decisions quickly. Because especially in this market, you better move at lightning speed. You can't steal in slow motion. And I had no problem during COVID getting into people's houses. And I've learned, my students from all around the country, all of them report, we did better during COVID than prior to COVID. And I don't really know why. Maybe it's because sellers thought they had a hard time selling their house or something. I don't know. Of course, after this thing quieted down, the market exploded. But for some reason, people still take turns, as we're going to see this afternoon. But I think what that means to you, when you can sit at your home or your office and buy houses anywhere in the country. If I don't have to go see the house, what difference does it make where the house is? Once you learn the business, you'll see that everything you can do is virtual. In fact, the people that are doing, all the people I know that are wholesaling houses, 150, 200, they never see these houses. They do it from their desk. You can wholesale them. They buy them online, they sell them online. Why do they need to see them? If the buyer comes, and if the buyer doesn't come, they don't have anything to risk anyway, because they don't even close on them. They just flip contracts in the wholesaling business. In the pretty house business, I want to buy it, and you're going to see why. But that doesn't mean like I got to take a big risk or I got to have a big bank account. Most certainly, I don't need credit. So if I get videos and pictures of a house and there's something wrong, I'm going to quickly find out. And in fact, it very well may go back to the seller and we'll work out something to fix whatever may be broke. But worst case, just remember this. When I take over debt or when I create debt to the seller, there is no personal guarantee. That means you are in total control. So if the seller hid some monstrous thing on you, like maybe a house sitting on a sinkhole and you didn't know it and the seller knew it, I'm just making that up. That ain't going to happen anyway. But point is, I'm always in control because I'm not guaranteeing the debt. And that makes me make decisions based on, I don't have to worry about loss. It's a big deal when you finally figure that out and operate without risk. And what I'm telling you is contrary to what any real estate instructor out there will tell you. Many of them will be teaching you, well, go down and improve your credit line at the bank so you can borrow more money and guarantee more debt. Go get your credit card limits raised. Baloney. Never preach that, never have, never will, because that is not the way you buy houses if you want to stay out of trouble and eliminate risk. If you don't use your credit on Planet Ron to buy single family houses. Write that down right now. No credit. No credit. We do not apply for loans. And that includes your credit cards. Now, I'm okay if you use your credit cards for short term, like, suppose I wanted to use my credit card to pay closing costs with. so I take title of the house. That ain't even a problem, because within a few days, I'm going to get $20, $30, $40, $50,000 non-refundable deposit back, and I pay back that credit card. Short-term use of that money, and your credit cards are personally guaranteed, is okay with me. Use common sense. We're going to cover the best way to make the most money in real estate, not using your money or credit, nice houses, nice neighborhoods. But the big word here is residual income. You know, you can go wholesale houses, you can retail them, you can get a check. You can give Uncle Sam whatever tax bracket you're in, short-term capital gains, or you can buy houses and put tenant buyers in them and create multiple streams of income and cut your taxes in half. In fact, you know, there's a lesson on my Gold Club where I can show you how to totally eliminate taxes when you're selling. Go look up the 1031 exchange lesson on our Gold Club site, and I promise you, you'll be thrilled when I take one house and turn it into 3 houses. So go find that lesson if you're a Gold Club member, because that's a very important lesson to eliminate taxes when you sell all single family houses and increase the value of your portfolio, triple it overnight, and double the amount of cash that you started with when you're doing an exchange, because most people think you can't. They think you got to tie up the cash. It's not true. So not only do I get all these properties, I get money up front, I get money monthly, I get money later, but I'm building that residual income, that monthly income that comes in from the difference between what I collect from tenant buyers and what I pay to the seller or to the seller's bank. That can be huge, my friend, as you're going to see this afternoon when we talk about live deals. It can quickly put you out of work just from the residual income. And you're not going to have to raise money. If you do, it's going to be small amounts. You're never going into a bank. You're not going to have large overhead. That's one thing about this business. We get great big checks with very small amounts of overhead, very small amounts of marketing costs. We don't need employees, especially at our beginning stages. And we don't have all the costly entanglements of running businesses. I've had multiple businesses. Now, if you really want to know the pain of having a business, go buy a restaurant. I challenge you, go buy a restaurant. Then you'll see what it's like to run a real business that makes little or no money, has all the risk and all the work. And anyway, there's a lot of restaurants that make a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, but I can tell you right now, they earn every penny of it. I've had 6 of them, 6. So we're going to talk about how you can get great big checks within the first 60 days. And 1 or 2 more, people always ask me, well, how fast can I get a check? And my answer is, well, how fast are you going to get trained? And then how fast are you going to implement the training? You answer me that question, I can pretty much tell you how fast you're going to get a check. So, I'm not going to make any representations. I'm not guaranteeing you any money within 60 days, but I can tell you that is ample time to get a great big check, $20,000 or more. And here's the cool thing about this hot market, boy. Once you get them, you don't have to worry about getting rid of them, because they're going to stand in line and bid up the prices for you. Now add lease option to that. And you can just imagine what's going to happen when you put a house on the market for lease option today. And that's assuming you don't want to cash out of it. And you probably know as well as me that if you put it out there to a cash buyer, qualified buyer, it's gone. It's gone very quickly. I've never seen a market like this. So your job is to get the ones that you can get. I mean, think about how many you need a month. 1 or 2 a month. And if you want to cash out of them, this is the perfect time to do it. But on the other hand, there's a downside to that, and that's you lose all the residual income and all the goodies I'm going to talk about here in a few minutes. John, you can turn that fan off now if you don't mind, because I think the air is working fine. And so how would your life change if you had an extra 20 grand a month coming in? By the way, that's one small deal. $20,000 a $250,000 house. That's because I don't want to do a deal that I don't get $20,000 on the upfront deposit from, at least. I mean, I've done quite a few that I didn't, but I'm telling you, I have a choice. I can make more, I can make less. 20,000 is my bottom line to where I even want to mess with the deal. So let's just say I don't know, can you do one of those a month? I have people doing 4, 5 of them, 6 of them a month. Can you do one? What would change in your life? Just ask yourself, what would change? Well, heck, what if you only did one every other month? With $20,000 coming into your bank account every other month change your life? Well, it would. Most likely it would. But I can tell you what's going to happen once you start getting that 20 grand coming in. You're going to find out, well, I can get 40 grand just as easy, just a little bit more work. I get 40 grand, and then greed steps in, and then you realize, well, gosh, there's no limit to how much money I can make if I want to apply myself and do the basic steps, and then do what Ron told me to do, which is highly unlikely. But I'm hoping you'll actually follow instructions. But I know if you're a male species, it's totally unlikely, because the last thing a man's going to do is follow instructions. And if it's working perfectly, it needs to be fixed, right, guys? Anyway, that's Beverly and I holding up the Leaning Tower of Pizza. This is a trip that we took with Brian and Lynette Wolf a couple of years ago, and then we went and saw the Coliseum. And I can tell you right now, that trip cost, I don't know what that trip cost, but it was quite a bit of money, because we spared no expense. I mean, we had guides taking us around. We hired our own guides to work with us all day long. We flew over there first class in one of those lay down seats, and we did it right. When you don't have to worry about how you're going to buy groceries next week, you can do these kind of things. And I suggest you go see this Coliseum, by the way, because it's a lifetime experience. I just stood right up there, and I could see Spartacus down there in an arena battling. I mean, it was really a cool experience. And we go there every year. That's Salmon Falls, which is in Ketchikan, Alaska. I go there to kill fish. I owned that resort for 3 years, but I've been fishing at it now for 20 some odd years. And as fate would have it, we'll be going there at the end of this month. We're going to go there again. I'm taking most of Global Publishing with me, and we're paying their way. So we're going to go kill a lot of salmon and halibut. And here's the prize fish in Alaska. That's a halibut. And that's a small halibut, to tell you the truth. Those things get up 300 pounds or so. So these are the kind of things you can do when you're not living on a shoestring budget. So many of you watching are not living on a shoestring budget. So I would strongly suggest you look up Salmon Falls Resort in Alaska, because I promise you, once you go fishing in Alaska, you don't have to fish. To me, go to Alaska and don't fish doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but a lot of people do. There's plenty of things to do besides fishing, but I'm killing fish, just so you know. We're going up there for 3 days, 4 nights, and I promise you I'll be fishing all 3 days while everybody else is out sightseeing. I have enough sightseeing. Send me a postcard, especially when I own the place for 3 years. I know what the surroundings look like. So point is, when you have more money than you need to live on, these are the kind of cool things you get to do. And frankly, you're not far away from that right now. I mean, some of you watching are already in that position, and you're looking at real estate as an additional income, or basically just something to retire on. So if you're looking for a retirement, keep watching, because I promise you it's built within this thing called real estate. A little bit about me, because some of you watching may not know who I am and may not care either. I'm actually in my 40th year in this business, and I've done all kinds of real estate. I still do commercial. I've done a lot of commercial. I'm in multiple businesses. I have several running right now, and I train the trainers. I train most of the people that are out there training in real estate right now. I trained in real estate, and then I trained them to be trainers, and now they're training their trainers, and they're training their trainers, and it's expanding. I've been at this so long, some people call me Godfather. Some people call me Moses. Some people call me other things. And I've spoken with the best of the best, even this guy. In fact, we hired him to speak one time. And by the way, I looked right down at his head, and the hair was growing out of his head. His hair is real. Don't let anybody tell you it's not. And here are my children today. That's Goldie and Ruby. I should say that's my wife's children. And frankly, those dogs get treated better than I get treated most of the time. But, I'm okay with that. So we have 2 dogs and we have 1 cat. But, nobody starts that way. And I'm no different. I started back in 1982. I was a mechanic working 6 days a week, sometimes 12, 14 hours a day. And I was running my own service station. I was in control of my own service station, which may not be a good thing, because now everything was my responsibility. So I had this service station, and I had 2 bays. So I was fixing cars, same time pumping gas, and then selling groceries on the inside. Little teeny place where you're selling a little bit of groceries and cigarettes and so forth. So all this mess was mine to manage. And guess who the chief mechanic was? Yeah, me. So I'm working in the hot Florida sun on hot engines, and then had to pump gas when didn't have enough help there or whatever. I'm running back and forth to the gas pump. This was back in the days when you actually had somebody pump gas for you and check under your hood and all of that. I often thought maybe we should bring that back. Maybe we should bring full service back. I don't know. What do you think, huh? Would you like somebody washing your windows? I bet I've washed a million windows in my life and checking under your hood for you. You don't have that today, do we? So anyway, that's the business I was in, but I couldn't, I just couldn't make any money. I just barely make a living and working my butt off. I'd come home with greasy hands and burnt hands and bad mood. And frankly, this all started because of a wash machine. I came home one day and Beverly said, my wash machine is broke again for the third time. Would you please get me a new one? And I blew up. I said, how in the world can I buy you a new wash machine? I mean, we barely have enough. We had to go to the grocery store twice a week. Couldn't afford to buy enough for a whole week at a time. So I said, no, I'm not going to buy you a new wash machine. And we got in an argument. We argued. I went to bed mad. I don't know. She probably went to bed mad as well. So anyway, I lay there all night. I couldn't sleep because I kept saying to myself, what a loser. A loser. Been married to this woman for 17 years, got 4 children, and can't even buy her a wash machine to wash your stinking, dirty, filthy, greasy clothes with. What a loser. And I said to myself, I'm not going to live the rest of my life like this. And I got up the next morning, and I tell you right now, there was a turning point. Something snapped for me. And I didn't know what I was going to do. I really didn't have any idea, but I knew I wasn't going to do that all the rest of my life. So I started looking, and I found real estate. And I saw an ad that said, come learn how to buy real estate with no money or credit. I didn't believe it, of course, but I went down to check it out. And sure enough, I put me into a 2-day seminar, and I had to pay for that. And I didn't have the money, so I borrowed that. I really had to borrow my money to go to my first seminar. But that 2 days changed my life. Now, I got to tell you, I had no idea I was going to a life-changing seminar. I didn't expect to have a life-changing seminar. I didn't even know it was a life-changing seminar 2 years later, to tell you the truth. But I made the decision to attend it. And I don't know, everybody else in the room probably went home and went. There was several of us that attended that 2-day seminar. That 2-day seminar was all about buying houses without using your money or credit. And that's what got me started. And 3 weeks later, I did my first wholesale deal, and I netted $3,000 on it. And I immediately quit my job and started doing real estate. I had no idea what I was doing. I was guessing at a lot of it. But I learned how to wholesale a house. That's really all I got out of that 2-day seminar, was how to wholesale a house. But that got me going. Then I kept doing a deal and a deal and a deal. And next thing you know, I was doing deals on a regular basis. And then I learned where I could get private money to actually buy properties, having no credit. And I started buying them and rehabbing and fixing them as well. Next thing you know, a couple of years went by, and I had over $1 million worth of equity in real estate, but no cash flow. $1 million worth of equity, but it was more problems than it was worth, because it's all low-end crap, because that's all I could get my head around, low-end houses. I didn't think I was worthy of buying anything above the minimum price houses in my market. Of course, this was 1982, so the numbers were a lot lower than they are right now. But I made a mess. And in fact, it took me 5 years after my first 2 years, 7 years into the business, to clean up the mess I made in the first 2, not really knowing what I was doing. I was buying all the wrong kind of houses from the wrong kind of places for the wrong kind of reasons. And, I had all these tenants, and they were destroying my life. And all their problems were my problems. And, I quickly realized I ain't going to live long enough to get rich this way. I'll be dead the way this thing is working out. And my cash flow sucked, because a lot of times, a lot of them were HUD tenants. One time I had 200 Section 8 HUD tenants. And imagine what life was like dealing with that. Constant calls from people coming into my home, I might add, telling me all their little petty little problems. And, it took me a long time to figure out this is not how I want to get rich. So I spent 5 years getting rid of all that junk that I bought the first 2 years and getting back to normal. And along the way, I started learning the business. And, not too long after that, I started teaching it, because I learned a lot of hard lessons. So anyway, I went to the seminar, got my first check, and I got another one shortly thereafter. And by the way, my wife got a washing machine and she's had one ever since. Okay. So we've been married now. This is our 56th year in September. So she gets pretty much anything she wants. And by the way, guys, if you want to know the secret to a long marriage, you want to know the secret to a long marriage? You ready to write this down? Hey, here you go. You can be happy or you can be right. Pick one. You only get one. This is a lesson that took me years and years and years to learn. I can tell you that right now. This is a lesson a lot of people never learn. They die never learning this lesson because most people will spend their entire lives personally involved in their job, their business, got to have their hands in it, got to have their head in it, got to make the decisions, got to do every little thing because nobody can do it better than you. And I can tell you, as soon as I started turning loose and letting other people do the things that they can do better than me, and even if they don't do them better than me, they can do them good enough, everything started to change because now I was freed up to do the thing that I should be doing that took me so many years to learn, and that's simply make decisions. Guys and gals, if you will work toward building a business where everything is jobbed out, everything is delegated, the only thing left for you to do is make decisions. You're going to be doing a little more than making decisions, especially in your early days, because once you get the system set up, of course, we've already got them set up for you. All you got to do is plug and play. Once you get somebody to take your inbound calls, somebody to make your outbound calls, somebody to do the grunt work for you, the rest of it is deciding who you want to buy from and on what terms and who you want to sell to. It's all I do. And here's the truth. I don't even do that. I delegate that. So after you get your system set up and you get your machine rolling, frankly, you'll find that it's not difficult to delegate even the decisions that have to be made once you find somebody you can trust to make those decisions for you. And maybe you'll never want to get to that point. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little overboard on that because I delegate everything. I delegate everything in all of my businesses. But the only thing I do is teach what I'm doing right now. So if I'm not teaching, I'm probably home working on my classic cars. I'm working on classic cars right now. I got 6 or 7 of them sitting around, and I buy them and we restore them and we sell them, maybe, or not. In fact, keep your eyes on our emails because on September, first week of September, we're going to do a 4-day event, and it's going to be a unique event. And then I'm going to give away one of my cars. It's a 32 Studebaker Rockney. Look that up. 32 Studebaker Rockney. Go look up that car. It was only made in 1 year, and I happen to have one of them. So somebody's going to win that thing in September at our upcoming event. We haven't even got a name for this event yet, so maybe you can tell us what we ought to call it. But it's going to be a special one. It's the first week of September. It's over my birthday. It's my 75th birthday. So I'm going to give you a present and give you a bunch of quality information over that week. Make a note. Don't do anything in the first week of September. Keep it open. All right. I want you to start working on getting to the point where all you have to do is make decisions. Because you know what happens when you do? Your decisions are better. You're not working from chaos. You're not caught up in minutia. You're not in a trap where every day goes by, you don't get anything important done because you're so busy putting out fires. Delegate, 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 delegate. You're not going to hang around me very long to where that's going to become part of your life because I'm going to keep pounding it into you piece by piece until you get up every day and you don't really have anything to do. Now, look, I'm first to tell you, everybody needs something to look forward to. Even when you get your businesses up and running, going to keep an eye on them. But, that's why I do classic cars. I want to do something that I enjoy doing. And because I don't have to do anything that concerns my businesses, other than teach when the need arises. And frankly, I don't have to do that. I'm not the only one that can teach. I've trained a lot of people to teach throughout the country, and they've gone on to create their own businesses of teaching. But everybody's got to do something. All right. A lot of ways to make money, as I've discussed. But before I can do anything for you, I got to change your thinking. Got to change your thinking before we can change your income stream. Now, here's what I got to change. Number one, I got to explode all the myths that you have about real estate right now, most of which don't have anything to do with reality. And then for some, watching today, I've got to change your thinking on what you're worth. You know, people come to me from all walks of life, all mindsets, and sometimes they come in with this low self-esteem, spent most of their life not making much money. You know, I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. You know, I'm not capable of making a bunch of money, which is not true. Get that thought out of your head. If you got the thought into your head, we can get the thought out of your head. But I'll tell you, the only way I'm ever going to convince you is a series of checks. Okay, starting with the first one. So my first goal is to get you that first check. Watch that self-esteem go through the roof, and then also watch the dream stealers go away. All those folks that are trying to tell you you can't do this, who have no idea what they're talking about. And be careful to whom you listen, because you're going to get a lot of advice from broke people trying to tell you how to get rich. Broke people cannot teach you how to get rich. By the way, some of them have your last name. Be on guard for the dream stealers, because they're coming. They're coming till you start getting checks, then to see how fast they convert. Dream stealers are only dream stealers till you show them proof. Proof is checks. The two fastest ways to get a check today are wholesaling and deposits on and down payments on pretty houses. Now, I'll grant you, I've never seen a better time to wholesale a house than right now, because there are a bunch of stupid buyers out there, really idiotic buyers out there, way overpaying for these junkers. That, I mean, I've never seen prices selling junkers like they have right now. So if you can find these junkers, and I'll show you how, come spend 4 days with me, and I promise you, we're going to go through this whole marketing thing, buying and selling piece by piece, and explore them all individually. But today, your wholesaling business is with FSBOs, for sale by owners, not with realtors, because you're not going to get any deals out of the MLS. You're going to get them from FSBOs, individual owners. Well, wholesaling, there's tons of them out there. And once you put them on the market, they're gone like that. Beautiful time to wholesale houses. However, it's also a beautiful time to get deposits and down payments on houses, because they're also gone like that in this market. And we sell them for more than what they're worth. I've always sold them for more than what they're worth, but today I sell them for much more than what they're worth, and get it. Whether I'm selling them for cash or whether I'm putting lease option tenant buyers in there, I'm going to get much more than they're worth, because that's the market we're in today, whether that be wholesaling junkers or pretty houses. Wholesaling has always been a good business, still is today. I know a lot of people don't do anything but wholesaling, but it has its problems. Number one, you're not going to find deals in the MLS, and if you do, you're going to need proof of funds, and you're going to need a non-refundable deposit, $1,000 or more, and the competition is just fierce, and it's going to be very, very hard for you to find a deal in the MLS, because people are overbidding on them. And then you got to be a slave to the banks and the realtors, because that's where all, if it's listed in the MLS, there's a realtors involved. So you got this barrier between you and the seller. You're going to make a lot of offers to get one accepted, and then to get one accepted, you're probably going to wind up paying too much. And if you're buying properties from the bank, whatever name you put on the contract's the name you got to close in. You don't have any flexibility like you do with FSBOs, and your profits are small. There's only so much you can make wholesaling a house. Now, I know some people do pretty well at it, but I'll tell you, the average wholesale amount the profit that you make is somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000, some more, some less, and you pay maximum taxes because it's short-term capital gains. Anytime you sell something within the first year of you buying it, you're paying maximum taxes, whatever tax bracket you're in. So the maximum tax bracket today is 37%. If you happen to be in that bracket, which I hope you're going to get there pretty soon, and I'll help you if you let me. It means 37 cents out of every dollar you get out of a wholesale deal is going to the IRS. All right. And there's no residual income. There's no growth. There's no wealth. There's just get one check and it's done. And, it's kind of like giving a job. You got to go back to work. Every time you get a check, you got to go back to work, and you never know when your next check is coming. That's not the way I want to see you build a business. I have no problem with you wholesaling. I have no problem with you getting a check. But I can tell you right now, the real money's in the pretty house business, as you're going to see today. Rehabbing and retailing. I have no problem with you rehabbing and retailing. Okay. It's a good business. It is fun if you do it right and get out of the way, and you control the contractor, which is probably the biggest lesson you're going to have to learn in the beginning, and you buy it right. You buy it right. You use private money to close it, private money to fix it, private money to hold it. You put it out there in this rabid market today, it'll be sold as fast as you get it retail or get it repaired, I mean. And it's a good business. But the problem is it's full of mines and traps, especially for beginners. There's so many things that can go wrong. And then, of course, it still has all the problems of wholesaling, capital gains, high taxes, and it takes months to buy, fix, and sell a house. It takes months. There is no 3-day check. When you're wholesaling a house, if you're in that thing more than 15 days, something is wrong. When you're putting a pretty house on the market and getting a big deposit, if you're in that thing more than 15 days, something is wrong in this marketplace. But there is no such thing as a 15-day check rehabbing and retailing a house. It's going to take 4 to 6 months before you get paid. And it's all out though while you're waiting on that big check. Okay, get the big check. You look at that check. Well, that wasn't so hard, but I promise you, it is the rehabbing a house is the highest risk part of the real estate business that we do. And then there's those contractors. Not only are they difficult to get a hold of nowadays, but if you don't learn how to handle contractors, they know how to handle you. So if you're going to rehab and retail houses, you better come see Papa and let me teach you how to control those contractors. And then you got the picky buyers. They want everything done. They want it all pretty and beautiful. Then you got home inspections that rip it apart after you think it's all done. Then appraisers who want to downgrade your appraisal. And then you got the tough lending requirements. Sometimes your buyers don't go through and you got to start all over again. And then you always got the risk of cost overruns or appraisal that didn't price high enough or whatever. So all of this is part of the rehabbing business. Now, it sounds like I don't want you to rehab a house. That's not true. I think everybody should rehab a few a year. I think it is in your best interest to learn about repairs, what repairs cost, and then how to handle contractors, because you're going to be using some sort of contractors no matter what you do in the real estate business. Some houses just need cleaned up and minor repairs and so forth. Contractors, you need to learn how to handle those regardless. But again, it's the riskiest part of the business. So if you want to rehab houses, have at it. But I suggest you don't make it a business. You just make it a bonus. What if we get some pretty houses turning into burning? Wholesale one occasionally when we get a chance, and then rehab the ones with the biggest spreads that need the least amount of work, and that are once you're trained on, are the best candidates to rehab and retail if you want to. Now there's a downside rehabbing and retailing. I just explained all of the problems, but remember, as soon as you sell that house and you get that check, there's no more income coming in. And you don't get any of the benefits of owning real estate. So let's talk about the pretty house business. No banks involved, no realtors involved, no lenders involved, none of those costly entanglements, no appraisers involved, none of those costly entanglements that come along with rehabbing and retailing. Down payment or deposit on a nice house quite often will be as large as your net profit renovating a house taking 4 to 6 months to do it. I probably need to say that again. Just the front end non-refundable option deposit on a pretty house in a pretty neighborhood, especially one with any value, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, will probably be more than your net profit renovating and rehabbing and retailing a house. And you'll get your big check in the pretty house business within the first 30 days. There's not a chance you're going to do that rehabbing and renovating a house. So look, again, I'm not against rehabbing. I just don't want you to get caught up in doing nothing but rehabbing because it is the toughest part of the business. So let's look at a business where you're never going to need credit or to borrow money. And if you ever have to borrow money, it's an extremely small amount of money. And that's the terms business. So write this down. No terms, no deal. Repeat after me. Raise your right hand. No terms, no deal. No terms, no deal. Okay. So what are terms? There's only 3 of them. Number 1, you lease it with an option to buy. That's called a lease purchase. And then you sublease it with an option to buy, or you can lease it with an option to buy and cash out of it. Either way, you're getting terms. Or you can buy it with owner financing, which is what I buy most of mine. And then you can put a tenant buyer in it, or you can cash out of it. Or you can just get the deed subject to, which means the seller just deeds you the house, The loan stays in their name and walks away and gives you the house with little or no money out of the pocket. That's called buying the house subject to the underlying loan. Thousands of houses get sold that way all across the country every single week. But my favorite is buying them with owner financing. And I'm not going to have time to discuss it here, but it's downside to selling with subject to. I like owner financing. Very rarely will I do a lease purchase because I want to actually own the property. I want to take title to the property. But occasionally it makes more sense to lease it with an option to buy. Now, here's some benefits of actually owning the property. Number one, I get monthly cash flow. I don't get either one of those rehabbing and wholesale. Number two, I get debt pay down. Every month that goes by, my debt gets larger and my value goes up. That's appreciation. And then don't forget that big non-refundable deposit I got on the front end. And quite often those tenant buyers move out and I get to go do it again. Because when we lease purchase a house, ladies and gentlemen, if they move out, they forfeit that deposit. That's not a security deposit. It's a non-refundable option deposit. And guess what? Most of them will move out. Most of them will move out. Not some of them, most of them. They just don't buy. And then that equity on the back end, when you get the house, you're probably going to get some equity in it. But even if you don't, every month your debt goes down and your equity gets bigger. All these are benefits of owning the property. And guess what? This can be done inside your profit sharing plan, your pension plan, your IRA, or your solo 401k, and never pay taxes on it. So add all these benefits up, and you can see why keeping the house is in your best interest. The longer you own the house, the more money you will make. And debt pay down is one a lot of people forget. I'll show you a house. Well, I'll come back to that. I'm going to show you a house I got in a minute, how big the debt pay down over a short time. Money now, money monthly, money later. We call them the golden geese because they just keep on laying the golden eggs. Every month we'll get paid. Like wholesaling and retailing where the poor old goose has got to die. Okay, so, and you pay maximum taxes after the goose is dead. But I'll grant you, sometimes the goose has just got to go. All right. Sometimes you need cash, you need it now. Don't care about all that other stuff. I get it. Trust me, I've been there. And I will be the first to tell you, we got to take care of today's cash flow needs first before we worry about building an empire. Okay. If we need money like we need oxygen, that's the thing you should be focusing on first. Get a good check. Get a good check. Now you can think better. You can sleep better. And frankly, you're a lot more pleasant to be around because when things aren't going good, when times aren't exactly good, you know, you're probably not fun to be around because it affects your attitude and, you know, it just makes you hard to live with, most likely. When you get money, you'll find that that attitude changes and you'll just gradually see that everything around you is smoother and better. And you know, people want to be around you more because you're not grouchy all the time. I get it. I've been there. Of course, some people say I'm grouchy all the time anyway, but I don't care. And very little of your time is required. Now, this is a key. This is a key. Most of the work is done for you. And I've got to get that through to you. So I'm going to go through the system with you so you can see why. Most of the work is done for you if you'll let it happen. So it starts with the property information sheet. This is a sheet that you can get off your Gold Club site. Of course, it's in my course. It's in my terms course. It's in my boot camp manual. It's all over. The sheet's easy for you to get. Now, this is the property information sheet that our virtual assistants will fill out for you if you let them for very inexpensive cost. So in other words, we generate leads for you every day on the Gold Club site, FSBOs. And then I'm going to show you later how to go generate your own leads also to send to your VA. Your VA calls and gets these sheets filled out for you. You calling and filling these out is a gross waste of your time, and it'll take you out of the business like that because most of the people that you call are not going to want to do terms. So let's get this perfectly clear right now. In fact, write this down. You ready? Most sellers are worthless, which means you're not going to be doing business with most of the people that have a house for sale. You don't need to do business with most of them. You're doing business with a very skinny minority of them. That's all you can handle anyway. Just how many houses do you think you want in a month? 1, 2, 3, whatever. So you got to go through all the people that don't want terms to get down to the few that do, just like any other business. We got to get everybody in the funnel and weed them on down to the people that we can work with. I don't care what business you're in, what product or service you sell, it's the same process. Same here. So the key is let them all come in the funnel, but you don't get involved in that top of that funnel. You don't call all these people. You don't fill out all these sheets, because you got to know that our virtual assistants can't get more than about half of them to even pick up the telephone after 3 tries. And then when they get those half to answer the phone, a lot of those are sold or they're listed or whatever. They're just time wasters. So now we're down to about 25% of the total lead pile that we got turned into these property information sheets. That's a lot of calling that you don't need to be doing. So our VAs will call them, fill out these sheets. They'll post them on your CRM site, which we call Dreams, that we can furnish to you very inexpensively, or they'll send them to you if you don't have Dreams, and then you make a closing call. So this is somebody else's job. It's your job to generate leads. But again, we generate them for you during the Gold Club. Every single day they come into your inbox. These are FSBOs in 2 counties that you choose. These are for sale by owners. Now you're going to see this afternoon that the deals we do came through those leads. They came right through your Gold Club site. They were called by the VAs, and then they're going to be called by the mentors. And out of that, we got at least 7 deals this afternoon. I think we got more, but I know of 7 this afternoon from a handful of calls made yesterday. I'm going to say that again. The calls were made yesterday by 2 mentors after these sheets were filled out by the VAs. And out of that, we got 7 deals that I know of within 24 hours after they started calling. 7 deals. Watch what these deals are worth this afternoon in 24 hours. Now, they're all not going to go through. I can tell you that right now, because either the student will go out and screw them up, or sometimes the sellers change their mind, whatever. But what if half of them go through? What if only 1 of them goes through? Okay. 1 out of 7 goes through. More of them will go through if properly handled. But yeah, compare that to what most people do for a living. Again, they started calling yesterday. Okay. They got an oral agreement from making that closing call after this sheet was filled out. So now all the student got to do is go to the house and solidify the deal. The deal has already been virtually cut over the phone. So now they go enhance it a little if necessary. You'll see this afternoon, because sometimes the numbers we get, we don't like, and we have to change when we get to the house. But guys, most of the work was done before the student got involved. Student signed up for the Gold Club site. Here comes leads. Okay. Student forwards leads to virtual assistant. Virtual assistant is doing all the grunt work. Now, in this case, student has to make the closing call, but for the sake of this event, we had a couple of mentors do it for the students. So there are going to be several students this afternoon who got potential deals just because they submitted these leads when we asked them to do it prior to this event. Every event we do the same thing. Almost every event. So you ought to see the deals we're going to go through when we get into a Leo Live 4-day boot camp. I mean, there's very few boot camps that go by that we don't do 20 deals for students during the boot camp. Wait till we get out there, that live one out in Vegas coming up in August. You're talking about some deals. We're going to really pop some deals out there. And they're not in Vegas. They're all over the country. So these leads come from all over the country. In case you're saying to yourself, well, it won't work here. Yeah, there is no city where this doesn't work, even if you live in it. So this is the sheet. Needs to be filled out. And in the middle of the sheet, you'll see these 2 blocks. Block A is if the loan amount is very close to the asking price. If the loan amount that they owe is close to the asking price, we're always going to ask them, will you sell for what you owe? If the answer comes back, yes, you just got a free house. All you got to do is go out and take over their debt, and you got a free house. You're buying it for what they owe on it, and you're not guaranteeing any debt. Loan stays in their name. So, and by the way, it doesn't make any difference how you buy. The loan will stay in their name until you cash out later down the road. And yes, for some sellers, that's not a problem. Okay. So quit trying to talk yourself out of it. You'll see this afternoon. Now, if they say, no, I won't sell for what I owe, then the next question is, well, what's the least you could take for your equity if we took over your payments? And you're going to find that A lot of them will just want a little bit of money to move. So if there's equity in the property and they just need a little bit of money to move, and the house in good shape, we'll buy it anyway. But if I don't ask that second question, I'll never know what actually they got on their mind. Now that only implies if there's a small gap between what they owe and what they're asking. If that's not the case, then we go to B. And B simply says, would you be interested in us making your monthly payment or making you a monthly payment until we can pay you off in full? And so the answer is going to be yes or no. If they say yes, that means they want to talk about it more. It may not mean they understood the question, but it means that they're a really good target to talk about it more. And we call that a yes lead. If they say no, that's a no lead. Okay. Either way, we're going to call them because a no doesn't mean no. We've discovered that there's as many deals in the no pile as there is in the yes pile once you get on the phone and use my no script. Hey, I have a script for yes leads. I have a script for no leads. The no lead script simply tries to convert them into a yes by explaining what we can do for them and the benefits that are in it for them. And a good percentage of those no's turn into yeses, as you'll see this afternoon. So yes or no, your job now is to get on the phone, use the appropriate script, and do the closing call, which just takes a few more minutes. And some of them will turn into duds. Some of them will turn into appointments. So let's look at the system so far. Number one, we got the Gold Club sending us leads. We got a virtual assistant calling them for us. And they can do a lot of other stuff other than that, but that's the main purpose you're going to want a VA for. Talk about them a little bit later. Okay. All the time, once we set it up, I mean, all we got to do is forward the leads that we want to forward to the VA every day, and we're done. Now the VA calls these sellers and gets some property information sheets filled out for you. So you'll get several of those a week just from our lead sources alone. And that don't even count what you can do to generate sellers calling you, which are always going to be the best leads. So now you make a handful of calls a week and you go visit a few houses a month. When you go visit the house, you've already orally negotiated the deal over the phone and by asking a few questions on a script. So you can see it doesn't take much of your time to get to this far. And now when you go to the house, now you either going to solidify the deal, get it approved and get a contract signed, or you're going to go back, send them a contract later, or you're not going to be able to make a deal. One of those things are going to happen. There's two types of pretty houses. There's a free and clear house, which were you surprised to know that a third of the houses in the country are free and clear? A third. And you're not going to be able to get leads, whether we generate them for you or whether you generate them, where you don't find free and clear houses. So in a free and clear house, get this now, in a free and clear house, I'll be making the seller a payment. But on a house that comes with debt, which is 2/3 of them, I will probably be making their payment to the bank. So only about a third of the time am I asking the seller, will they accept a monthly payment? The other 2/3 or 75% of the time, I'm asking the seller, is it okay if I make your payment for you for some length of time until I pay you off in full? So when I say I'm buying a house with owner financing, it doesn't necessarily mean the seller is going to get a payment. I'll pay their payment directly to the bank. And most of the time I owe them some money above that, but I'm not paying them that money until I cash out on the back end. And sometimes that's for the whole length of their debt. Sometimes we get owner financing for the whole length of their debt, 20, 25 years. And there's no term by which we have to pay it off until that loan is paid off. Sometimes we have to put a balloon in, which is a date which it's all due and payable, maybe 5-year balloon, 10-year balloon. Either way, we're not going to pay the seller off until our tenant buyer cashes us out somewhere down the line. All of this with no risk, no personal guarantee. So quit worrying about all the things that can go wrong, because there's nothing that's going to go wrong that we can't fix. And worst case scenario, we have to give the house back to the seller because they don't want to work with us because we can't pay them off in time. So let me answer that question before you ask. Ron, what happens if 5 years goes by and I can't pay the seller off? Well, there's always suicide. No, just kidding. Let's say 5 years goes by and you can't pay the seller off by that time. They have two choices. They can either extend the contract or you can give them the house back. Their choice, because they cannot harm you. So I'll say it again, because I need to say it 7 times for you to get it. When you don't personally guarantee debt, there's nothing they can do but take the house back. They cannot harm your credit. It never shows on your credit. It never shows on your financial statement as a debt because it's not your debt. It's non-recourse debt, meaning no personal guarantee. And that's the only way you're going to buy houses. That puts you in a very, very strong position. The minute you go down to the bank and borrow money, you're in a very, very weak position. You're a slave to the bank. All right. Here's a house I own. I've had this thing for several years now. I probably should get a newer one, but I got pictures of this one. Okay. And besides, it's a really great example of the kind of deal I want you to do. When I bought this house, it was 3 years old. It's right down the street from my home. And we got a lead from the seller who was moving to St. Louis in 2 weeks. They had the house listed, listing expired. They didn't sell the house. So they were looking for a solution because he had a $1,925 a month payment on it, and he knew he couldn't make that payment and make one in St. Louis as well. And the house was worth $385 and listed for $385, and the realtor didn't sell it, and they owed $351 on it. So now take a look at those numbers. This seller clearly told us before I even got involved that he'd sell the house for what he owes. Now, what do you think his main objective was? His main objective wasn't to get the difference between $351 and $385. It was to get debt relief. It was to get that payment off his back. Truth is, if he'd have sold it to a realtor, he wouldn't have had much left out of that difference between those two numbers anyway. So he really just needed to get off from underneath the debt. He needed debt relief, which you'll find is quite common with any house that comes with a loan on it, like this one. In fact, this kind of house, about 2/3 of the market. Remember, houses come with debt, and they're my favorite for that reason. There's not that much equity in them. Therefore, I can get some or all of it for free if I can relieve them of the debt, which is what I'd agreed to do. Now, I agreed to buy this house for what he owed, which was exactly what he's asking. And I put it on the market. And in 2 months, I got a tenant buyer, and they gave me $50,000 as a non-refundable deposit. And it took 2 months because I turned down a lot of people with a lot less smaller deposits because I knew this house would command a $50,000 deposit. It's a $400,000 beautiful house, 3 years old, in a beautiful neighborhood, 3,500 square feet. So I turned down lesser. I got 2 months before my first payment was due on this house, which I always do, get 2 to 3 months. So my first payment was due about the same time I put this tenant buyer in the house. Now, the tenant buyer agreed to pay $2,500 a month because I didn't make the mistake of naming the rent. I named the price of $395, which, by the way, is $10,000 more than the realtor never sold the house for. You see, folks, when I put a house on the market on a lease purchase, we always raise the price. Now, in today's market, we raise the price regardless, cash or lease purchase. I'd always raise the price. If I were selling this house today, I'd raise it more than that. I'd raise it much more than that, and I'd get it because it's not about the price now. It's about, can I get in the house? Now, think about it. I'm advertising this house on a lease purchase. I'm advertising it to people who cannot qualify at the bank for a loan, which is 70% of the people looking to buy a house. I'm advertising this house to folks who know there's no sense in applying for a loan because they're not going to get approved. However, they can get approved with me if they have enough down payment to satisfy my needs, and if they can pay a big enough down payment a monthly payment to satisfy my needs. So we went through 6 buyers with less than 50,000, considerably less, to find the one with 50. And they told me they could pay up to $2,500 a month. So I accepted their offer. I accepted their offer of $50,000 down, and I accepted their offer of $2,500 per month. And they asked for 2 years, and I gave them 2 years. So they gave me $50,000. It was made very clear to them that if they moved into the house and they didn't buy the house, that they would forfeit the $50,000. But if they did buy the house, the $50,000 would come right off their down payment. They only owed me $345,000. So they had to go take 2 years to clean up their credit. I think their credit was low was the problem. And then go to the bank and get a loan, which was more than enough time because I can have somebody raise your credit score about 100 points within 6-7 months. They had more than enough time to clean up their credit. In the meantime, they paid $2,500 a month rent and 2 years. So I made $50,000 right up front, minus the closing costs that I had to pay to buy the house, because I bought this house and closed on it 7 days after I met this couple. And then They lived in it another week and they took off. They left it clean and showable and ready to put somebody in it. So I immediately put on the market. And again, it only took 2 months because I turned down several on the way. I made the decision that I'd rather make the $1,925 payment out of my pocket than taking $10,000, $15,000 from a non-refundable deposit. I knew this house would command 40 or 50 grand. So I just waited till a couple came along that had the 50. Remember, I did not name the 50. They told me they had 50, so I accepted their offer. When I buy houses from sellers, we don't make them offers. We ask them questions from scripts. They make us offers. What's the least you could take if we could agree upon the rest of the terms? We usually buy with nothing down, okay? I assume it's okay if I make your payment until we get you paid off, until we pay off the loan. We ask them questions. Their answers determine whether we're going to buy the house or not, and they make us an offer. Well, it's the same with buyers. We ask them what's the most you can put down. Really, is that the best you can do? What's the most you can pay per month? Okay, that's how we get the big down payments. That's how we get the big monthly payments. They tell us. So I just made 50 grand within a few days. And can I spend the 50 grand? It's a question I get all the time. But Ron, don't you have to put that $50,000 in escrow? No, I do not. There is no escrow. I'm not a realtor. I'm not working for somebody else. That's my money. That $50,000 is a non-refundable option deposit. In other words, it's a down payment. If $50,000 is my money, the day I get it, I can do whatever I want to do with it. There is no escrow account to put it in. And no, I do not have to bring it to closing. Hello, get this. A realtor would have to put it in an escrow account and bring it to closing. I'm not a realtor, okay? I'm the owner. It's my house. So I get to keep the $50,000 because it's made very clear to the buyer that it's non-refundable if they don't buy. If they move, they lose it. And if they buy, they show a $50,000 credit right on the closing statement for the down payment. So they've only got to bring the difference to closing. I don't have to bring the money. So you can do whatever you want to do when you get that money. And incidentally, a $400,000 house in this market should easily command a $50,000 down payment. If you don't think so, ask yourself this. Once it's above the FHA limit, which it is here, they need 20% at the bank. They need $80,000 down if they have an 800 credit score at the bank. Okay, I let them in with 50. All they had to do is come up with a difference and clean up their credit, and they'll go get a loan that could have bought the house. So every dime of that money is yours to keep. I also got a $575 a month cash flow out of the house. $1,925 going out, $2,500 coming in, which ain't bad. Don't take too many of those to put one out of a job. And then when I get cashed out, I get whatever's left over. Now, in this case, I got most of the money, most of the equity up front, so there wasn't going to be a big back end. But you know, whatever it was, it was. So how long does it take to get cashed out? And the answer is never, I hope. Why? What are you saying? I thought the whole purpose of buying houses was to sell them and get cashed out. Well, that may be what you learned in the other seminar, but why would you kill the golden goose? Why would you kill a house that's going up in value? Debt is paying down. You get $575 a month, and when the tenant buyer moves out, you replace it. And by the way, that's exactly what happened. Their 2 years was up. I got a call, and they said, we're moving. I couldn't believe it myself. I said, you're going to move? Why don't I just extend the term another year? They didn't even want to do that. I had no charge. I'd have done it. I don't care, because the longer they live in the house, the more they're paying down my debt. I didn't want them to move, but they decided they wanted to move. So what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to go lease it out again and get another $50,000. That's what you're going to do. So now when you get a call saying I'm going to move, you ask, when will you be out? And then you hang up and you go get a beer or something. Okay. Because it's a good thing, not a bad thing. They move. By the way, did I tell them to move? No. Did I ask them to move? No. I asked them not to move. So who made the decision to move? They did. I didn't. I gave them a chance to buy a house, plenty of time to get qualified and go to the bank and get a loan. They made the decision. I don't know why, to be honest with you, why they didn't buy. I still don't know to this day. I imagine it's because they just figured out they couldn't afford it, would be my guess. I don't know. But it was made very clear up front that they would forfeit the $50,000. And by the way, she asked me, I guess I'm not going to get my 50,000 back. And I said, well, that would be correct. And that was the end of that conversation. So guys, to tell you the truth, 80 to 90% of the tenant buyers I put in houses never buy. I said, never buy. So you might be thinking, who in the world is going to be walking away from 50 grand? And the answer is 80 to 90% of them will walk away from the 50 grand. I don't know why. Maybe they get tired of it. Maybe they get a divorce. Maybe they get mad. Maybe they don't want the house anymore. Maybe they get transferred. Maybe they get sick. I don't know. But when people give you a big chunk of money, they intend to buy. But intend to buy doesn't mean they're going to buy. 3 frogs sitting on a log, 2 decide to jump. How many's left? 3 deciding to jump ain't jumping. So I don't know what makes the decision. I didn't even ask them why they weren't going to buy, to be honest with you, because the truth is I didn't care. I just care. You're going to move or you're not going to move. And they moved. By the way, they left the house clean as a whistle, ready to show. So I should have went out and I should have at least optioned it out, but my executive assistant, Tish, talked me into letting her rent it. So I did. So she's been in that house several years now. She's renting it. She's paying the payment. I'm not getting any monthly cash flow out of it, but I am getting debt pay down and all the repairs are their responsibility. Okay. So by the way, I've had that house last time I looked, about 5 years now, and that $351,000 debt is paid down to about $290,000. That's $60,000 worth of debt pay down that I received on that house by simply not cashing out of it. 60,000 plus the value has gone up considerably. Last time I looked, it's worth about $470,000 now. Let me say that again. Debt paid down to 290, value 460. Got the house for free. Already collected 50 grand plus 575 a month for 2 years. Try to beat that at the stock market. Okay. There's nothing like real estate. The returns are infinity if you don't have any money invested in them, because you got money back without putting money out. I mean, this is an incredible business, guys. Now think of what it would be like if you had about 20 or 30 of these houses out there like that. They make you rich by just waiting. And remember, the tenant buyer is responsible for 100% of the repairs, 100% after the first 30 days. That's a beautiful thing about a lease purchase. You don't get that when you straight rent houses. Plus, you don't get a $50,000 down payment when you straight rent houses. It makes no sense to me to put a tenant in a house. Tenant buyers, they pay for repairs. They give you big deposits. And they're also way better tenants than tenants that don't give you the deposit. They have skin in the game. They have something to lose because they know if they don't pay the rent, they lose their deposit. And they act like buyers, not tenants. Totally different business than rentals, just straight rentals. I've been there, trust me, never going back. I'll never put a tenant in a house. It's always going to be tenant buyer. And if I were to sell the property and I didn't want to do an exchange, it's long-term capital gains, which is either 15 or 20%, depending on what tax bracket you're in. That beats the heck out of the 37% I'd pay if it was short-term capital gains, because I'm in a 37% tax bracket. And that's going to get worse. In times we're in right now, they're going to raise the taxes even more. And again, these deals are about 2/3 of the market. So why don't they just get a bank loan? I don't understand. Why would they come to you and give you $50,000? Well, first of all, if they went to the bank, they'd need $80,000, 20% down. I don't need 20% down. And secondly, they can't go to the bank because they can't qualify. 70% of the home buyers cannot qualify at the bank. In fact, I pulled this off the internet. This says that 32% of the applicants are turned down when they apply for a bank. This is 2017. And I can tell you for sure, and I just made up the 70%, I will confess, but I can promise you that if 32% are turned down by the bank, there's at least another 40% that never apply for the bank because they know they're going to get turned down. Now, this is not 70% of the world. This is 70% of the people looking to buy a house, okay? So there's a huge, huge market out there that you can help by allowing them to lease your house with an option to buy, giving them plenty of time to fix whatever's broke. And think of the public service we're doing. We're letting people qualified to buy a house while they're living in it and fixing whatever they need to fix. And incidentally, when you put somebody in a house and they have a good track record of making you payments, that makes them very, very easy to get qualified, because the lender is most certainly going to send you a verification of rents. And when they see that they're paying on time, that's huge, huge to the lender, because now they know they already have a history of making their payment on time. So your job: buy on terms, sell on terms, and become the bank. Most people spend their whole entire lives as a slave to the bank, making payments, paying interest. What if we decided we want to become a bank, receiving payments, receiving interest on money that we didn't put out? I didn't put out that $351,000. The loan was already on the property. I'm just making $575 a month off the bank's money. Say that again. I became the bank the minute I put the tenant buyer in that house. But I don't have to put out the money. I don't have the government regulations on me. I don't have all the problems that banks have. Now I'm collecting money. I'm collecting more than I'm paying. Banks suck you into putting money into your savings account so they can lend it out at a higher rate. We're just doing the same thing. We're using the bank's money, or the seller's money, to lend out at a higher rate, all without risk. You're welcome. And how many of these $50,000 paychecks do you need before you're out of work? Well, do you honestly believe we can't do one deal a month? Okay. If you believe that, then I need to work on your self-esteem a little bit, because one deal a month is a part-time job. And what if I can't do but one deal every 2 months? That's only 6 lousy deals a year. All right. There are many of my students doing 6 deals a month, much less a year. Now, they don't get $50,000 on all of them, but on the other hand, they don't need to. So it goes beyond the $50,000 up front. Remember all those other goodies. Every time I go out and buy a house and I put a tenant buyer in there, I'm literally creating a cash flow, an income stream. Remember the debt pay down, the appreciation, and the depreciation, which I didn't even put on the chart. When I take title to a property, I get to depreciate that property and write it off over a period of 27 and a half years. In other words, I pay less and less and less taxes because I own the property, no matter how I bought the property. I don't have to buy it for cash. If I take over a debt, doesn't matter if the loan's in my name. I get to depreciate it if I own the property. So that house right there, 27 and a half years, that's probably $15,000 worth of depreciation a year. In my case, that's about a $5,000 check that I do not write to the IRS simply because I bought that house for what the guy owed on it. $5,000 gets added to that monthly cash flow, because that's $5,000 I'm not writing to the IRS. It pays to own real estate, and it pays to keep the real estate because it depreciates and you pay less taxes. And then when I get a chance, I'll show you how to sell it and not pay any taxes when you sell it, or have to recapture the depreciation. I'll see you on September on that one, because I'm going to do a class on just that. Okay. Ask yourself this: what is my net monthly income? And how many houses do I think I need, based on at least $300 to $700 a month positive cash flow, give or take, to surpass my monthly income? Because that's really the first goal I would set for you. Get enough residual income coming in every month so that you don't have to go to work if you don't want to, or if you can't. A lot of people didn't go to work when COVID hit. A lot of people wish they had that residual income coming in, because you see, people are always going to have a place to live, and that means they're always going to be paying rent. And regardless of what goes on out there in the rest of the world that we can't control, people are always going to be paying rent. So that money's going to keep coming in. All right. And in my case, I own this house. So what if the value went down, you're asking? Well, if the value went down, they're still going to be paying that rent. So, I might choose to lower the price, or I might choose to just extend the term, whatever. They're still going to be paying the rent. And it doesn't, if they're not going to buy, if they still want to live in the house, then they have no reason to move. Plus, it's very costly to move. Again, it's a recession-proof business. Get this: when the market changes, and it most certainly will, when the real estate becomes not so hot, start turning the other direction, and it most certainly will, you have a recession-proof business. And frankly, that's probably the best thing that could happen to you is if the market changes. Because when the market changes, sellers need to sell more, get a lot more flexible, and buyers will need to buy more, and they get a lot more flexible. So frankly, the worse the market gets, the easier the terms business gets. So we get plenty of deals in today's hot market. You can imagine what it's going to be like when it's not so hot. Get ready now. It's coming. What if the seller wants full price? Well, you can give it to them if you want to. Besides, it's not about, I mean, I don't like buying full price if I'm going to keep the house, but in this case, Kirsty out of Oregon, I found a seller that wanted $699 for a house worth $699. She put it under contract to lease it with an option to buy. And the deal was $7,000 a month and $7,000 deposit. Now, Kirsty made it very clear to the seller that she does not intend to, she's not going to put up that $7,000 until she finds a tenant buyer that she wants to put in the house. And she was going to sell it for more than $699. She was going to keep whatever she could get above that. The seller said, okay. And when you think about it, what's the seller got to lose? Kirsty asked for 90 days. Seller didn't have anything to lose except the time. So Kirsty put it under contract with full intent of not buying the house and not staying in the deal. So she went out and she found a buyer for $744. Buyer knew that was more than what it was worth. By the way, the buyer made a smart decision because it quickly went up to past the $744 mark. Buyer put up a $50,000 non-refundable deposit to Kirsty. Kirsty gave the seller $7,000 of that. The buyer also had to put up $7,000 for the first month rent. Okay, Kirsty kept that because Kirsty's rent wasn't due till 30 days after she put the tenant buyer in the house, thanks to a simple little clause I gave her. So she actually made $43,000 plus $7,000 in rent for the first month. And she never owned the house. She never intended to own the house. She never made any promises she couldn't keep. Her total investment was a $100 deposit she gave the seller, which I don't know why she did that, because there's no place in my lease purchase agreement to put a deposit, for one simple reason. When Kirsty walked out of that seller's house with that lease purchase agreement signed, there was no escrow period. The deal was done. It was already closed. She already had an agreement with the seller to lease the house. So it ain't like you're buying where you got to have an escrow period and wait for the attorney to close it. So I don't even know why she gave him the $100 deposit, probably because she thought she had to, because she saw that in my seminar, okay, but not on a lease purchase. Anyway, she went out to the marketplace. She didn't know for sure she's going to find a buyer, but she had nothing to lose. I look at it from Kirsty's point of view. The most she had put up was $100. The worst that could happen is she didn't find a buyer within 90 days. And then the seller could either extend the term or the seller could kill the deal. Talking about a risk-free deal. By the way, what a great deal to do in your IRA. If she'd have done this in her IRA, that $50,000 would have went into her IRA tax-free forever. Tax-free forever and grown tax-free forever. Great deal for your IRA. And it's a copy of the check after she got a deposit. All right, but Ron, I don't know what to say. I'm scared. Well, that's why we have scripts. Can you read? If you can read our scripts. And this is a script as if they say yes on B. Remember, B, ask them if they'd be interested in taking a payment or letting us make their payment for them. And it's very simple. Hey, John, this is Ron calling you back about the house you had talked to my assistant on yesterday. Do you have a minute? Yeah. Okay. Then the script goes on to say, well, listen, it's my understanding that you said that you'd be interested in talking about me making your payment for you. Is that correct? Yes. All right. Then we go down to what I call a $1 million script. $1 million script is just 3 simple questions. Well, John, what is the least you could take for the house if we can agree upon the rest of the terms? No matter what John says, your answer is always, is that the best you can do? Is that the best you can do? The 7 most powerful words in the world of negotiation. Is that the best you can do? Guys, you better write that down and remember, because that phrase ought to be used on anything and everything that you are buying or selling. And get this, don't ever tell anybody what you'll pay for anything till they first tell you what they want. You'll be surprised that most of the time, what they tell you they'll take is a lot less than what you were about to open your mouth and tell them you'd pay. Don't be first. Now, when I sell a property, I name the price, but I never name the down. I never name the monthly payment for that reason. When I'm buying a property, I don't name any of the numbers. The seller makes me an offer. Seller just told me what they would take. We usually buy with nothing down, okay? Notice it says shut up right after that. I have to put that in there to make sure you do. Don't get diarrhea of the mouth. The seller will either say yes or no. If the answer is yes, you shut up and you move on. All right. If the answer is no, well, what is the least you could take down? Because the answer to that question could kill your excitement about even going to the house. Because if the seller wants too much down, we got to get that fixed right now. There's no reason to go visit the house. If the seller says, yes, I'll take nothing down, it's because we asked that question correctly in the right tone of voice after you've been trained to do it. And lastly, if the seller has a mortgage, I assume if I make your payment till it's paid off, you're okay with that? And the seller says yes. Or says, no, well, I'm going to be paid off before that. Well, then how long can you give me? And that's when that discussion comes into play. Or if this house is free and clear, what's the least you could take per month for your payment? That is the $1 million script because it's worth $1 million right there. Now, if you get a no somewhere along the line and the seller doesn't act like they're interested in terms at all, then you go to my no script. I have a no script that gives them all the reasons why they should consider allowing you to make their payment or taking a monthly payment if the house is free and clear. And at the end of that script, we ask them again, so would you be interested in me making your payment? And if the answer is yes, now you come back to this $1 million script and get those 3 questions answered because they have to be answered. And then I have an appointment script that you make an appointment with if you like the answers on those 3. So I have scripts for everything. All you got to do is learn to read them. But Ron, I hate making phone calls. I don't want to talk to sellers. It scares me. Plus, I just don't want to talk to them. Well, what do you do when you don't want to do something? The answer, you get somebody else to do it for a small amount of money. Do you know somebody that's communicable on the phone, that's not afraid of their own shadow and likes talking to people? You know anybody who'd like to make 12, 15, 20 bucks an hour for a few hours a week? In fact, it don't even take a few hours a week. It takes a few minutes a week. You can get somebody to make these calls, these closing calls to these sellers using my scripts after they practice a little while. And I'll teach you all of that. You come see me at my 4-day event because I'm going to ask you to go home and practice before you call anybody, record your calls, fix them. And I'm going to give you the 12 mistakes you make so that you can correct them. And by the way, this is really not about buying houses. This is about fixing your communication skills, no matter what it is you're working on, by learning to ask questions and getting other people to answer your questions and make you an offer. It's a skill that'll be with you for the rest of your life. And there are 12 mistakes people make when they're having these conversations, like talking too much, talking too fast, and begging. Begging is the big one. You don't know you're begging, but you're begging. And when you tape record your conversations, your practice conversations and play them back, you'll see you're begging. You cannot hear yourself beg unless you play it back from a recording. You cannot even find these mistakes until you play them back after you recorded them. So can you get somebody else to make a few calls a week and get it to a conclusion as to whether you want to make an appointment or not? The answer is yes, with a little bit of training. In fact, you can bring them to my training at no cost if you want to, and I'll show all of you what you need to do to handle these calls. And then if you want a mentor to work with you, our mentor can actually help you make the calls on the front end and then call the seller for you before you go to the house and then pretend like they're your partner and then be on the phone with you when you get to the house. So to talk to the seller, so you don't even have to know anything. You just the boots on the ground looking at the house. Okay, we got making this business as easy as we can for you folks. You just got to decide you want to get in or you don't want to get in. But anyway, if you're not going to make these calls, the best thing you can do is replace yourself with somebody that will. And honestly, I don't care what you have to pay them because whatever it is not going to be much. And that takes the pressure off of you. And it only takes a little bit of time. They can do them from their home. visit 2 or 3 houses a month. I got a 1-page agreement front and back, and it's simple. It's in layman's terms. So your whole goal is to get that agreement signed by the seller. Sometimes you'll do it in person. Sometimes you'll be emailing it to them. By the way, you do not email agreements until you have an oral agreement. Okay. We do not send blank agreements. We do not send any agreement until we have an oral agreement. Only when we have an oral agreement can we fill in the blanks, because we don't have an agreement until we know what goes in the blanks. And if you start sending out blank agreements to people before you have an oral agreement, you're going to kill the deal right then and there. You're not going to get deals by just firing out agreements and taking the lazy way. You've got to get on the phone with a seller and come to terms with them. And by the way, even if you're getting somebody to make that closing call, once they get to the point to where the numbers look good, you got to get on the phone and confirm that appointment, because it's you that's going to the house and getting the agreement. And of course, if you're working with one of our mentors, then you're just the boots on the ground. The mentor will then get on the phone with the seller and tell them that you're coming out to the house and you're not all that bright to begin with. And you don't know that much, but you're just coming out to take pictures and so forth. Takes the pressure off of you. Mentor negotiates whatever needs to be negotiated while you're at the house. And by the way, when we have a mentor involved, there is no way you're going to the house with an agreement until you run it through our mentor first, because they will correct your mistakes, and you absolutely will make mistakes in the beginning stages of filling out agreements. I'll tell you how you can get our mentor here after sometime today. Don't worry about it. I won't let you go till you know how to get a mentor. So remember this. You are a welcome guest, not an unwanted pest. First of all, you're talking to a seller who advertised their house for sale. Guys, we don't cold call anybody. If they don't have a house for sale, we're not calling them, period. So they're asking people to call them right up front. So it's not like they're getting a telemarketer call from somebody trying to sell them something they don't want. So the seller asks you to come to their house. When you use my appointment script, they're waiting on you to. They're probably more afraid of you than you are of them, by the way. So you are what they're advertising to get, a potential buyer. So there's no reason you should have any anxiety about going to their house. They need you 10 times more than you need them. All right. Let's raise the ante on you a little bit here. Let's talk about little higher price houses that we've been talking about. And hopefully the message will come across to you that, hey, we can make this, we can do this on multi-million-dollar houses as well as we can multi-$100,000 houses. That bottom house is a house out in Vegas. That handsome gentleman to the left there is Joel. Joel was one of our mentors and was my partner on this deal. Now, Joel found this deal. And in fact, it was on Zillow for $4.6 million. The house was vacant and is owned by the coach for the Oklahoma Sooners. He didn't live there anymore. And in fact, when Joel found this house, it had been listed twice and it didn't sell. And we didn't know it till later, but there were over 40 houses in Vegas, over $4 million that hadn't sold within the last 2 years. So anyway, we went into this deal and we negotiated. Well, first, let me show you the house here. You ladies will appreciate this. Ladies, and by the way, there's about $500,000 worth of furniture in this house. What do you think, ladies? Is this what he promised you when he sucked you into marrying him? Maybe time to get him to deliver, huh? Beautiful house, beautiful landscaping, beautiful pool in Las Vegas. So we figured the R was about $4 million. Seller agreed to sell it to us for $3.9 million with a 5% down payment, which is pretty cheap on a $3.9 million house, $195,000, and take back a mortgage for the balance. And the seller's payment was $16,000 a month. And he was willing to give us a 3-year balloon. Now, we made it very, very clear that we are not going to buy this house from the seller. It was perfectly clear to the seller that we're never going to write the $195 check, and we're not going to pay the $16,000 a month, and we're not going to close anything until we find somebody that'll pay us more than what we're asking, what he's asking. And by the way, here's exactly what he said, because I was on the phone with him. He said, well, God bless you. I hope you make a lot of money. You see, he didn't care what we made. He only cared what he was getting. So we got a 90-day term to find somebody that would give us more. What we figured was that we put this thing out there for about 4.3 on a lease purchase or owner financing. And we get about 600 down. And we probably, get 25 grand a month. Now, before you go crazy on me, $25,000 a month. Wow. Don't forget, we're talking about a $4 million house here, folks. People looking at a $4 million house aren't expecting to get $1,000 a month payment. And $1,000 of that month, that $16,000 we were paying the seller was for association dues alone. So we didn't know he was going to get 25. It just guess on our part. We knew he was going to get more than 16. And we figured we'd stay in the deal. We'd do a double closing. So, we figured we'd make about 400 grand on this thing up front. Now, I want you to take a look at our investment down there at the bottom. It was huge. We gave the seller a $100 deposit. How much, Ron? $100 deposit. The seller didn't ask for a deposit. The seller didn't care about a deposit. We just put $100 on the contract. Seller didn't even mention it. So we have $100 invested in this deal. Wow. You got $100 in a $4 million house. Guys, they don't care about the deposit. They could care less about the deposit, especially when they know I got 90 days to find somebody we want to put in the house. And if we don't buy the house. Well, unfortunately, 90 days went by and we did not find a tenant buyer or a buyer for the house. We had some people apply, all had scams. Some of them were lender fraud. I recognized them immediately from the old days. We didn't find that tenant buyer that first 90 days. So we called the owner and we said, we need another extension. He said, well, okay. So we got another 90 days and we didn't get that house sold in that second 90 days. So we called the seller again. We said, we need another extension. He says, well, I think we're just going to list it. And I said, well, if you recall, we already have it listed. It's in the MLS. And as fate would have it, well, he did extend it for the third 90 days, reluctantly, but he did. I mean, what are his options? We already had it listed. What was he going to do? List it? Fortunately, in that third period, it was a realtor who brought us a buyer, a tenant buyer. Now, prior to that time, we knew the house had deteriorated in value. So we asked the seller if we can get it appraised, and he said yes, and at our expense, and it appraised for $3,350,000. So he gave us permission to lower his price down to that amount. And in that same conversation, we said, well, if we lower the price down to that, that's what it appraised for. So whatever we can get for a deposit, we're going to keep and you get the rest. He said, okay. So that's exactly what happened. Somebody came along with a $150,000 deposit on a lease purchase. And they in 1 year, they owed the balance. So we sold it to them for $3,350,000, 150 down, which Joel and I kept. Now, the realtor agreed to wait till we got cashed out to get their commission. So that made it easy. So all Joel and I got out of this deal was $150,000. And to be honest, we were more interested in getting this done for the seller than we were even the money. So, we expected to make a lot more money on it, but 150 grand, Joel and I split it. Everybody live happily ever after. And as it turned out, 1 year later, this guy did cash them out and everybody got paid and seller got out, seller got what they wanted, realtor got what they wanted. We didn't exactly get what we wanted, but we accepted what we got. So what's the point here? Point number one, $100 tied up a $4 million house with no promises that we were going to do anything except do our best to find somebody that would pay us more. Yes, we had to have a contract on it. By the way, guys, gals, you cannot be out here looking for buyers unless you have a contract to buy it or at least option it from the seller. Because if you do, you're acting as a realtor without a license. You have to have contract first. Then you go find buyers. Don't try to put buyers and sellers together or you technically are violating the law. So don't do it. Contract first. I don't know why I'd want to put buyer and seller together anyway. By the time I found a buyer, somebody else had already bought the house. No, bad business. So number one, tied up the house with $100 because it didn't matter to the seller about the deposit. Number two, this is a $4 million house. I know that makes your pantyhose pucker up, but it's a $4 million house that we had no way to lose on. Don't forget that. Now, this market is way smaller for a $4 million house. Don't get me wrong. On the other hand, the dollars are bigger. I mean, we should have made $500,000 on that deal if the times were better. We just caught bad time in Vegas. If we were to do that house today in Vegas, it would be a breeze. It'd be gone. But even then, the market is smaller for a $4 million house. So Don't let the numbers scare you. Write this down. The more dollars you waller in, here, I have it right up here for you. Write that down. Take a picture of that. The more dollars you waller in, the more stick to you. That's Ron's rule. When you can waller in the higher dollars without taking any more risk, you can expect to make more dollars. So the higher priced a house, the more dollars you should make. Don't forget that. And don't be afraid of these high priced houses as long as you don't make commitments. We clearly told this seller, we're not coming up on $195,000 and we're not paying $16,000 a month till we find somebody that can do it. Just give us 90 days. You got nothing to lose. And he didn't. And what a great deal for your IRA. Now get this. Your IRA puts up the $100 deposit. Your IRA gets back the $150,000 tax free. Try to explain that to your CPA or to your attorney for that matter, because you see, they know your IRA can buy houses, but they don't know how to buy houses without using your IRA's money. And most certainly your IRA's credit, because your IRA don't have any credit, is for the record. So this is not known by your CPA, and it's not known by your attorney. They know you can buy them, but they don't know how to do it without using the money. Conventional wisdom says you got to have money and you got to have credit to buy real estate. Conventional wisdom is full of broke people who have no idea what they're talking about. And most of them have a license. There's a big difference between people who have a license and real estate investors. Now, I have a lot of licensed investors, but when you have a license, you hang around people who have a license all day. They live by a different set of rules. They live by different conceptions, and they deal with people who put up down payments and go to the bank and borrow money. All right. You add investor training to your licensing training, and you get the best of both worlds. And I have a lot of investors who have a real estate license. All right. You should know enough by now to know whether you want to know more or not. Okay. So if you want to know more, I'm going to give you a chance to get trained. And honestly, I don't know where you're going to get any training any better than what I'm going to give you, because I'm the best in the world at what I do. Quite modest too, you might say. Maybe just because I've outlived everybody. I'm not sure. 75 years this year. And so make sure you're at my birthday celebration in September. No, you don't have to send me a present either. All right. I got a 4-day school that I still teach. I still teach it because I want to. All right. There may be a time in the not too distant future where I won't be teaching this anymore. So you might as well take advantage of this old brain while you still can, because I teach this event. Now I'm going to teach it virtual next week, and I'm going to teach it live in Vegas. That means human beings are in a hotel room next month. And then, of course, I teach it about once a month. Right now, we're swapping virtual and live. We're rotating them. So you can do one, you can do both, no extra charge. So you're going to learn the art of wholesaling step by step. You're going to learn the ACT system, which is when you just assign contracts. ACT stands for Assignment of Contracts and Terms System, kind of like we did on that big house in Vegas, kind of like what Kirsty did on her house in Oregon. Made a bunch of money with them never owning the property, never taking any risk, don't even have to come up with closing costs. By the way, remember that. They didn't even have to come up with a dime on the $4 million house or the $700,000 house. Did come up with a $100 deposit, maybe a little bit of marketing money. That's it. Go ask your CPA, how can I make 150 grand with $100 I got? See what kind of answer you get. There's no business like this business. Excuse me. You're going to learn how to take over debt subject to, and you're also going to learn how to buy houses with owner financing, whether they have a debt on them or no, they don't have a debt on them. And I don't know any better way to teach you this business than to do the business while we're teaching the business. So the very first night, we're going to make live seller calls. You get to hear both sides of the conversation, and you'll see exactly how it's done, because we're doing it live with real deals that you bring to class. I mean, you don't required to bring the class, but if you're coming to this boot camp, whether it be virtual or live, I can't imagine why you wouldn't let our virtual assistants get some lead sheets filled out so we can work on your deals. I mean, geez, what's the worst can happen? You don't get one. What's the best can happen? You get one. Oh, crap. Now what? Well, if you let us, we'll help you through the deal. But we're going to spend the first night, we're going to call these sellers live, and that's going to save a lot of time off your learning curve. And we're going to work with you, the ones that bring leads that we get accepted. We're going to help you fill out a contract right there during class, make an appointment for you to go out to the house. And if you want to get I hope you have a mentor before you even get to the class, but then you can make an appointment with a mentor to actually be on the phone before and while you're in the house. So we're the real deal. I haven't done a boot camp in quite a while where we haven't done more than 20 deals in that 4-day period. And most of them are done within the third day. We start calling before you even arrive, but we continue call the whole time you're there. And we have live mentors there doing the calling for you. And you can sit out there and listen to them call if you want to while they're making these calls. And you'll find they aren't that difficult, especially when you learn to read a simple script. You're going to learn how to raise capital. If you want to go out and pay cash for houses, you're going to be using private lenders. Private lenders, not mortgage brokers, not loan sharks, private lenders. Private lenders are humans who want to get a higher rate of return for their money sitting in their IRA or any other investment accounts. You got more money in your Rolodex than you can ever use. You don't have to go out and do a bunch of advertising or build a bunch of websites. In fact, your Gold Club's got a website already built to attract private lenders on it. You'll go explore it. You don't do any of that. The truth is, all you got to start opening your mouth and finding people who are looking for a place to put money, and they're all around you. And you don't know what they look like. You can't predetermine who they are, and none of that. So we're going to teach you how to raise capital from humans. You're going to be doing them a favor, giving them a high rate of return, maybe 7 or 8%, which is 14 times what they're getting in their bank account. You're doing them a huge favor, secured by very low loan to value ratio loans on houses, secured recorded mortgages and deeds of trust downtown. Very, very safe place to put their money, and with a fixed rate of return. So you're going to learn how to go get all the money you need. There's no end to it. There's no banks to apply for. There's no personal guarantee. There's no credit needed. Your credit score is never going to be asked, and you're never going to fill out an application. And you make the rules. You make the rules. You decide what you're willing to pay them. You decide the terms. They don't. You just ask questions, and then you tell them what you can do. Because once you start getting private money, you're gonna quickly learn there's way more of it than you can ever use, and you don't need but just a few lenders that'll satisfy all your cash needs for buying houses for cash. And by the way, the only time you're going to need private lenders is when you're buying houses for cash. And then remember, that's the ugly house side of the business, having nothing to do with all this term stuff. But during this boot camp, I'm going to teach you the ugly house business and the pretty house business. So I've got to also teach you where to get the money to do the ugly houses. I'm also going to talk to you about how to handle contractors, what repairs really cost, what repairs you should do to the houses. And we got a whole video presentation of us going through houses with both ugly and pretty, and you'll see exactly what they should look like when they're done, what they look like before they're done. So this is the learning experience you won't get anywhere else. So raising the capital is just part of that training. And then, of course, selling houses is also a part of that training. And when you see how we sell houses on autopilot, with almost no work on our part, it's all done for us, especially in this market today. You're going to love that you can actually put houses on the market without showing them. We don't show houses. We don't go out and show houses. That's for realtors to do. We don't do that crap. We don't even take inbound calls from buyers. They're all pre-screened and sifted and sorted before we ever talk to anybody. And we're only going to talk to the ones who have a big enough down payment to satisfy us getting on the phone and a high enough monthly payment. Those questions are asked before you ever even pick up the phone, because buyers will drive you nuts, especially in this market. You put a house on the market that says lease purchase on it, or even cash, you better be prepared to take an awful lot of phone calls. And now I don't want you doing that. We got a company that'll take the calls for you. Got a very short script. They get the information that you need to know before you ever even talk to this potential buyer. So you're only going to be talking to a handful of people to sell a house. You're not going to go show the house. We put a lockbox on them, and we don't even give them the lockbox code unless we know they got enough money to satisfy us, and they got enough monthly payment that they can afford to make it make sense for them to even be a candidate. You'll also learn how to screen them, uh, the process of getting them from the time they say yes to in front to an attorney, which is probably 3 days later. And there is no building that they have to go to. It's all done virtually today. And how to get somebody to screen them for you and compute their debt ratio and tell you what kind of issues they have and all of that. It's all a system, folks. We have it all done for you. All you got to do is plug and play. And selling houses is going to be the easiest thing you do, especially in this marketplace, because it's not about selling them. It's about taking the highest bidder. And I'll show you how to never name the price, never name the down payment, so we can put this house on the market and let them bid on it, not even knowing they're bid on it. Okay, so they're not going to have an auction, so to speak. Kind of we are, but they don't know we are. And that's how you get the big down payments and how you get the higher prices than what you even want to list it for, and how you get the big monthly payments. So in the world today, I'm doing it a little bit different. I'm not even naming the price. I'm letting the buyers tell me what's the most they can pay. And in fact, I'll show you how to have an open house for 1 hour, let people flood through there, and how to have them to put their highest bid down on an open bid sheet on the door before they leave, and then call them later and get them on a conference call and let them outbid each other. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. All part of a system. Now you can bring a parent, child, spouse, or significant other, and or somebody in your business. It's got to be in your business now, okay? Not somebody you met at a seminar somewhere. So they got to be in your real world. And if they are, one guest is free. The second guest is only $500. A lot of people obviously come with their spouse. Spouse is free. Sometimes they want to bring a high teenager, an adult child. The child's $500. Or sometimes they want to bring somebody in their business if they have one. It's $500. There's no limit how many guests you can bring at $500 per guest to the live event. Now, obviously, if you're doing a virtual event, I don't know how many guests you got watching the TV, but you only get one access. So how many people you can put in the room is entirely up to you. I have no control over it. But to a live event, it's $500 per guest per person. We have a lot of expense at the live event. And don't forget your uncle. You see, your uncle is going to help you pay for this because it's tax deductible. And don't sell that short. I don't know what tax bracket you're in. I hope you're going to be in the 37% bracket with me here pretty soon. By the way, one of the things we do at this event, we talk about entity structuring, asset protection, and estate planning as well. I have a whole section on just that, because it's one thing to make the money. It's another thing to keep the predators away and keep the wolves away from trying to get it. I'm going to tell you something. Well, you may or may not believe, especially if you've lived a life that doesn't have much litigation going on in it. But I can promise you, the more money you start making, the more people are going to want to try to get it that didn't do anything to earn it. So I'm going to teach you how to keep them away. So even if they come and they win, they don't get anything, because it's not about hiding stuff. You can't hide anything in today's world. It's not about hiding stuff. It's about making sure they can't get it, even when they know you got it. And I don't think you know anybody better qualified to teach that than me. And I'll explain why when we get there. All right. So that's part of the training as well. Uncle is going to help pay for it indirectly. So if you're in a 25% tax bracket, that means that every dollar you spend is 25 cents you save, because you get to write it off. You write off a dollar, you're in a 25% bracket, that's 25 cents you don't send to the IRS. Don't sell that short, because that's a big deal. That includes your plane fare, your hotel, your food, all the costs of the event. And of course, with the virtual event, that includes tuition, because there are no other costs. There's the dates. I'm going to be doing virtual next week, and we're going to be in Vegas the last week of August. And then we'll come back to virtual in September. And then in November, we're going to be in Jacksonville, maybe St. Augustine, Florida, which is the oldest city in the country. They're trying to talk me into doing one down there and maybe on the ocean. So I'll let you know further notice. Now, if you come to any of these events, you can come back to any other ones. You can come back for an entire year at absolutely no charge. No charge, zero, even the live events. once you've been to the first one. So that includes virtual and or live. You get to do both of those if you want. Every month we have a conference call with graduates only. It's the last Monday of the month, and that's just for boot camp graduates speaking boot camp graduate language, processing deals, and answering questions just for the grads. All right, so you're wondering what it's going to cost. Why do you care? Just sign up. What difference does it make what it costs? Here's what it used to cost. From 1991 to 2008 was $5,000. And in 2008, there was a recession hit, and I figured, well, maybe I should lower the price a little bit. So we lowered it, and it's been lowered ever since. However, I can tell you, it ain't going to be long where it's going to be raised back to what it was prior to the recession. I've just been kind of lazy and haven't done it yet. That is a lot of money, though. I mean, when you think about it, you could buy a couple of big screen TVs for that, couldn't you? It's a lot of money, $5,000. On the other hand, the least amount of money I want to see you make on any pathetic little real estate deal is $10,000. And honestly, I wouldn't touch one for $10,000. My minimum is 20. But let's say you go wholesale a little cheap house, make $10,000. Okay, well, you just paid for my boot camp double, and that's assuming you had to pay $5,000. So let me ask you this: how much do you pay to go to college? Bet it was more than $5,000. And could you bring your spouse? No. Do you get to come back for free? No. And in fact, what'd you learn? I forgot. What they teach you in college? How to go get a job so you can make a living, so you can be an upstanding American citizen and swap hours for dollars. And who teaches college? Broke professors. So, when you compare the cost compared to the gain, it's insignificant. It's half of one little old cheap deal to pay for your training. But don't worry, you're not going to pay $5,000, because I'm going to give you a special deal today because you're here. And I mean it. I'm going to give you a really special deal today. Again, you can watch it digital. I'm doing that next week, and you can come live. Now, if you don't already have the terms course, many of you already know that I've got a terms course on video where I teach the pretty house business step by step. Now we go way beyond that at the boot camp. We're actually implementing the steps, and there's a certificate in there that says you get $1,000 if you show me that you've done a terms deal within 90 days after getting that terms course, which comes with this boot camp, unless you already have it. And I'm going to send you a check for $1,000. All you got to do is show me you did the deal. And trust me, we send out checks for the $1,000. And so if you don't have my terms course, I will supply it with this training. If you do have my terms course, I'm going to give you $1,000 credit for it off the price of this training. You just won't get another one. You already got one. And I know when you bought the terms course, you only paid $897 for it, and you got my ugly house course with it as a bonus. You got all three of my cash flow systems already if you bought the terms course. If you did not buy it, you're going to get all three of my cash flow systems with it. Plus, you're going to get a 180-day helpline. That's 180 days that somebody be answering the phone for you whenever you want to call them, 5 days a week, 7 hours a day. It's $1,000 value just to have somebody on the phone, so you're not like this cat. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. Listen, when you're out there doing house deals, you need somebody to talk to. Now, a little later, I'm going to offer you a mentoring service. Mentoring means you got somebody by your side one-on-one for 6 months. But if you cannot do that, then at least I'm going to supply you with this hotline service for 90 days. Now, that 180 days does not start till after you've attended the boot camp. All right? Relax. I got a plan to get you from here to there, but it starts after you've attended the boot camp. And it's a call-in service. So maybe we get a letter like this from you. This gal made $125,000 on a house, and she knows darn well she'd have never made it if she had not had that hotline to call into. Again, you can come back free for a year, and it's only $500 after that year for 5 years, as many times as you'd like. And my best students have attended this event 2, 3, sometimes more times, because the first one, you're going to get all this information. I mean, like in drinking out of a fire hose. It'll get you started. It'll get you out there doing deals. But when that second one comes, you're going to get quite a bit more out of the second one than you got out of the first one. You're going to hear stuff you didn't hear the first time. You're going to understand it a lot better because you're out there actually doing something with the information you got the first time. And anybody, and any of my successful students, ones that are really, really doing well, will tell you that the second one was better than the first one for them, for those reasons. $500 worth of return. Here's the guarantee. It's very simple. You got 30 days to totally reverse your decision. And that's, I don't need a reason. I don't care. There's no restocking fee. You get 100% refund. And that's 30 days from today. So if you purchase this event and your spouse is not present today while you're purchasing it, and then they find out about it and you're threatened with divorce, well, you got to make a decision, I guess, one way or the other. But hey, I don't want you losing sleep over this. I don't want to take groceries off your table either. But you got to ask yourself, if I need to make a change, what's going to happen if I don't change anything? Okay, honestly, what do you think? I don't care what business you're going in. What do you think is going to happen if you don't get the proper training? The answer is you're just going to go out and make a big mess and go look for another one, always looking for the next shiny object. Well, you have an opportunity right now to get the proper training, and there is no better training at what I do than what we provide. I'm telling you that for a fact. There's nobody better qualified at it than Papa. Plus, we have my expert staff in there, and I have mentors in the room. You sit down, you talk with them, you talk about your business, you talk about your problems, and watch them on the phone, calling leads that you bring. I mean, there is no combination better than what we've done over the years. I've been doing this boot camp since 1991. I think we got it figured out by now. But if you don't like what you see for any reason whatsoever, you got 30 days, just tell us and we'll give you a 100% refund. There are no conditions. That's simple. So you don't have to lose sleep over whether you made the right decision or not. But again, I'll ask you, if you don't make the decision to come, what's going to change? The answer is nothing. If that's okay with you, it's okay with me, because your decision is not going to affect my life any way, shape, or form. It most certainly will affect yours, though. All right. I'm going to give you a $1,200 discount if you register by 3:30 today, Eastern Standard Time. Right now, it's about, almost a quarter after 2. You've registered by 3:30, you get $1,200 off. If you register after 3:30, you get $1,000 off. So yes, it'll cost you $200 to procrastinate. Now you're asking, well, I know you're going to give me the $1,200 off after 3:30. Well, if that's what you think, test me. Call in at 3:35 and ask for the $1,200 discount. You're not going to get it. You're going to get $1,000 discount until 3:30. I mean, after 3:30, and a $1,200 discount prior to 3:30. So $200 just for getting on the phone, making a decision. Plus, if you are a veteran or first responder, please take another $500 off, because you are. And thank you so much for your service. And we love our veterans, and we take care of our veterans, and we love our first responders, especially during this COVID thing. So if you qualify, tell us when you call. Please don't try to scam us. Okay, it's pretty easy to check what you do, whether you are or you aren't, and we will check. All right. So if you are, great. If you're not, don't tell us you are. And I'm going to do one more thing for you. And I've already told my team, when you call, if you register to come see me live in Vegas, you can take another $500 off as a travel allowance. That's $500 more. But it's only for Vegas now. That means you got to travel to get there. But hey, what better place to travel to? In fact, Vegas has the cheapest airfare from anywhere in the country. And we're going to be staying at a hotel. The rates are very reasonable. We're going to be staying at a big new hotel and off the Strip as well. And frankly, it doesn't matter, because the 4 days you're going to be in the event, you're not going to have much time to go to the Strip. So you might want to plan on coming early, or, well, that's actually not true. We're through at 7:30 the first night, 6:30, 6:30, and 4:30 the fourth day. So you actually do have time for some evening shows. We'll be going to some evening shows ourselves. So I'm not going to keep you working until 9 o'clock at night. First of all, I can't take it that long anymore because I'd be teaching the whole day. So, you know, I need to get off too. Anyway, take $500 off just for travel if you come to Vegas. Now, that only applies to Vegas because you're traveling. All right. If you're a Gold Club member, and many of you are, you know you got Gold Club points. That's those little gold points up there in the corner of your home screen. And each one of those points is worth $1. You may use those points for up to half of your remaining balance after you take off your discounts. So you take off your $1,200, you take off your $500 if you're a veteran or first responder, and now you take off another $500 if you're coming to Vegas. Oh, and by the way, I think I told you, if you already have the terms course, you take off $1,000 for that as well. So gosh, by the time it's over, I'll be writing you a check to come. Now you take whatever that balance is, and you can use up to half of that balance in Gold Club points at $1 a piece. So those are pretty valuable points right there. So there's not that much left. And in a minute, I'll tell you how you can even finance that. So Gold Club, pretty important to you. Oh, there it is. I knew it was there somewhere. So got the terms course. Don't forget to take off that $1,000 as well. When you get on the phone, they'll look up and they'll find out what you got. And if you, by the way, if it's a repeat, you've been longer than a year, you get to come back for $500. It's $500 per person to Vegas, or to come back to the virtual event. So you can do that as well. And they can look it up and they can tell you. Now, you must have been the principal in the past. You couldn't have been somebody's guest. You got to, if you were the principal, you get to take come back for $500. If you want to bring your spouse, it's another $500. Dirt cheap. And that's the virtual or Vegas now. So here it is in a nutshell. I want to take a screenshot of that. Go right ahead. I take a little studying on your part, see what applies to you. And then don't forget the $500 travel allowance to Vegas on top of that, because that's not on that screen. Make yourself a note. I'll give you a second to take a picture of it. Okay. Now, you register right now if you're among the first 10. You and I are going to get married for the next 90 days. This is your marriage certificate that'll come with your package. And what this says is for the next 90 days, you can send me as many property information sheets as you want, and I will personally go through them and comment on them for you. And if I see you're close to a deal, I'm going to pick up the phone and call you and guide you through it. Now, I want you to call them first. I mean, I don't want you to believe that you're just going to send me leads and I'm going to call the seller and do all that for you. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to guide you after you make the closing call or somebody you hire and you see that there's merit there. Then and only then do I want you to send me that lead. And then I will, if it looks like junk, I'll just email you back and tell you why. But if it looks like it might be a deal, I'm going to get on the telephone with you and tell you exactly what to do next. And that means that this certificate can be worth a lot of money for you if you use it. You got 90 days from today. Well, from the day you get this, which will be tomorrow, you get 90 days to use me. What do you think the chances are of you getting the deal if I'm on your team? Yeah, send me leads. I say they're pretty darn good, actually. I mean, I can do deals in my sleep. It don't stir up the molecular structure of my brain. And I'll save you a lot of deals as well. So use this certificate. Call them, send me the leads. There's no limit to how many you can send. You'll be surprised how fast I will respond. And don't be shocked when I pick up the phone and call you, because frankly, that's easier for me than typing out an essay for you. So I want you to clearly understand what to do next. And so you can ask me questions at the same time. Quite a package, my friends. You get all of that for a whole lot less than it used to cost, with a whole lot more than you used to get. And that doesn't even include the $500 travel fee if you want to come to Vegas. Trying to save that kind of money is ridiculous. You're going to spend more money than I'm charging you the next time you buy a residence to live in, because you let them put the check marks in the wrong place for closing costs. The cost that you're going to give me, you're going to waste multiple times over anytime you buy real estate. But it's going to cost you 100 times more than that because of the real estate you don't buy. But I guess the good news is you just don't know how much it cost you. This is the most important event of your life concerning buying and selling houses. I don't care how many gurus you bought stuff from. I don't care how much money you spent on other things. And I'm assuming you spend money on other things. There's no training like my training. And you're going to see that why we're producing so many millionaires and multimillionaires. And you'll meet some of them at the event when you come live. But Ron has spent a lot of money on other teachers and I'm still not rich. Yeah, well, me too. You should have saw me when I was coming up. I bought everything I could get my hands on. I had truckloads of books and tapes. Of course, back then they were cassette tapes, but same thing. And then I discovered what the problem was. It was me. You see, the best teachers in the world can teach you, and you can listen until your eyes cross and your ears bleed. And all of that is absolutely worthless, my friend, without implementation. And the cool thing about Global Publishing, this company, is that we are going to help you implement even before you get to the boot camp. By the time you get out of the boot camp, you will already be implemented. Now all you got to do is go step by step and do what I ask you to do because your tools will already be in place. And I mean, they're very inexpensive. I've never seen a business with such small operating costs that will produce such large checks. I don't know of any other business. The operating cost is insignificant and the checks are huge, high transaction value checks. There's a lot of businesses wish they had that kind of a business. Walmart wishes they could sell something for 20 or 30,000 bucks. And I'm pretty good at what I do. I want letters like this from you. We get them constantly. You should come to our building here in Jacksonville. When you come down here for an event, we got you all over the walls in both buildings we're in. I'm in building number 2 here right now in the studio. We got you in here. We got them over in the other building, and we constantly get these letters and checks from all over the country. And I'm looking forward to getting yours. And I would expect you to send me one of these when you get your next check. It's a law. It's a federal law. You got to send me a letter with a copy of the check. All kinds of money. Still getting them. In fact, I got a book right here. Look at this earlier. This is a whole book of your stories right here. This is really a cool book. Big exciting one. I get excited for you when I read this book. Every page in here is somebody's story and their check. Beautiful book. All right. If you need financing, we'll provide it. One of two ways. When you call in, and I hope you're calling right now because only 10 of them are going to get that certificate where I work with you personally. I know my limitations. We have a thing called a Vive card, which is a $15,000 line of credit. And you'll apply for it while you're on the phone. Only take you a few minutes. We don't push the buttons. You push the buttons. We don't want your personal information. And it'll immediately come tell you how much you qualify for, up to 15 grand. And if you qualify, it's 0 interest for 6 months after your purchase. Not 6 months from today, but well, if you purchase today, of course, 6 months, 0 interest. And you can use this card outside of us. It's good for retail and doctors and all kinds of stuff outside of us. It's a $15,000 line of credit in your pocket. No, it's not. That's not our company. It's an outside company. So if you get approved for Vive, then you won't need any money. You can just put the whole thing on the credit card. And if you get approved, you'll get approved for enough to pay for this whole event. And that's the way I would do it. You have a very, very minimal principal payment every month, but no interest. And obviously, you got 6 months to pay it off. And if you don't pay it off in 6 months because you got lazy and you didn't do anything with the training that I gave you, first thing you pay off is this card once you get your first deal, cost of your education. Then it costs you nothing because there's no interest. Or if you don't qualify for the Vive, you qualify with us. And there is no credit check. We don't check your credit. And for $1,500 down, we'll finance the balance for 12 months at no interest. So you try to get the Vive card. This is assuming you're not going to use your own credit card or your own cash or whatever. If you can't get the Vive card, then we'll finance you in-house with $1,500 down. And again, that's no interest, that's 12 payments. So your payment obviously is going to be a lot less on the VAT card. I'd use it if I could. But if you can't, we will most certainly finance you in-house. With 15, you get everything. You don't sacrifice anything. You get all the goodies I just gave you. You get all the discounts. You get the $500 travel off, whether you're financing it. And no, you do not have to have it paid in full before you come to the event. If you're putting up $1,500, I trust you. I know you're going to pay, especially when you get the information to make the cost of this whole thing just totally insignificant. Because my friend, it is totally insignificant what this thing costs. This is a lifetime education you're not going to get anywhere else. And, you know, you might as well learn all you can about real estate because it's with you for eternity. You're going to live in it and work on it while you're alive, and you're going to be buried under it or spread over it when you're dead. So come on, learn all you can about it, because there's no way you're not going to make money in real estate one way or another after this training. So do it. Do it now. Make the call right now. You got no risk. You got 30 days to get out if you want to get out, crying out loud. Let us help you finance it if you need it. Just make the call and get it done and get registered. Please join me in Vegas. You're going to hate yourself if you don't. You don't have to gamble in Vegas. By the way, I got to take my wife to Vegas. There's no way I go to Vegas without taking Beverly, because her business is video poker. And I'm not kidding. I try to explain to her that a business is supposed to be positive cash flow. Sometimes she forgets that, but by the way, she's very good at it. Just for the record, she's very good at it. She wins big jackpots all the time, then gives it right back to the casino. So anyway, enough on that. So if you like what you heard so far, get on the phone, make the call right now, and let our course advisors help you. And they'll get on. Remember, they have the data on you. They can tell you what you got and all that, what you qualify for, and all your discounts. And that said, first 10 get my work with me personally for the next 90 days. It is 2:27. Is that what you got, John? Okay, 2:26. All right. We're going to come back at 20 minutes till 3. 20 minutes till 3. So you guys go ahead and take a break, and I'll see you back here 20 minutes till 3. Get on that telephone right now and get registered for the Quick Start Real Estate School. And by the way, you don't have to come to Vegas. You don't have to come next week. Just register now to get that deal. We'll see you shortly.
It is our basic training. It is where people actually learn the art of buying and selling houses without using their money or credit. And it's the beginning of the training, but it's the training that actually launches careers, because they can leave that training and go out and start doing deals immediately. And then, of course, if they want, they can grab one of our mentors to help them for 6 months and lead them step by step through the process of getting checks. It's quite an intense event. I mean, it's 4 days long, and it's long hours because we don't end until 7:30 on the first night. But the last thing that happens on that first night is that we actually call live sellers. I mean, you hear both sides of the conversations on the phone, and we have some of our mentors call these sellers from leads that the students brought in. And of course, we have a daily feed of these leads into their Gold Club site every day, so we actually get the leads for them, call them for them, so they can bring them to class. Now when they bring them to class, our mentors get on the phone and create some deals. And this is a huge benefit because some of the people who bring those leads go home with deals and literally make more money off those deals than every training we could possibly provide to them. And on the second day, afternoon, we get into the ugly house side of the business, which is wholesaling and rehabbing and buying junkers and that whole business. We cover that during that day. And then on the third day, we actually have a brand new video now of us. A friend of mine, Jay Connor, who's renovated over 420 houses, going out into the field and going through 2 ugly houses and then through 2 houses that he's just renovated. And we go through those with a fine-tooth comb, talking about what we'd fix, how we'd fix it, what would it cost. And by the time you're through, you get a whole overview of rehabbing houses. And one of the things, of course, we addressed hard is the actual cost of what it takes to renovate a house and handling contractors and the like. We even got contractors' agreements right in the manual. The manual's about that thick, and I'm updating it constantly with the stuff you will not get anywhere else. And then on that afternoon, we talk about raising the money, private money. And then I go into some entity structuring stuff. Entity structuring is tax reduction, estate planning, because that is a part of the learning process. It's one thing to go make money, but then we have to learn how to protect it, what entities to use, how do we take title to it, and how do we set up our estate so that our stuff goes where we want it to go. And the last day is spent on selling houses on autopilot. And I do mean autopilot. Automation is built into this entire event. It's part of the learning process, and we have it all set up so when the client goes home, they're ready to do business, not have to go out and find a bunch of stuff and put it all together. And one of the really cool things we do there every single day is we take all of these property information sheets that were called during the event by our mentors, and I discuss them. So we go over them every single day on all right, what's the next step. In fact, we even get a contract for them before they even leave to take out into the field, because literally appointments are made while they're making the calls. And Brian and Annette Wolf come in, they talk about what to say and how to say it and help people with their scripts and their language. But more importantly, they're out there calling deals all day, every day, and they're helping me coordinate all of these deal structuring events that we do along the way. This is a couple that actually does the business and does it at a high pace in their city in Phoenix, Arizona. And I've been working with them for the past 17 years when they came into Planet Ron. Then I also have Jay Connor, who comes from North Carolina and done well over 420 rehabs, but he's also the expert on getting private money from individuals, not from loan sharks. Jay helps me throughout the event as well, and they sit down with students and they work with them and they help them overcome any issues that they have, and they give them guidance and how to build their business. And both of them have been with me long term as part of the event. You know, one of the biggest things that people get out of this is they build a big old network of nationwide relationships, because people come from all over the country when we do this live, and they get to know each other and they grab each other's information, and that creates relationships that go on for years and years and years. I've seen it happen over and over. Plus, you know, if I want somebody in LA and I live in Jacksonville, I build my list, and now I can call on that list whenever I need to. And frankly, the students get as much from the other students as they get from the teachers, because some of the people in the room are doing deals, they're doing business. Because we let people come back for free to this event as many times as they want for the first year, and very inexpensive even after that. So there's a lot of good quality people. I'm constantly updating the content of this event because things change, technology changes, and I think one of the biggest benefits is the students bring stuff to me. I learn as much from them as they learn from me. And as I learn it, I add it to the content of the class. And frankly, one of the biggest benefits of people coming to a live event is that they get to sit around and talk to the other people. And the other one is that I have full attention the whole time, and I never know what you're doing when you're watching virtual. I don't know what you're doing behind that. And we can't have any fun. I can't tell jokes because I can't hear anybody laughing. We've discovered that people learn 3 times more at a live event, and they'll have a whole lot more fun at a live event than they will ever have at a virtual event. But going forward, we will still be doing virtual events, and we'll have live events mixed in. And the good news is that once you attend a virtual event, you can come to a live event at no charge, and vice versa. So you actually can get to experience them both, and you don't have to wait for a live event to come up. There's just a couple of things that one has to learn to crack the code to really turn this machine on and grow it as fast as they want to grow it. And frankly, you're not ever going to believe how much money can be made in real estate until you come spend 4 days with the old guy. Well, okay, welcome back. Nick, I understand we got some questions we need to knock out.
We do.
Okay, fire away.
All right. First one is from Robert. Said, how did global publishing fare with the tropical storm Elsa?
We had no problem with it whatsoever. In fact, a tornado was 4 miles away from my home, but there was some damage done here, and not near as bad as it could have been, though, I'll tell you that.
It didn't affect me up here in Michigan, so. Caesar says, I've been stuck for 2.5 years. Can't seem to take action. Any advice?
Yeah, get back to my quick start school, Caesar, and let's sit down with us and let us figure out what your problem is. And I can promise you, whatever it is, it's a minor change. And once we make that minor change, first we have to talk to you and find out what it is, and then go to work fixing it. That's how we deal with it. And frankly, we've done that with a lot of folks.
All right. Omar says, Ron, in your opinion, do you think a big wave of foreclosures or low equity deals coming up soon in the marketplace? And could this be the greatest opportunity in our terms business?
I don't know the answer to that question because I don't know what this regime is going to do. It depends on whether they go throwing money out at all the people that are behind on their payments or not, and provide assistance and all of that. Frankly, that's kind of the track record they've been on. So as long as they keep spending money that we don't have, that might prevent a rash of the foreclosures. So I don't know, no sense of me even trying to guess. I don't really care one way or the other because we're going to make money regardless of what the market does. We just adapt to the market.
JP suggested the name of the event in September be the Rocket Event. If you like that one.
Not bad. We'll put that down.
Nahida says, can someone outside the U.S. do this business? Austin's
Absolutely.
From Nigeria.
I don't know anything about Nigeria now. I don't know anything about the rules. You got to learn the rules about real estate, but I got people all over the world, London and Australia, and a ton of them in Canada. Got a lot of students in Canada, but I'm not an expert in other countries. You're going to have to find those answers yourself.
And even if it doesn't work in Nigeria, you can probably invest virtually in the U.S. if you got boots on the ground, right?
There's nothing stopping you from doing that. There are probably rules about taking the money out of the U.S., but I know, again, that's for you to explore.
All right. Michelle says, Ron, do you have a real estate license?
No, I don't have one. I had one for 2 years, decided to give it up when I had to go back to school for 72 hours to keep it. I just couldn't stand the thought of sitting in class for another 72 hours just to keep that license, which I wasn't using anyway.
All right. Sorry, give me a little bit of time trying to find the next one. Again, guys, if you put a queue out in front of your questions, it helps me find them a little bit easier. Gary says, why do the VAs not text them rather than just call? Many will not answer their phone, but will respond to a text.
Because we don't want them to be texting out on their own cell phones. And honestly, if we text them, that means that they're going to call back, and my VAs don't take the inbound calls, they make the outbound calls. Inbound calls are taken by Pat Live. So if the VAs can't reach them, then you are to text them, tell them you're interested in buying their house. And when they text you back, now you've got a very qualified lead. And a lot of the deals you're going to see today will come from those callbacks. Just all part of your training.
All right. Michelle says, will you be at the September event? Maybe you will be the announcer that starts the event off. The champ is here. The champ is here.
I can barely hear him, John. You turn him up some. Say it again, Nick.
Sorry. I don't know if this question is for you or not, but it says, will you be at the September event? Maybe you'll be the announcer that starts the event. The champ is here. She might be talking to another student there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be teaching it.
Alex says, what are the logistics involved when doing this virtually? We won't meet with sellers, so how do we install a lockbox and arrange for photos and sign placing?
You get somebody else on the ground to do it for you. Frankly, you can go on Craigslist the gigs and get that done. But that's the advantage of building a network of people by coming to our live event and start collecting relationships around the country. But you can also get somebody there on the ground to do it for you. That ain't going to be hard to do because what they need to be done, like it doesn't take any intelligence or anything. And then there's always maybe a realtor that would provide that service for you for a small amount of money. Not hard to get people to do little tasks like that.
Eric says, to put up the money for closing costs, do I use the money from my solo 401k I set up or transfer the money from my 401k to my bank used by my LLC to close?
All right. Well, if you've got an LLC that is that your 401k owns, then you would take the money out of that LLC. Then if you don't, then the 401k would write the money for the closing costs, and it would then own the property, preferably in a land trust. And if there's no LLC involved, then your 401k will be the beneficial interest of that land trust.
But the 401k shouldn't write the check to the LLC, right?
That's a confusing question because again, if the LLC owns if the 401k owns the LLC, then the LLC will be writing the check. And yes, the 401k can transfer money into the LLC at any time as long as it solely owns that LLC.
Right. Got it. All right. Cherry says, what do you say about the attorney note to make the owner feel comfortable that their mortgage is always being paid?
I think the question is, what do you say when somebody asks you, how do I know you'll make my payments? Is that the way you read that?
I do.
Okay, my answer would be, well, do you have any reason to believe that I'm not going to make them? Because obviously I wouldn't be here willing to pay your closing costs, buy the house, take on all that responsibility if I didn't intend to make the payments. But if for some reason you don't think I'm going to make the payments, you probably shouldn't sell the house to me. Wouldn't you agree? Now let them try to answer that one.
Larmo says, so are you saying you won't look at any house without at least $35,000 equity?
I didn't say that at all. I don't know where you got that from. I think you got PI sheet says to ask them if they'll sell for what they owe with 35,000 or less equity, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't buy it. I'll buy a house for 100% of its value if the other terms are really good. I don't want to because I always want equity in it. But the way market is right now, I can make a case to buy it for 100% of the real value, because it's going to go up pretty quick.
So at that point, they should just, if it's more than 35,000 in equity, they probably shouldn't say, "Will you sell for what you owe?" But you would still buy
correct.
it. Yeah.
That is correct.
Unless it was like $1 million house and it was $35,000 difference, it's probably not too bad.
Yeah, use a little common sense.
Yeah.
If they owe 900 and they're asking $1 million, I don't have any problem at all asking them, will you sell for what you owe?
All right. How do you find a title company that can work this kind of deal?
Well, many title companies work with investors. All you got to do is find an investor and ask them who they use. But honestly, very few title companies don't work with investors. But you are correct in assuming that your closing agent needs to be user friendly because they can make or break your deals for sure. I'd ask other investors who they use.
Gary says, when the seller says, "What is your offer?" to your question of what is the least you will accept, what do you say?
When the seller asks me what my offer is,
Yes.
I'm going to tell them, well, I want to buy it for as little as I can. What's the least you could take? They're never going to get me to name the price if that was the question. They won't live long enough. Okay. They don't want to tell me if they won't tell me what they want, I'm absolutely not going to tell them what I'll pay. I will just tell them, well, listen, when you decide what you want, let me know, but I can't buy a house from somebody that doesn't know what they want.
Hello, Mr. LeGrand. My name is Demetrius. I was referred to this training by Mississippi Mama. Mississippi Mama told me to tell you hello.
Well, hello, Mississippi Mama. And hello, I haven't seen her in quite a while. She's a character.
All right. Question from miserable Michigan. Seller of a lease option property and lease option buyer in place with a mortgage die before the contract ends, the lender bank would terminate the mortgage. What investor issues exist here?
I don't even know what he asked.
Basically saying if the underlying loan, the person who has the underlying loan, if they die, they're saying that the bank would terminate the mortgage.
No, they won't. Not unless it's a reverse mortgage. If the borrower dies, the bank's not going to do anything as long as they keep collecting payments. They don't have the right to do anything as long as they keep collecting payments, unless it's a reverse mortgage. And even then, if the person that died's got a spouse, the bank still can't do anything. The rights revert to the spouse. As long as the spouse is living in the house, that is.
How do we market for buying and selling in another state?
Same way you market in your state. You just change the destination of your marketing, which I'm going to get to here in a little bit. Same marketing, just different target.
Joanna says she's a member of the Gold Club. Can we use points?
Well, of course. Use points for up to 50% of the balance after you get all your credits. By the way, guys, if you're going to get into that boot camp and to work with me for 90 days, I'm already past 10, so I'm going to extend it till 3:30. If you register by 3:30, you're going to get that certificate. If you don't, you won't.
All right. And Joanna again says, when is the event, the Quick Start event?
One's next week, virtual, and then one's the last week of August in Vegas. And I'll do another one in September, virtual, and another one in November, live.
Bert says, how can we best prepare for the coming foreclosure tsunami?
I don't know why you need to prepare for anything. If it comes, you deal with it as it comes. And if it comes, it'll come slowly. And then if and when that time comes, you decide you want to target, you just target people in foreclosure. But I got to tell you, you're not going to be the only one, because everybody's expecting a foreclosure tsunami, and they're going to be bombarded with people wanting to buy their house. And between you and me, I would ignore them, because I don't need people in foreclosure to get all the houses that we want. Frankly, some of the better deals, if you buy houses out of foreclosure, quite often you're going to have to come up with a bunch of back payments. That's just not necessarily true with the pretty houses that are not in foreclosure.
Sabrina says, hi, Ron. I got involved a week ago and been studying every day, getting my FSBO inbox. So how long before I can do a deal? What's going to be my next step before I get the green light?
How on earth could I answer that, Sabrina? I don't know where you're at in your training. You better get to my 4-day quick start school, or you're probably going to make a mess. And if you do, then you'll know the steps, step by step. By the way, my terms course has the steps in them and the documents you need. So why don't you just get registered for the school and make a commitment to get there, learn this business the right way. Because for you to ask me that question, it tells me you have not been trained, and you're going to try to do it without the training. And that's kind of like me trying to lose weight here and get skinny by next Friday, I think.
It's my understanding that using your self-directed IRA to fund your deals is self-dealing and therefore a prohibited transaction. So how can $10 become $10,000?
Well, because your understanding is totally incorrect. It's prohibitive to self-fund anything that you are living in or dealing with yourself. However, your IRA can buy all the houses it wants all day, every day, as long as you don't live in them and you don't loan it any money and it don't loan you any money and you don't contribute any money to it and so forth. So if you keep everything within your IRA, technically it's your money anyway, but then the only way you take it out is when you're drawing out of your IRA. Your IRA you cannot get compensated in any way for the actions of your IRA, except when you take money out of your IRA, not out of this deal. So your information is correct. It's not self-dealing because you're not dealing with yourself.
All right, Van says, hi, Ron. My VA called about 200 people, but I haven't got any yes leads. What change do I need to make?
You need to call all of the leads that they got the property information sheets filled out on. And frankly, if your VA called 200 people and they didn't get any yes leads, I'd be investigating that because that is frankly just not possible, actually. You better find out. You get a hold of Pam Patton, who runs the VA service, and find out what's going on there because something is definitely going on. It doesn't matter anyway because you got to call the yeses and the nos, and you're going to get as many deals. You're going to get more deals out of nos you do out of yeses because there are about 4 to 5 times more of them. Let's see this afternoon how many of the nos got turned to yeses.
KW says, can you guys update or provide a better video on how to fill out contracts?
I don't know. It's probably something we should consider, but we have an hour and a half
Has it
on it
changed?
now.
Has
No.
the process changed?
No, it hasn't.
Okay.
Of course, you go over that a lot, and you go over a full day on Quick Start School.
Yeah, we do go through contracts in Quick Start School as well. And there's a bunch of filled out ones. In the boot camp manual, there's a filled out version for every type of deal you're going to do, which serves as a easy to follow prototype, just changes dates and names and places and numbers.
That is a good point that, if you see something on the Gold Club, like a contract that hasn't been updated, say, since 2014, that's just because it's still valid, still good.
The contracts are staying. Ain't nothing changed on the way of contracts.
Yeah. We do update them occasionally, but only when they need an update. So
That's right.
All right. I live in Texas, but my market is in Florida. I would like to know what I can do to market for leads in my Florida market since I can't wrap a car or put vehicle signage or bandit signs out, or is there a way to do that from a distance?
Coming up shortly. Come to the boot camp and spend a lot of time on that. In fact, the whole afternoon on just that subject. First day. Okay, Nick, I got to get moving here pretty quick.
Okay. You got time for one more?
Yep.
I actually have only got, looks like, only a couple questions more. So,
All right.
Eris says, how long after you pay should it take to get a mentor and advice?
All right, I'll talk to you about a mentor here in just before we take another break.
Okay. Jose says, what hotel in Vegas?
I don't know yet, but it's going to be off the strip, and we're looking at the M.
All right. Petey says, I started about 6 weeks ago, still trying to understand what type of deals and agreements I can use in Texas and why.
You can use all the, well, it depends on what you're going to do in Texas. The only thing you can't do in Texas is put a lease option tenant buyer in the house and collect a big non-refundable deposit. Everything else is the same in Texas. In Texas, you will either take over debt subject to, or you'll buy it with an all-inclusive deed of trust or a wraparound deed of trust, and you'll sell with a wraparound deed of trust. That's what the Texans do. But in Texas, you can assign lease option contracts. You just can't collect a non-refundable deposit, but you can collect an assignment fee.
All right. And we're caught up with questions for Ron.
All right. Then let me move on about that.
Sounds good.
John? All right, here's a big question. Why would a seller take terms? You've been asking that the whole time now, so let me answer it. And there are a lot of reasons. I actually did answer it once, I think. John, this thing ain't letting me flip. Oh. All right, let me go down the list here. Number one. Let's say there's a debt on the house. Well, obviously, you're going to be making their payment. That's called debt relief. That's also called stress relief. because they can't make the payment. Creates a lot of stress as well. Number two, maybe the house is not ready to sell really, and maybe it needs some work and they can't or won't fix it. Or maybe it's just full of junk and they are embarrassed to call a realtor and more embarrassed to sell it. They want to protect their credit, and or there is free and clear and they are okay with taking a monthly payment, and which a lot of people that have free and clear houses are. If it's free and clear, they don't need the money. And by the way, if they need the money at closing, they're not going to do terms. It's just really that simple. But there's an awful lot of people that don't need the money at closing, and most free and clear houses don't need the money at closing. So instead of asking why they do it, why don't we just get out there, get some sellers on the phone, read the scripts, master the scripts, and let them give you the answers that you want to hear. And just watch this afternoon. I mean, we're less than an hour away right now of actually doing real deals that you guys sent us, and they said yes. So if you're not careful, you're going to keep asking why, and that's a deadly question, because why is irrelevant. It's what, when, who, and how. Forget about why, because you're not going to live long enough to figure out why people do the things that they do, and nor is it really even important. They get full value. They get what the price you could get. They're going to get more money. And usually they're going to get more than if they cashed out, especially if they're listing with a realtor, because there's no commission. And if it's free and clear, they're going to get a monthly payment, so they get an income stream from the house before they get paid off. Lots of reasons. And 75% of the time, you're simply making their payment for them. That is just not something that's that hard to get a seller to accept. Remember my house? All I do is made the payment for him. That's all he asked for. That's all I agreed to do. I'll buy it for what you owe on it, and I'll pay your closing cost. And I did. And 7 days after meeting them, I owned this house, and I've owned it ever since. But wait a minute. Why? I don't understand, Ron. Why? Look at all that equity gain. I don't know. I'll ask him something. Well, never mind. I'm not going to ask him. I can tell you why, though. He needed to get relief. He's 2 weeks. He had to move in 2 weeks. He didn't have time to mess around with a realtor for another 6 months. And he's had to make the payment the whole time that they had it listed anyway. Not hard to figure out why on that one. And there's no cost. You're paying the closing cost. Come on. When a realtor sells the property for a cash buyer, the seller pays a big chunk of the closing costs, sometimes all the closing costs. And you don't need to negotiate. You just read the scripts. Can't impress upon you how important these scripts are. They truly are $1 million scripts. They've been time tested, improved, changed, and fixed. And frankly, if you get the scripts and you practice at them and you correct your own mistakes, you are going to be shocked at how much better you are at negotiating everything going forward when you learn to ask questions and shut up instead of preaching and teaching and begging. Applies to everything. Remember, the sellers make you an offer. You ask questions, they answer your questions, thus making you an offer. What's the least you could take? We usually buy with nothing down, okay? What's the least you could take per month? Questions. But Ron, how many sellers will actually take a terms deal over cash? And you got to know there's no way on earth I can answer that question. But it does depend on the quality of the leads and the person making the call. It's just that simple. The more practice you have and the better quality leads you get, the more deals you're going to get out of the smaller pile. Now, I'm going to get to in a minute how we find sellers and how we find buyers, but I'm going to tell you right now, the best quality leads you're ever going to get are when you get sellers to contact you. They are a much better quality lead than the ones we deliver to you on the Go Club site, because we're chasing them and they're listed their house on the internet. Now, after saying that, all the deals we do this afternoon, you're going to see came from the Go Club site. The lesser quality leads, the crappy leads, so to speak. And yet we still got several deals today from just a pile of them we had yesterday to call, which half of them we never got through to at least. So imagine how much different, how it's going to change when we start getting sellers to call us. And we can do that with very little or no money, or we can spend some money at it. 15 to 20% of will be yes leads, and the rest will be no leads. And frankly, we've been doing this for a long time right now. And even in this hot market, we're still getting 15, 20% of them to say yes. But I'll say it again. In the answer to that question earlier, guys, there's no way you're going to get a bunch of leads without some of them being yes. And if you're not, something's wrong. You need to find out what it is. It's not where you live. It's not how hot your market is. None of that's all baloney. That's all reasons that you make up to justify not doing anything. That's all that is. There is no city where people won't take terms, period. Okay. But we have to follow the system, and we have to, if something's broken in the system, it has to be fixed. But again, I don't care if they're yes leads or no leads anyway. They got to all be called. We don't just call the yes leads. Am I clear on that? We call all the leads using the appropriate script. How many leads do you think it'll take for you to call per deal? Now, remember, if you're calling the lead, property information sheet should already be filled out. Okay. So now you're calling filled out property information sheets. So you tell me, I don't really care, whatever you want to pick. You think you can get one deal out of 30 sellers? By the way, if you don't, you really suck. Okay, you really suck. You need to fix whatever you broke, because it's all you. Trust me, it's you. It's you that needs to be fixed. And the good news is that everybody sucks when they start. Okay, the best mentors I got and the best students that I got all sucked when they started. Okay, they had to do the same fixing that you'll have to do. They had to recognize their mistakes. They had to work on fixing their mistakes. They had to get good by making a handful of calls, more than a handful of calls, before they got to the point that we feel real comfortable on the phone and actually enjoy talking to the sellers. When you get to the point to where you're confident that the seller's not going to ask you a question you can't answer, and where you clearly understand that, hey, this seller asked you to call them, you know, you're not interrupting their life. You're doing them a favor by calling them. And you'll get to that point when you talk to a handful of people. And when you also come to grips with the fact that most of them are people you're not going to do business with. Okay. We're only trying to get to the bottom quickly. And you'll recognize, I mean, within 60 seconds of being on the telephone, whether there's any reason for you to be on that phone or not. So, you know, what if it takes 30 calls to make you $30,000 on one deal? You realize that's $1,000 for every no you got. You need to get more no's. They pay well. So let's say it takes, I don't know, whatever you want. Let's say you want to replace an $80,000 a year job. Now, for some of you, that's giving you a raise. For others of you, that's taking a pay cut. Okay. And let's say you're only going to make a pathetic $20,000 per deal, and that's the upfront deposit. That don't include all those other income streams we're talking about. So you only need 4 deals a year to replace your job. 4 measly deals a year. Okay. Now, convert that to math. Let's say you need 30 leads per deal. Oh, crap. Let's say you need 50 leads per deal because you suck. Okay. You only need 4 deals. That's only 200 leads per year, or 200 divided by 12. That's less than 20 leads per month. Per month. There will be weeks where we will deliver you 20 leads. That don't count all the stuff you do to get sellers calling you. The math is working for you, and that's if it takes 50 of them to get a deal. And I'm telling you, you suck if it takes 50 of them to get a deal. The more you learn about how to handle that call, the less of those leads. In fact, I hope to get numbers here in a little bit. I got Tony Pearl and Lynette Wolf on here. I hope they're keeping track of how many calls they made, how many they got on the phone, and how many deals we got out of how many they got on the phone here. And Tony and Lynette, if you're not, be working on that. That was a hint. So yes, RVAs will supply you with leads, but I don't want you just to sit around and hope and let your VA run your front end. I want you to generate some leads as well. And don't forget these income streams. In fact, you ought to probably take a picture of that screen, because that's all the reasons why I like the pretty house business right there. Deposits, the monthly cash flow, the free equity we get, and you're going to get free equity in almost all your deals. not necessarily a ton of it, but you're going to get free equity because you're almost never going to pay the seller the absolute retail price of their house. And quite often the seller's asking less than what it's really worth anyway, because they're using Zillow, they're using the Zestimate on Zillow, which is almost never correct. It's usually almost always lower than the market value of the house. I'm going to teach you how to determine the market value of the house properly. When I get training you, you need to learn how to create an ARV after repaired value properly, not using the Zestimate, because the Zestimate is not correct. So when I teach you how to find out the real ARV, you're going to find that the Zestimate is usually below the ARV, and therefore the seller thinks the house is worth less than it's really worth, which gives you the advantage, because now you could even get it cheaper than that, so you get a bunch of equity. Now add that to the fact that when we sell it, we're going to raise the price and create more equity. So it's not hard to get a bunch of equity out of a single family house, even if you don't get a price discounted very much below what the real ARV is. Debt pay down, again, every month that goes by, you make more money. And then the depreciation, I talked about that earlier, the appreciation, which is a huge factor right now. I don't think I've ever been in a time where houses are appreciating as fast as they are right now. Even 2005, when we were at the top of the market, this appreciation is really going nuts right now, but it will stop. Believe me, it's not going to keep going forever. And then all the deposits, like the one house I showed you, they walked away. I'm telling you, 80 to 90% of my buyers walk away from their deposit and move on. Their choice, not my choice. May the goose live forever. Because you see, when they walk away, I don't get upset. I get excited. Now we get to go out and do it. It's kind of like going out and buying another house and getting the deposit, but we don't have to go buy the house. We already own it. In fact, I have at least one house that I can think of right now that I'm on my 6th tenant buyer. That's right, 6th tenant buyer on that house. Oh, it's true. I've owned it for about 7 years, I think, but just the same, 6th tenant buyer, and I still own it. All right, so how do we find these sellers? You're probably going to want to take a photo of this one. Now, here's a few ways that we find them. You come see me for 4 days, I'm going to spend the whole first afternoon on nothing but finding sellers. All right, your daily Gold Club leads, that's easy. Sign up for the Gold Club if you're not already. Pick 2 counties you want the leads in, and they'll come into your inbox every single day. Every single day. Now, these are for sale by owners advertised online. And you can take those for sale by owners and a little comment about the house there, and you can make sure that, I don't know, the house is where it's in your area, or that it's a house, not a mobile home or a piece of land or whatever. Sometimes those creep through. And then you forward that to your VA after you got the VA set up, and it's clear that you're going to be forwarding them leads. They know what to do with them after that. So all you got to do is look at your inbox daily, and you'll see the gold emblem. And when you see that gold emblem, you better open up that email, because those are either leads or our Friday newsletter that we send you every Friday, containing questions that I put on tape and a whole lot of other goodies that you get as part of your Gold Club package. So these daily leads, unfortunately, many students start their whole career with just these leads and sit around and wait for our VAs to do all the work for them. But I do not want you to do that. I want you to take our leads and combine them with your leads if you want to get a jump start to your business. Now, and our VAs will also do what we call source leads for you. They'll go online and they will find for sale by owners that are not in that group that comes into your inbox every single day and call them for you as well. And then, of course, our VAs will run ads for you on all kinds of free sites. I mean, they know where to run them. You don't have to tell them where to run them. And that's the iBuyHouse ads. And they're free. So the question is how many free ads can you run before you run out of advertising money? And so think about it. The top 3 are done by your VA. And your only thing you're paying is the VA and for your $59 a month for your Gold Club. That's it. So I would call that some very cheap marketing. And then there's the FSBO field agents and the FSBO signs. Where you live, there are people with for sale by owner signs in front of their house. As you're riding around, now start looking for them. And as you see them, you take out your telephone and you shoot a picture of that sign. You don't even need to worry about the picture of the house, just shoot the sign. Make sure that the number can be read. Now you take your phone, you punch in your VA's email address, and you press send. Gone, just like that. Your VA now knows to take that sign and call that seller for you. And guys, these are good leads. The sign is in front of people's houses. You know the sign is for sale, unlike these ads. When we send you these ads that are online, a lot of them are sold and a lot of them are listed. That's why the VAs have to call so many of them to get property information sheets filled out. Well, when somebody's got a for sale by owner sign in front of their house, it's probably still on the market and still active. They're a much better quality lead. And a lot of times they don't even put their property online. They just stick the sign in front of the house. So we find that these are good leads. So now, how many of these do you think you could find in a week? I don't know. I'm not telling you spend all day driving through neighborhoods. I'm just telling you, take a detour from time to time, drive through neighborhoods you like, look for these signs, take pictures of them. Could you find 6, 8, 10 of them a week, maybe? Well, if you send 8 of these things a week to your VA, you're probably going to get at least one deal out of every 8 or 10 you send them. So is it worth for you to take these little detours? Is it worth for you to learn how to answer that or to make that call and handle that phone correctly? Because I'm telling you, a deal minimum is worth a minimum of $20,000 in a decent neighborhood, $250,000 and up, which is where most of you are going to be working. Most of you are going to be working up, not below. By the way, I didn't mention that in the pretty house business, you should be working above the median price where you live. In the ugly house business, you should be working at about medium or below, not above. Oh, excuse me. Whew. So I want beautiful houses and beautiful neighborhoods, and frankly, the higher price, the better. So when I see these signs, it doesn't cost anything to shoot them, send them to the VA. VA calls them. Now you get on the phone and make the closing call. And your success ratio is going to be higher with the signs than with the ads online. And then if you want, I'm going to teach you how to get somebody else out there looking for these signs for you and show you how to advertise online to find some people out there to find these signs and send them to you. And you pay them a little money for these leads. And if you want an awful lot of for sale by owner signs in a hurry, trust me, I can teach you how to pile them up that deep on your desk within just a few days by having other people out there doing it for you. Have to spend a little bit of money because you got to pay them. But I'm telling you, it's insignificant to the amount of money you can make from these for sale by owner signs. So this is a good start. We got plenty of other ways for you to find deals. I mean, I got a pretty good long list. And, you know, if you're really interested, I have a whole 3-day course on nothing but finding deals, finding sellers. And it's that's all it is. In fact, I brought in 6 experts, and each of them told us what their best producing method was. And then altogether, we had 23 different ways to find deals. And during that 3-day presentation that I did, if you're interested in that, just call in and tell them you're interested in talking about the Finding Deals seminar that we have on video for you. It sells for $14.97. Tell them I told you to sell it to them for $4.97 today. $4.97 today, as long as you get it by the end of the day. That's Finding Deals seminar. Okay. The Gold Club's only $59 a month. You're going to find that is the absolute biggest bargain in real estate today. There is no contract. There's no term you have to commit for. You can get out anytime you want. But if you have any interest in real estate, you're not getting out, because this Gold Club site is amazing. Spent years building it. Nick built most of it. Nick maintains it. Nick is constantly upgrading it. And if you look over on the left where it says FSBO lead service, you have to punch on that. As soon as you register, you punch on that and put in the 2 counties you want leads from, and then you'll start getting them in your inbox every day. Notice the Gold Club points accumulating up there, worth $1 a piece. There's also a private lending site on here you can go to. There's an affiliate. Did you know that once you sign up as a Gold Club member, you can be an affiliate? And literally, you go to that hit that button and it'll take you and get it where you can get a whole bunch of links, and you got a link for about everything we sell. If you put that link in front of people you know and they push on it and they come to our website and buy it, you get 50% of whatever it is they buy. That's right, 50% of whatever it is they buy. I ain't going to make you rich, but what the heck? It's like a little extra money ain't going to hurt anything. And so once you sign up for a Gold Club member, this is your home page. And at the top, you'll see a button that says training. You'll see another one that says resources. The training module's got hundreds of hours worth of training modules on about every subject you can think of. The resources has got every form and agreement and every course that I've produced, and all kinds of other valuable resources there for you as well. In fact, most people come to the Gold Club to A, get the leads, and B, get the forms and agreements and the training modules. But there's a whole bunch of other stuff on there as well, including a forum where you can talk to other students, and weekly newsletter. Every Friday you get a newsletter, electronic newsletter, and it has me in front of a camera answering questions, and articles from me sometimes. And then several times a year we mail out an actual newsletter you get in the mail, delivered by the post office. And you have to be a a Gold Club member to get a VA, which means you only have to be at the $59 level for us to even allow you to work with one of our VAs. There is a $500 setup fee now to get a VA, one-time fee, but there's no fee for you to get into the Gold Club. So you have to get in the Gold Club before you get a VA, but you don't have to pay the $500 fee to get into the Gold Club. So go to ronsva.com if you want to interested in getting a VA. And if you go there today while I'm still on the air, get this. I hope Pam is watching, because if you go there today, here's what your VAs cost. It costs $105 for 5 hours of VA service and $200 for 10 hours of VA service. But please know that you're charged by the minute they work, not by the hour. You're charged by the minute they work, electronically monitored, both online and on the telephone. So in other words, somebody sitting in a seat that we got to pay by the hour, I mean, that's like you having a $5, $6 an hour employee is what it amounts to, because you're only getting charged for the minute that they work. Very cheap for a live human. And same VA is the one that's making those calls for you to those sellers. And they got a whole bunch of other stuff they do. They do all the grunt work for you. They manage your site. They manage your dream system for you. They build your flyers, run ads for you. They do all that stuff. There's a big old long list. And there's a whole bunch of VAs. There's not one VA. So we got certain VAs doing different types of jobs. You get the advantage of all of them, and you've only got to deal with one of them. It's an incredible service for a very minimal price. So if you're, whether you're in our VA service or not, if you will go to ronsva.com or call our office 800-567-6128 today. If you commit to $200, which is 10 hours of VA service, I'll give you an extra 500 Gold Club points. That's like giving you $500 or $200. Okay. You can't use them today because you won't even get them until tomorrow, but you can use them in the future. So I'll give you 500, you give me 200, and you get 10 hours of VA service. You got until 4 o'clock to make that call and get that VA service, and that deal is off. Okay. Ron, why are these houses so easy to sell? I think you already know the answer. Number one is the market. But number two is the terms. All right. Even when this market wasn't so hot, houses that I'm offering terms on were always easy to sell, because remember, 70% of the market can't qualify for a loan. 70 can't qualify for a loan. So a house with terms, 10 times easier to sell than a house you're trying to sell for cash. But I'll confess today, if you want to sell them for cash, they're very easy to do that as well, if they're in good shape and in nice neighborhoods. All right, so how do we find buyers? Well, frankly, that's one of the easiest things you're going to be doing in this whole business. But again, on the last day of my 4-day quick start, I'm going to spend the whole day on selling houses on autopilot and doing really cool stuff you've never heard of before, and with very little of your participation. Number one, RVAs will run free ads for you, and they know the websites. You don't have to know them. They know exactly where to put the ads on the sites that work. And you're going to have to create the ad for them, but that's no biggie. They're right there in your manual if you want to come to my training. And you're probably going to want to put up signs, and you may want to run Facebook ads. Now, you can run paid Facebook ads. Some people do, but to be honest, I would not spend any money paying for ads until I've done everything I know how to do that's free. I mean, well, putting up signs ain't exactly free, but it doesn't cost much, $2 to $3 a sign. And I'm talking about pointer signs that point to the house like this one. There's 3 unique selling propositions on that one sign. Lease purchase, that's one. That immediately tells me I don't have to qualify to bank. And no credit, no banks. Okay. And then I got my phone number on there, and you better make sure your phone number goes in that arrow now. Because if your phone number's not up there, they got no way to contact you, because a lot of people will call you from this sign without going to the house first. And your competition will probably add your sign to their sign pile as well if you don't put a phone number in it. And please do make sure the arrow is pointing toward the house, not away from the house. So we put up about 15 to 20 of these for every house that's for sale, multiple different directions, like a yellow brick road guiding them to the house. Then when they get to the house, put another sign, lease purchase, with a phone number to call. And in this case, I suggest you make that phone number on that sign in front of the house your phone number, where they can reach you directly. Okay? It doesn't have to be your personal cell number, but you ought to get another number where they can call you and you'll know what it is. It's a buyer call. And you can get those from Google, for crying out loud. You can get them for Pat Live as well. Pat Live is going to give you 6 phone numbers when you sign up for them with your area code on them at no extra charge. Pat Live is a company that will take the inbound calls, collect a little bit of information from your sellers and your buyers, forward that to you. If it's sellers, then you're going to forward to your VAs. If it's buyers, you're going to handle them yourself, because Pat Live is going to ask them, what's the most you can put down? What's the most you can pay per month? And the answer to those 2 questions is going to determine whether you even want to call the buyer back. And if they got no money, there's no sense of wasting time on them. And whatever they tell you they got, they're lying. They got more. So you're going to call back all of them that have a reasonable amount of money. And then I gave you a script in the course and in the book telling you the questions to ask them to determine exactly whether they're a suspect or a worthless waste of time. So we put up the signs. The signs drive the call to Pat Live. The signs drive the buyer to the house. The sign in front of the house comes directly to you, because if they're sitting in front of the house, they're trying to figure out how to get in it. So that's when you ask them a few questions to determine whether they need to get the lockbox code or not. If they have no money and they're looking at a house they can't afford, there's no reason to give them the lockbox code. And so you just tell them that, look, this house is not going to work for you, but I'll put you on a list. And if I find something that I think will, I'll give you a call. And now you're building your buyers list. Now, if they're sitting in front of the house, you don't want them to go away and have to come back. If they give you information that you like, now you give them the lockbox code and let them go in and take a look. It's just that simple. So they need to be able to reach you or somebody that you appointed to take these calls, so that they can get into the house, so you can ask them the right questions, so that you can determine where they belong on your buyers list or whether they belong at all. And their answers will determine that. Again, if they got no money, they're not going on my buyers list. I have no reason to put them on there. Now, guys, I'm going to tell you, when you take calls from people and they have a reasonable amount of money and you let them in the house, you're probably just sold the house, and not this one, the one right behind them. You don't have to let but a handful of people in your house, and that house is going to be long gone, especially in today's market, probably to the very first person that has money that you let go in the house. So selling houses is easy. We do it. We don't have to go visit the house. Don't even think for a minute that we got to go trucking out that house and let people in it. No way. And don't worry about, well, I'm going to give them a lockbox code. What if they steal something? Well, they're going to steal. The house is vacant. They're going to steal. Okay. And these are nice houses in nice neighborhoods. Don't confuse these with crack houses and crack areas. Okay. I've had my share of them. They steal everything. These folks don't steal anything. So get these myths and misconceptions out of your mind. So you've seen the automation. They call Pat Live. Pat Live notifies you immediately. You call them if you got the information that you like. You get more information when you call them, determine whether you want to give them the lockbox code or not. And if so, tell them to call you back as soon as they've been in the house and seen it. And then you follow up with them if they don't call you back and find out if they're interested or not. If you got a beautiful house in a beautiful neighborhood, I can almost promise you that this non-qualified buyer of the bank is going to be interested. It's a home. It's the American dream. They can get in it without going to a bank. How many of those you think you have to show before you're going to wish you had 10 more just like it? Yep, I got a script for you to call them. I got a buyer's list that's already built in. When you join our Gold Club, there's 3 levels. There's a $59 level. That's the Gold Club. And then there's a $297 level that includes your website that we build for you and your dream system, which is the CRM that houses all your lead sheets. And it's got our comps section in it. It's got an analysis section in it. And most importantly, it's the thing that you put your comments in, and it does all the follow-up for you automatically. So it allows you to set it and forget it. This is all part of your $297 a month package, which includes the $59 for the Gold Club. So when you call in and check on our Gold Club, make sure you know all of your choices. There's a $697 level that includes all of that, plus 25 hours of VA service. So to recap that, I got to be at least a $59 level to get a VA, or the $297 level. I can go up and down anytime I want to. No penalty to switch, but I got to stay in the $59 level to have a VA. You're only going to be calling a few buyers because only a few of them are going to have enough money to satisfy your request and in your mind about how much you want down. No one shows the house. House shows itself. And you never name the down payment or the monthly payment. Remember, we ask questions and the buyers make us an offer by telling us what's the most they can put down. And I give you the script for that. All you got to do is sit there and read the script and wait for an answer. And if you're not in and out of a beautiful house on terms within 30 days, something is wrong within your system, unless the house has a problem, because it's usually not the house. It's usually the person in charge of getting the house sold. So are you ready? If you're ready, I'm here. I'm here at least for now. It took me a long time to put together the system. We have a lot of people working on it. We have 3-4 dozen employees sitting in this building, plus our VAs. And all day and every day they spend working to try to make your life easier and taking care of your needs. So I've told you about my Quick Start School. I don't know what else I can do to get you involved in it. Every one of them's different, by the way. So if it's been a while since you've been, you need to come back because you probably won't recognize it. Plus, you need rejuvenation. You need another dose of Ron. And there's a lot of stuff you'll hear you didn't hear the last time. Plus, I am constantly adding stuff to it. And if it's about the money, let's get that fixed. I told you we'd finance you. And frankly, if the money's keeping you from getting in, isn't that the exact reason you need to get in? Or would you rather spend the rest of your life telling somebody you can't raise $3,000? That's a small amount of money. To some folks watching, it might be a large amount of money, but in the big picture, it's insignificant once you see how easy it is to turn that education into hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. And don't forget your Gold Club points and your first responders and your travel discount if you sign up for Vegas. And don't forget that I'm working with you for 90 days starting today. And then you got a hotline for 180 days after that. And you can use your IRA or your 401k if you're in control of your 401k. You can't use it if your employer is in control of it. Now, of course, you can take a withdrawal out of it if that's part of your plan and your employer permits it, and you can use that to buy the boot camp. Nobody can stop you from doing that. I also told you could sign up and up to $15,000 line of credit, and you get approved immediately. And you know what? I don't think I did tell you that it only takes $2,000 down to finance the boot camp if you don't get approved for the Vibe card. Or maybe I did. Anyway, we'll finance the balance for you. I'm sorry, it's $1,500 down for the boot camp. But you can use the Vibe card for anything that you purchase from us that's over $2,000. $1,500 down payment. We'll finance it, no credit check, 12 months, no interest. Now, it does cost $500 more, but again, totally insignificant when you see the value of it. So if the money's the only reason you haven't signed up yet, I would strongly encourage you to get on the phone and see if there's a way to fix that for you so that you'll never have to say, I can't afford it again. I hate those words. I can't afford it. What's the worst can happen if you say yes right now? Well, what is the worst can happen? You lose a little bit of money. I guess that's the worst. What's the worst can happen if you don't say yes right now? Well, I'll let you decide that. And I gave you a whole bunch of discounts today. I gave you some easy financing. I gave you an extra travel bonus to come to Vegas, which I've never done before. And I gave you a chance to work with me for 90 days. I'm not sure what else I can do for you except give you someone to work with one-on-one for 6 months. We have a program we call mentoring, and that's exactly what it is. It's one-on-one. We assign you a personal mentor. I have 12 of them. I've personally trained all of them. All of them run their own successful business. All of them do every day what they're going to help you do and lead you by the hand to get you checks. All of them have servants' hearts, and all of them have been trained by me, and they are monitored by us here at Global. They report to us as you report to them. You get a 30-minute meeting with a mentor every week, pre-registered. You and them agree upon what day and time you're going to meet. At that point, you're to go over deals with them, generating property information sheets, which we generate for you. And you go over those, and your mentor is available to talk to your seller when you need them. And they are most certainly available to talk to your seller. And when you make the appointment to go into the house, they will be there. And again, now you must make sure they are available at time and not just assume that they're going to be available for you just because you make an appointment. But they will be there, and they'll call your seller for you if you ask them to, and tell the seller, listen, I'm the principal here. I'm going to be on the phone when John comes out to your house, and he's working with me, but I'll be there to answer your questions when he gets there. That takes the pressure off of you. You don't have to know anything. You don't have to pretend like you know anything. And of course, it won't be long to where you know the answers to the questions anyway. And that's the whole goal, really. See how many of them you can answer. And if you can't answer them, then your mentor is right there on the phone. Your mentor will be there to guide them through the contract if they're ready to sign the contract. And your mentor will actually approve that contract before you go to the house. Under no circumstances do you want to go to the house without running the contract through the mentor first and getting them to fix it, because there is zero chance that you're going to get it right where it doesn't need fixed, at least on the first several of them, until you learn, what goes in them and what doesn't go in them. So your mentor is going to save you from losing a ton of deals that you don't see. They're going to drive you to do the deals when you're looking for reasons not to do them. They're going to force you through them. They're going to beat you and prod you and whatever it takes to get you across the goal line, not to the 2-yard line. And that's what it takes. If you want to be honest, absolute force for many folks. Push, 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 drive, threaten, sometimes swear at if necessary to get you to go take the next step. Because I'm going to tell you the two biggest hurdles you got is conquering that phone call and going out to that house. You conquer those two, everything else is easy and pretty much all done for you. So your mentor is going to be invaluable to you to get you through this first 6 months, get you as many deals as they can during the 6-month period. And they'll also critique your calls. When you come to training, I'm going to give you an exercise to do when you get home, which will include recording some practice calls. And then I want your mentor to critique those calls after you've gone through that exercise and actually got a couple of live sellers on the phone and talk to them. And by the time you get through that practice and your mentor is critiquing your calls, you're going to be amazed at the difference between where you started and where you are then, just a few short days later. They're going to help you get checks. That's the whole point. I know until you get a check, you're not mentally there yet. Okay. You can attend the seminars, you can get excited, you can see other people succeed, but that doesn't do a darn thing for you till we get you a check. Once we get you that check, now the most important person has been proven that this works, and that would be you. You see, you know it works, but you don't know it works for you now where you live till you get that first check. From there, it's uphill quickly you're going to see all these things that bother you go away as you see getting that check wasn't all that hard. And then most of the stuff you worry about is not even real. Remember, we operate without risk on Planet Ron. There's no way you're going to lose your fortune, and nobody's going to check your credit or put anything on your credit. If you do what I ask you to do, you're going to be able to go to bed at night knowing there ain't nothing anybody can do to you. Now, partnership is available to you the minute you enter the mentoring program. You don't have to do anything except along the way, if you get a deal you think you want to partner on, you just let your mentor know, and your mentor will let me know because I'm going to be your partner. That means I'll be putting up the money. And honestly, if you don't need the money, you don't need a partner because your mentor will guide you through the deal. You don't need to give up a big chunk of the deal if I'm not contributing anything in the way of money. And it works very simple. If I have to put up the money, I get 75% of the profits. If you have to put it up, we get 50-50. But honestly, if you put up the money, I'm going to try to talk you out of partnering with me because the mentor is going to, again, give you the same advice as if you partnered with me. But if you need the money, I'll be happy to put it up if it makes sense. I must approve the deal. But frankly, if your mentor sends it to me, there's a good chance I'm going to approve it to begin with. And I'm happy to do it. Look, this ain't seminar crap. I mean, look at it from my point of view. If I work a deal with you, the mentor is going to be doing the work because they're going to get 25% of the 75% I get. And all they got to do is guide you through that deal. And they're the liaison between you and I. Don't worry, we'll be talking a lot during this process, and you'll learn a lot during this process. Now, you only submit one of these deals to partner if you think you want to partner on it. We don't force you to partner. Heck, I'm going to do my best to talk you out of it if it doesn't need any money. And even if it does need money, it would probably behoove you, if possible, to come up with the money to protect that other 25% instead of giving it to me. But I'll do it any way you want to do it. So you partner on the deals you want to partner on, and you don't partner on the deals you don't want to partner on. Now, look at it from my point of view. Why wouldn't I want to partner with you? Okay, I get 75% of the profits. I'll take all of those that I can get. So if you think about it, you're just more of my field agents out there bringing me deals. So I am glad to work with you on deals that make sense. Mentoring is $15,000 with $2,000 down if we finance it in-house. 12 payments, no interest, or 13.5 paid in full. But paid in full means with your credit card or the Vive card or your checking account or your wire or however you want to pay. 13.5 saves you $1,500 off if you can. And if you can, obviously that's what you want to do. 1,500 is 1,500. But if you can't, then $2,000 down is all it takes. We'll finance the rest in-house at no interest. So here's your opportunity to get some one-on-one help to work with you for 6 months where you won't need to finance it anymore. And you can use Gold Club points for up to half the balance at $1 each. Ron, that's a lot of money. Yeah, really? Bought my wife a new Navigator, $92,000 for a Ford that depreciates half its value after 3 years. That's a lot of money, a lot of wasted money, probably. Cost us more to go on this trip, much more than you're paying for this mentoring. I'll tell you that. So it's a lot of money. Relatively speaking, it's very cheap. I won't do a deal for less than $20,000. That pays for your entire education, include your boot camp and mentoring. And then I told you how you get it free. You just partner with me on a deal. But here's the cool part. During your 6 months mentoring, the first deal we partner, I'm going to give you back your entire cost of your mentoring right off the top before we split any profits. That's right. You get all of whatever you paid for mentoring right off the top of any deal we do. Then we split the profits 50-50 or 75-25, depending on whether I put up the money or not. So that's now you get it for free. Obviously, it's in my best interest. Remember, I still get 75%. So, hey, don't feel sorry for me. So that means if we net 30 grand, you get 22.5 of it. That's your 15 back plus half remaining, well, 25% of the no, this is 50-50 split, half the remaining profits. And if you follow instructions, honestly, it's a short window between the time we get a deal and the time you get paid. And don't forget, the IRS pays for you charge off your entire mentoring cost as well. So that's going to give you somewhere between 25 and a 37% discount right there on taxes you don't have to give the government. If you pay by check or wire, you may deduct an additional $500. But we will need a deposit today while we're waiting on your check or your wire. Look, if you use a credit card, we got to pay a fee. Okay, rather give that fee to you than to give it to the merchant account company. So if you want to save another $500, just wire us the money or write us a check. If you register for mentoring today, I'm going to give you the Business Management Boot Camp. That's a 3-day event where I teach the business of running the business. That's not about doing deals. That's about the things that you would expect in a business management boot camp. Hiring and firing and delegating and outsourcing, more asset protection, entity structuring stuff, time management, handling cash flow, making sure you know what your cash flow needs are when the month starts, not after it's over, which is unlike what most people do to run their business. They just run it out of their checkbook. Systemization, outsourcing, all of this stuff is part of this event. Husband and wife working together, home versus office. This is a great event. I do it twice a year. Some say it's the most important event of all because now they can see how to run their business and it makes a lot more sense to them. And frankly, the people that have been running businesses all their life is the ones getting most out of it because they see the big mistakes they were making and how easy it is to fix the errors that they made in the past running their businesses. So regardless, I want you to come to this. So yes, you can buy your way into it without buying this event, but I'll give it to you free if you're registering for Mentor here today. The next one is at the end of the year. I think it's in November, if I'm not mistaken. And it'll definitely be, in fact, do we have a date on that next one, Debbie? Business management. And I believe it's going to be live, isn't it? Well, I've got it scheduled as virtual, but if I have my way about it, it's going to be live. Okay, what month is it? November?
17th through 19th.
November 17 through 19, just before Thanksgiving. It's free. I'm also going to pay the $500 setup fee for you to get a VA. If you've already paid it, don't worry about it because I will credit you for the entire $500 right off of your total cost if you've already paid it. So either way, you get $500. Now, I cannot put you in mentoring unless you have signed up for or been to Quick Start School. Actually, I could, but I'd be wasting your money and I'm not going to do it. Okay. If you have not been trained in the Quick Start School, you're not ready for a mentor. And let's be real here. There is nobody that can teach you this business over the telephone. It just don't work that way. You got to get the basic training. Then mentoring is all about implementing that basic training, not about learning. Oh, you learn a lot along the way, but you have to know the basics before we can work with you to implement those basics. So Quick Start School, now you must have registered for it. So if you bought Quick Start School today, you can add mentoring to it. And actually it's perfect timing because if you're coming next week, you got time to generate some leads and get it to us. And maybe we can get you a deal virtual. But if you're coming in August to Vegas, what a beautiful timing. You got a month, over a month and a half to get out there and get to work, generate a bunch of leads, hopefully get a contract or two before you even get to the boot camp because a mentor is working with you. Now's the time to get a mentor if you just signed up for Quick Start. You want the mentor before you get there. Yes, I'll be offering mentoring at the event, but think about this. Suppose you bring a bunch of leads to the event and we get you a deal or two. Okay, we're going to set you an appointment shortly after the event is over. What are you going to do if you don't have a mentor? We cannot get you a mentor that fast and get you set up. You need the mentor prior to getting to the event for several reasons. One, they'll save you deals you're about to throw in the trash. Number two, they can be working with you on the deals before you arrive. Number three, and more importantly, they'll be available immediately after the boot camp is over so that you can follow up on these deals immediately. And, we're doing the hard work for you, but you still got to follow up and go visit the house, and they need to be available when you go visit the house. So it's best you get the mentor before you come to the event. And you have that chance today. But again, by the way, if you've been to Quick Start in the last couple of years, then obviously should come back for a minimal $500 fee, but you're not required to come back to get mentoring if you've already been. But I got to tell you, you really, really should, because if you was there 2 years ago, you won't recognize it today. And besides, you need to get refreshed so that you're getting off to a jump start on the mentoring. So if you've already been, no required to come back, suggest you do, especially if you're within your year and it's free. Okay. And I know, been through this COVID thing, so we couldn't do these live events for a long time. So what a great time to get out, get a cool place like Vegas and come spend 4 days with a cool guy. Looks a little bit like me. Now, don't confuse the helpline with the one-on-one mentoring. Okay, the helpline is there to take your inbound calls. They are not going to do any of these things for you. You get the helpline automatically with the boot camp alone for 6 months, and it starts after you leave the boot camp. But they're not going to talk with sellers for you. They're not going to review your property lead sheets or review your contracts or talk with the buyers. They're not going to do 30-minute pre-scheduled calls with you, going over all your deals. Not going to partner with you. They're not going to force you to get checks. They're there simply to answer your questions when you call. And if you get mentoring, you don't need the helpline, because your mentor will be your helpline. You can communicate with them during the week by email and by phone when needed, in addition to your 30-minute scheduled call, especially when you're in the heat of the battle, so to speak, which means you're working on a hot deal. Guys, our success rate is just outrageously high with our students who are working with these one-on-one mentors. And again, I got 12 of them, and all of them are quality people who do a quality job, or they wouldn't be in the mentoring system. So let's do something together, okay? It does require your participation here. So 6 months of mentoring, get business management free, VA waive, and I'm going to give you $1,000 off of the $15,000 or of the $13,500 if you register today. And in fact, you got till 5 o'clock. If you're not registered by 5 o'clock, you will lose that $1,000 discount. Now, that's in addition to the discounts I gave you with a Quick Start School now. So, Tim, I hope you're watching. Make sure everybody knows. They register for the mentoring today, they get $1,000 off. And again, the minute you register, you're eligible to partner with me and your mentor. And again, you can finance it with $2,000 down, or it's $13,500 if you pay it in full. And pay it in full includes the Vive card. If you get approved for $15,000 on the Vive card, you won't need any money to get into mentoring. So is this your time? No, that's entirely up to you. But I will ask you this: if not now, when? If you don't make a move to put you on a course of financial freedom now, will you ever? You don't need a whole list of excuses why you don't want to do it now. You just only need one. I mean, you're either going to do it or you're not going to do it. Okay. Again, you're not going to change my life one way or another, but this is not a life-threatening decision. I promise you it's a life-changing decision. You're not going to go through 6 months of mentoring and spend 4 days with me in a boot camp and not learn a whole lot of stuff you didn't know and be a whole lot better, not only in negotiating, but also at the art of real estate. And again, small amount of money, huge payoff, as you're about to see on some of the deals we're about to process here. So get that on that phone right now, make that call, at least discuss your options, let them know what the cost is after all the discounts, let them know how many Gold Club points that you can apply and so forth, and you make the decision there. And I'll leave that up to you. Okay, should we take a couple more questions before we get into deal structuring? How many deals we got there, Debbie? 7?
Yeah, Ron, we only have a few more questions.
All right, let's try it. Who's first here, Debbie? Tony. Tony. So we got 2 from Tony and 5 from Lynette. Huh? All right. Go ahead, Nick.
Hey, Ron. All right. Tracy says, if we want to buy a house as a personal residence and it's listed, can we or have you seen it done where we put our LLC as a borrower and EIN as SSN on Form 1003?
No lender's going to lend your LLC the money to buy your personal residence. And if it's listed, you shouldn't be looking at it anyway, because that means you're going to have to pay full price, all cash. And, it takes away all the power of doing the terms business. If you want to buy a house to live in, go target the neighborhood you want to live in and find one that'll do terms with you. No down payment or very little, no bank qualifying, no application, nothing on your credit after you buy it, still non-recourse the whole time you own it. That's the way to buy your residence.
All right. Van says, hi, Ron. What I learned from your boot camp was to send direct mail to the no leads. My question is, should I send them with my company letterhead or should I send as a yellow letter?
Both of them work. But your company name doesn't mean anything to them. I can tell you that right now. If you've not been through my boot camp, you know that within my boot camp manual, there's 2 letters to send to sellers that you cannot do business with today. It explains all the reasons why they might reconsider. And in other words, that's part of the follow-up. Go back and look at those letters.
What's the fastest way to market to find a for sale by owner house?
The fastest way is to use the leads we send you in your inbox every day of people who are advertising online that they have houses for sale. And then another fast way is those FSBO signs. Both of those are quite little or nothing, just services of a VA. You already know they have a house for sale. We don't market to sellers unless we know they have a house for sale, meaning we're calling on their ads or they're contacting us on our ads.
Larry says, will you talk about your Deal Finder website? Also,
RonsDealFinder.com.
He said he did his first deal from the raffle you did at a boot camp you did in Dallas 20 years ago.
No kidding. 20 years ago. Still around, huh? All right. Man, you're old. 20 years ago. Wow. Okay, RonsDealFinder.com is a database about every house in America, and it's got all kinds of lists that you can pull and all. Just go to RonsDealFinder.com and check it out, and it's dirt cheap. And they'll do the mailing for you, by the way.
Jerry says, how much do you pay for FSBO signs?
I don't pay anything for FSBO signs. I call on FSBO signs. Unless you're talking about the signs I put out when I want to sell. And they're about $3 each.
James says, what forms do I take to a seller's house besides the purchase and sale agreement?
The authorization to release information. That's all you need.
Alex says, with Gold Club leads, I don't see any pictures of the property. Do you just call them without at least seeing the pics?
Why do you care
Google
what
the
the property
address?
looks like? What difference does it make until the VA calls them and find out if they're interested in terms or not? What do you care what it looks like? You find all of that crap out after you get the information sheet in your hand.
All right, Ron, we're all caught up. I did want to say, I don't think you saw it yet, but Real Estate Steve, one of our mentors, he just sent a letter from a student who went to the boot camp in May and is mentoring with Steve, and looks like he's got a total of over $80,000 in profit in this deal that he did. He's got
No
the HUD,
kidding.
everything already done.
Where are you seeing all that at? I don't see
he
any
just
of that.
emailed it. He emailed it at 3:41.
Okay.
So
All right.
I don't think you've had a chance to see it. I mean, we get a couple of these a week, but I just thought it was funny. You were talking about mentoring, and then this popped in my mailbox while you were talking a few
This
minutes
is
ago.
the deal he got at the boot camp?
I don't know if it was from the boot camp. I know he attended in May, and less than 3 months later, yesterday, July 7th, he closed his first deal.
All right. Why don't we get Steve on here for a minute? We can. Steve, get on here when
we
they
can
reach
try
you.
that.
I got to get to work on these deals, though. Is Tony
All
on
right.
here?
Tony, yep, I got Tony. I'm going to add him and remove myself.
Okay.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Hello, hello.
Tony Pearl, hailing from North Virginia.
Yes, sir. Good to see you, Ron.
You too, sir.
All right.
Okay, Tony. We got a lead here from Terry.
Yes, sir.
And it's in Cape Coral, Florida, which is southwest Florida. Okay?
Yes,
Is Terry on here?
I'm here.
There he is.
Hey. Okay. All right. Tony, I'm counting on you to give me the facts on this property so I don't have to read this thing.
No problem, Ron.
Terry, do you live in Cape Coral?
I'm in Fort Myers, just south on the other side of the river down here.
Okay, so you live close.
Yep, real close.
All right. Whoa, we got an asking price of $1,450,000. Don't that scare you, Terry?
Not a bit.
Not a bit. How come? That's a lot of money, man.
Yeah,
Huh?
it's just a house. It's just a house.
Just a house. Yeah, sure.
Terry says he's
All
just
right.
going to write a check.
Yeah.
So the seller thinks, yeah. So the seller thinks it's worth about what he's asking, and it looks like the comp show the same thing. True?
Pretty close.
All right.
Yeah, we're showing up to a little over 1.5 million, and I got him down to 1.4 so far.
1.4. Okay, well, that's good to know. Now, here's the good news about houses in this price range. They're worth pretty much whatever you want to charge for them because there's such a huge variance. I mean, if you send 10 appraisers out to this house, you're going to get appraisals $150,000 apart easy on this house. They have so much leeway. So even if you got a 1.4, even if it's only worth 1.5, it seems like it's worth about 1.65 to me, doesn't it? To you, Terry?
Yeah, it's all of that for sure.
All right. So we're talking about six figures here, just playing around with the numbers. Okay. So this is a Gold Club lead come off of Zillow. Zillow is one of the best sites, guys, to get these seller leads from. We get a ton of deals off of Zillow. And the payment on it is only $2,200 a month, PITI, and it's a yes lead. And it says it needs a little work, though. Very minor repairs needed, like a loose toilet paper holder in one of the bathrooms. All right.
What?
And
Oh,
it's
forget about
occupied.
it. Forget about it.
Okay.
That's a no lead.
Yeah, sure. And he'll move. He's pretty much flexible. House not listed. It's a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,900 square foot out with a 3-car attached man cave.
And you walk
No
out the back,
association fees.
there's a private dock and a little mini yacht right there.
Whoa! It's on the water?
It's right on the water.
It's on a canal. Yeah, it's on a canal.
No.
Oh my goodness gracious alive. Okay. All right. And what's the terms, Tony?
Nothing down, buddy. Nothing down.
No way.
Yep.
There is no way on earth you got nothing down on $1.5 million house, and I ain't believing it.
I have a witness.
I heard it.
Who?
Me.
You heard it?
I heard it. I was on the
Okay.
phone.
You guys ain't relatives or anything, are you?
Nope.
Not
he has
legally.
hair.
No.
No. Okay. All right. So Tony, tell me how you got nothing down on $1.5 million house.
I asked. I worked the magic voice and asked the magic question, Ron.
And what was the question, Tony?
When we buy houses of this nature, we usually buy with nothing down. Okay?
And he said,
Okay.
okay. And then you said,
I kept it moving.
That's right.
nothing, I hope.
I said, moved on to the next part. Absolutely.
Guys, when they say yes to nothing down, please don't ask them if that's the best you can do. For crying out loud. All right. So monthly payment, he wants $3,000 a month, so he wants a little cash flow, doesn't he?
He does.
But Terry, $3,000 a month on $1 million house is a pretty cheap payment, isn't it?
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah. Okay. You guys didn't talk term, right?
He didn't bring it up, so neither did we.
No,
Okay. But you work that out when you get to the house, won't you, Terry?
that's
And
correct.
incidentally, do you have an appointment? Yes, you
Yes.
do.
Saturday morning,
Saturday.
9 o'clock.
Okay. Do you have a mentor? Is Tony your mentor?
No, he's not.
Do you have a mentor?
I did. It was Scott and John some time ago, but I don't currently have a mentor.
Yeah.
Think
Yeah,
maybe
he
it'd be a
says.
good day to get one. Hey, this
Yeah.
number don't scare Tony at all here now. He's used to these high price houses where he lives.
Yeah, he thought it was pretty cheap. He wanted to buy it himself, Ron.
Well, it is. If it's on the water and it's in Cape Coral, that's a cheap house.
Yeah, it's nice. Property.
Okay. But the point is, you got a meeting on Saturday.
Yes.
Don't you think you ought to have a mentor on the telephone with you when you're in this house?
Well, that'd be nice.
Well, let's see what it's worth.
Sure.
What would you do with it if you get it? Lease option it?
Well, he doesn't want to do lease option it to somebody, correct, yeah.
No, you're going to buy it.
Yeah, I want to buy it, correct, yep.
You're going to buy it with a wraparound mortgage and take title to it. It's going to cost you pretty hefty closing costs now, Terry.
I know, that's the thing, yeah. In Florida, for sure.
Oh, well, let me think. It's going to cost you somewhere around $13 per thousand of the purchase price. Mm-hmm. Multiply that times 1.4. What do we get? I ain't going to
more money than I got.
Well, good. I mean, too bad.
Yeah, right. I know. I see your greed glands are swelling there. I see them.
That can't be right.
What'd you come up with?
All right, $13 times.
It's gotta be 13,000.
No, it's $13.
About 18,200.
18,000.
$13 times
1,400.
140, isn't it?
No, 1,400.
Yeah, it's $18,000.
Yeah.
$18,000.
Dude, that number scares me.
Okay, good. That means you need a partner, doesn't it?
We've already talked about that. So.
Okay. Well, that also means you got to get into mentoring. You can't get a partner.
I understand.
And the guy sitting right on top of you is probably as good a mentor as you're ever going to get, and he's certainly louder than most of them. Yeah. All right.
Better looking.
So you're going to put this better looking, yeah, too. So you're going to put this on the market. What, Terry? What do you think?
Well, like you said I think 165 somewhere in that neighborhood.
Nah, 1,599,000. Let's don't get greedy.
All right.
Okay. Now we're going to do a little bit more confirmation on the value before we do that, but first we got to get it under contract, don't we?
Correct.
Okay. Now here's the cool part. What's the minimum down? What's down payment are you going to advertise?
Nothing. I'm not going to advertise that.
Okay. I can see you've been trained. In your head, what's the minimum you're going to take?
Well, 100.
100. Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought you'd say, too.
Yeah. Well, why should I take less than that? All right, let's
explain. That's low money. That's low money. So.
Well, how much do I need if I go to the bank and buy this house? 20%.
Yeah.
Over $300,000.
Yeah.
For me to get 150 is probably low. You're going to be offered more than that. Because anybody looking at $1.5 million house has got more than 150 grand, or they wouldn't even be looking.
That's right.
So this is the minimum we're going to take. Minimum. So that's 1.6 minus 150. That's 1.450 they owe me. And you owe out 1.4. That'll work.
Easy.
So you get to keep the entire 150. And I promise you one thing, this thing ain't going to be on the market long. You're going to be offered that or more. That or more. All right. Now, what do you think you can get per month on this thing on the water?
At least 35.
Oh, no way, man. $5,000 is an absolute rock bottom rent for this property, even if it weren't on the water. You're probably going to get a lot more than that. Huh?
Rent-a-meter says 5,500 to 6,000.
Oh, that's really,
okay.
That's you had a rent-a-meter? Okay, that's nice, Tony.
That's on rent. We're on lease purchase. The lease purchase tenant buyers pay more than tenants.
Yeah.
Look at this, Terry. That's $3,000 a month positive cash flow on a house that you got for free and got paid $150,000.
It's almost criminal.
Almost criminal. Yeah. Should be illegal, shouldn't it?
No.
But it isn't.
Make it illegal.
Okay.
No.
Yep.
So may I strongly suggest you get on the phone and register for mentoring and tell them you want Tony. Honestly. Like right now. Well, you got $1,000 off. And if you want to finance it, finance it. You only need $2,000 down to do that. So you got an appointment, though.
Tony, I appreciate that. As long as you throw in the salsa dancing lessons, you're on.
Of course.
Oh, for crying out loud. No side deals. All right. But honestly, you got an appointment on Saturday, and Tony's already familiar with the deal. You don't have
Yes.
much time left.
Okay.
All right. Good luck with that one, man. I want
Thank
to know
you.
how that works out.
Yep, we'll
Yeah.
talk. Thank you.
If you need a partner, let me know.
I will. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
I can come up with 18 grand. All right. Thank you, Terry. All right, Tony, who we got here? Eric.
Yes,
Got
we have
Eric
Eric.
on here?
Eric in Missouri. Hey, Eric.
Okay, Eric. So this property is in St. Louis. Are you?
Yes.
All right. Another Zillow lead. That's 2 in a row. Okay, they're asking 175. Do we really have to talk about this after just doing $1.5 million deal?
I think we should have started with this one, Ron, but hey, it's not my call.
All right. Okay, you think it's worth 185. They're asking 175. They owe 130, and the payment is 1,000. I would call it 1,130. All right. It's
Yes.
another yes lead. Needs no repairs. It's occupied. They want to move out as soon as possible. Not listed. 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath. What is that? Surely that ain't 8,000 square feet.
No, that's probably the lot size. It's about 8,000 square feet.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No garage.
1,100.
Yeah, the
It's
house,
1,100.
1,100 square feet is the house, give or take.
Okay. So the terms,
Nothing down again, Ron. They just want to give them away,
You
I
got-
swear.
you got 2 in a row,
Yep.
but Tony, I got to know why.
No, you don't.
Why, Tony? I don't understand. Why? I want you to call him back and ask him why.
Okay, I'll get right on it.
No, never mind. All right. So they're okay with you making their payment and they want 2-year term. Okay, Eric, what do we got to fix on here when we get to the house?
Say again?
What do we got to fix? We got some things we need to improve on here.
One thing we gotta fix is try and get them down from this 175.
That is correct. Got to get them down off of that price. That's too much. We certainly are not going to get them down off the payment.
They want to do the terms. We gotta do more terms.
We're not going to get them down off the down payment. So the only thing left is we got to get more than 2 years.
Got more than 2 years.
I'm not doing this deal for 2 years with almost no equity in it. There's, it's waste energy to me. So I'm gonna get them. I want a minimum of 5 years, and I need to get them down at least another $10,000-15,000 off that price. And I'll tell you how I do it.
We already did. I got her down to 160 at least.
Well, where does it say that on here?
Look down and to the left underneath the small box, under box A. Move your pen underneath box A.
Okay, she could accept 160, may go lower. Okay,
Think about it.
okay. So,
I'm already ahead of you, Ron.
yeah, okay. I give. I don't feel like arguing today.
Okay, good.
Well,
Take it
that's
out on
good.
the net.
Well, that's good. I will. So if it's worth 185, you're already got some equity in it, and it's pretty clear she's going to come down to 150, isn't it? So it would be good you had Tony on the phone when you go to this house, Eric. Do you have a mentor?
Yes, it's I reached out to Todd, but he never responded back to me.
Who? Todd?
Yes.
Did you say Todd?
Yes, he
All
did.
right. Well, remember now, you just came to a holiday, so we'll try to reach him today. But you got an appointment Saturday as well, don't you? So
Yes.
you got to get a hold of him today or tomorrow. All right. You think it's worth 185? What are we going to do with it? Lease
We're
option,
going
right?
to lease option.
Okay. Now, just for the record, house in excellent shape. You have an option here. The market is so hot. You get this thing down to 150. There's nothing stopping you from putting it back on the market for 195, all cash.
Okay.
Understand that?
Yes.
You'll probably sell it. You'll probably sell it. This is a choice you got to make now,
Okay.
because that's a lot of
Wow.
cash sitting in that house. Huh?
Okay.
All right. Or you can lease option it for 199.9. That's going to get you at least $20,000 down. Means they owe you 180, and you're going to owe the seller 150, we hope. So there's a nice back end. but you're only paying out 1132 a month. And what do you think this thing is worth? 1700 maybe per month?
16.
Yeah, okay, it's only 1100. Well, it's 1100 square feet, but it's 3 bedroom, 1.5 bath, worth at least 16, especially to a tenant buyer. Okay, so, that's $478 a month positive cash flow. There's nothing wrong with that on a free house, is there?
No, nothing wrong with that at all.
So what you might do, get it, buy it now. You got to close on it immediately. Eric, you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. You put this thing under contract. I'd want, she's still in it, but I'd close it a week after. I'd put in the following week. I want it closed, even if she has to stay in it a while before you can put it on the market.
Okay.
But you want to be careful. I wouldn't, I try my best to get her out of there as soon as I can, because I don't really want to go into winter with this house if I can help it. I'd rather get it sold in the coming months, especially in this market, man. I don't know how I can get any hotter, right? So what do you think? You want to sell it for cash? You want to do a lease option?
Well, I'll go to lease option.
Okay. Well, I would agree with you, but then again, to each his own. It's your decision.
I mean, I'll get more money. I'll get more money to lease option, right?
Always. The longer you hold a house, the more money you're going to make. Okay. You know what to do. You better get on the phone with Todd now. Make sure that you guys get an agreement, because you've only got tomorrow. You need to get an agreement done. Get it to Todd immediately, because he's going to have to fix it for you. I can promise you that, because this is a wraparound mortgage. It's got that wraparound language in it. You been to Quick Start yet?
Yes, I've been through all that.
Okay. Then you got the manual. So you need to go get a wraparound mortgage of owner financing and use it for a guide. Fill out the contract, get it to Todd. Okay? All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Tony.
My pleasure.
Okay,
thank you, Ron. Good job, Eric. Make it happen, buddy. You're on your way.
Okay.
I think Trouble is
Bring
coming
on.
next, by the way.
Huh?
Trouble's coming next with the next guest you have coming.
Lynette? Oh, she ain't no trouble. She ain't no trouble.
Hi, Lynette.
Lynette,
You're
did you
muted
hear what he
again.
said
We
about
can't
you?
hear you.
How to talk. Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Right.
Hi, guys.
Did you hear what Tony said about you?
What did you say, Tony?
I said, here comes trouble.
I just love hearing your voice.
All right.
Thank you very much. See you guys
Thank
soon.
you.
I'll see you at the event
Go
next
away.
week. Online, right here. Take care.
All right. Brian and Lynette Wolf, the Wolf couple, hailing from Phoenix, Arizona.
Hi.
Been on our team now for what, 12 years?
17 years, yes.
17 years. Okay. Hey, I lose track after 12. All
We
right.
went to your first ever Millionaire Maker boot camp, and that's where it turned us into real estate investing millionaires. So it worked.
It worked.
So you probably bought a couple of houses since then, haven't you, Brian?
Oh, yeah. Well, we have really done some great things. What's fun now is that all those pretty houses that we bought all over the years, are maturing, and we're selling some for cash right now because it's such a hot market. We just put one on the market for $449.9, which I thought was pushing it a little bit, and we ended up selling it for a cash offer. Someone just writing a check for the house for $460.
Multiple offers.
yeah.
That was just 2 days ago.
Yep.
And
So
what did
it's
you pay for it?
$282, and that was 2
And-
years ago.
And you both took over a loan subject too with that, didn't you?
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
So you
right.
paid 282 and now you're selling it for 460. It ought to be illegal. Illegal.
Well, yeah, we're doing good. It's a hot market right now for sure. So
That's a fact.
Somebody
All right.
told us to set it and forget it. Wait, Ron, I was going to show you my numbers. You asked for the numbers.
yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I can't
Okay.
see them. So, there they go.
There we go.
All right. So, total leads 97. You did 97 dials. 21 of them did not answer. So 61 of them.
No answer. Yeah.
Right.
61 of them answered, which is higher than
Yes.
normal. Okay. 8 of those were sold or listed, and you got 7 deals.
7
So-
deal appointments.
So in effect, you got 7 deals out of 61 contacts.
That's right.
That's over 10%. That's over
Yes.
10%.
Yes.
So that means you get one out of, actually, let me see, 9. That's 1 out of 9.
1 out of 9.
Yeah. 1 out of 9. Okay.
And
You know
6
what?
of them,
But
6
you know
are no
what?
money down.
From the guys who are generating Facebook leads that they pay money for, that's about they're getting 1 out of 8, 1 out of 9. These are all leads come from our Gold Club, didn't they?
That's right.
So that means you're good. You don't suck.
High conversion ratio. And guys, that's one thing you do learn at the school though. You really get into the how you close these deals. You do get to see us on stage talking to the sellers live, and you get the scripts. And so once you see what we do and you see it live, it really transforms your whole business.
Yeah.
Ron, you changed our life forever.
Yes.
Back
I'm
18
just a
years
messenger
ago.
boy. All right. Well, we better get to work here because we're
Wait,
running out of time. We
I
got
gotta
5
tell you-
deals to do.
Okay, really fast, Ron. One more thing though. Out of the 7 deal meetings, the 7 deal appointments, 5 of them were because of text messaging. 5 of them. So that means
Meaning you
that
text them and called you back.
Yes.
that's right. That's right.
And you couldn't get them to answer the phone,
The first time we called them.
which is why you got a higher than normal contact ratio.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Every
Let's
time
get
leave
through these.
Leave a voicemail and a text every time.
And a video text.
Got Maryland first.
Oh,
Maryland from
Maryland?
Kansas City.
Maryland.
Oh, is that Marlon? I can't.
Marlon?
Yeah, it's Marlon.
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 Hi.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, Marlon.
So you're not Maryland, huh, Marlon?
No, I'm not Maryland. Not today.
All right.
Not today.
That's Friday night.
You live in Kansas City?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. We got one. They're asking 169 for. And you think it's worth,
169.
and you think it's worth 190? Who came up with that number?
I did.
Ryan.
You
Yeah.
did. All right.
Yeah, there's some good
Okay.
comps right in the area. And
Okay, that's
some,
good. But wait a minute, Brian. How come he ain't asking 190? I want to know why.
Well, he's probably going by the Zestimate, which people tend to do.
So you think that's what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what
Okay.
he's going by.
All right. He's got a $680 a month payment, includes PITI. It's a yes lead and needs no repairs and is vacant,
Woo!
which we love. Instant access, quick payday. All right. 4-bedroom, 1 bath. That's an odd house. 1,250 square feet, vinyl siding, and terms are
Terms are nothing down.
another one of them. All right. 680 a month.
680, and they're flexible to give us years and not months.
Okay.
But
And
I
this
want to point
is
out
another. Go ahead.
one quick thing. This is super important, Ron. So you see how it says they wouldn't give the mortgage information? So the way I got that mortgage information, the 680 PITI, I said the way we do it, a common way is we're going to buy your house, we're going to go ahead and cover your payment. So since we're covering that payment for you, approximately how much is your principal, interest, property taxes, and insurance? And the seller said 680. And I said, okay, we can cover that for you until we pay you off in full at a later date. So ta-da, it's like all of a sudden they give you the mortgage information, just like that.
Yeah. In other words, there's no information you can't get out of the seller, just a choice of word. Right?
That's right.
Yes.
What you say.
Okay. And by the way, it's them that needs to sell. It's not us that has to buy. Another Zillow lead, 3 in a row. And this one came through our VA, right, Marlon?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What are we going to do with it, Marlon? You do want it, right?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Okay. Say it's worth 190. What are we going to put it on the market for? You meant to say 199.9, right?
Yeah, I was actually going to say 200, but yes.
No,
That's right.
no, keep it below the 200 if it's that close. So your
Okay.
search engines will catch it more.
Gotcha.
All right. Because there aren't very many houses available in St. Louis for below $200,000 that are worth a crap. Most of them are crack houses.
Yeah, that's
This
St.
is-
Louis. I'm in Kansas City.
I'm sorry, Kansas. It doesn't matter. Kansas City's
Doesn't
even
matter.
better.
Exactly. It doesn't matter.
Okay. That's a $20,000 down payment means they owe you 180, and you only owe him 169, and that's if you can't negotiate it down some, and I'm sure you can. All right. Good news is if you're only paying out 680, what do you think this thing will bring you in per month?
Probably 1,100.
More than that. More than that. Did you look up Renometer by any chance?
Yeah, the actual rentals estimate on this is 1,224.
Okay, you're looking at least 1,400 on it.
I would say.
That's $720 a month. Positive cash flow on a house you just got paid 20 grand on.
Woohoo!
So we got an appointment on this?
Yes.
Yes, sir. 3 o'clock Saturday.
All right, you got a mentor?
Yes, sir. Scott and John.
Oh, you got some good ones. Make sure they get, remember, you got tomorrow to get this thing, get a contract approved. Got it?
Yes, sir.
And
You've been to the boot camp, right? Wait a minute, Lynette. You been to the boot camp?
Yes, I've been to Quick Start.
Go back to the manual, pull out the manual that has the owner financing contract and fill it out. Use it as a template, fill it out for this. And your hard part, of course, is going to be paragraph 2B. You got to remember what to put in 2B. That's why you need them to help you. All right.
Yes, sir. This is actually my third deal. The first deal I made 36,000 on it.
Wow.
Nice.
You're kidding me.
Yes, and my second deal, the buyer, actually two buyers have decided that they don't want to lease option purchase. So I've made 3,000 up front and just had to cancel this this signing today. So easy 3,000 back out on the market today.
And what about that? What about the 1 hour open house?
Oh, yes, yes. That was that's the one that I'm talking about. Did a 1 hour open house and didn't know what I was doing, but just going through the what to say, what to do manuals, and taking it step by step. 20 minutes in, they said yes and had them sign the paperwork. They got the application. Then they decided that they didn't want to after we had accepted them. So easy 1,500 up front.
And you got all those other buyers because of the 1 hour open house.
Yep.
Yes, 170 people.
Get out of here on one open house.
Yes, sir.
That's you should have been selling popcorn and cotton candy, man. Make more than the house business.
My wife only baked 2 dozen cookies.
Oh no, the cookies ran out in the first 10 minutes. That's a great turnout.
Yeah, it was. You guys talk about that at the boot camp, don't you, Brian, on that 1 hour sale you're so famous for? Okay.
That's
and by the way, just for the record, they weren't all that bright when they started either. I actually remember, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, we were doing it all wrong. I admit it.
We were using our own money.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. I got to get moving here.
Hey, Ron, we've got real estate Steve. Just got a few minutes to talk to him.
All right. Real estate Steve coming on. Thank you, Marlon.
Good job, Marlon.
Great job, Marlon. That's a great deal. And that's a nice corner lot. It's a big lot and it's a really good house. Nice looking.
Thank you.
Yeah. Keep it.
Yes. Great job.
Steve, where are you at?
Awesome. You there?
Hey.
I'm here.
How are you?
I'm good.
Awesome. And driving in my car back home. Got to go. I'm going to the country club now that I'm a member. Since you're making us all this money, I had to spend it somewhere. My daughter's got a swim meet.
You poor
baby. I will add that I drive a $100,000 Lexus now too because of you.
Really? Well, you know, I didn't do a darn thing but teach you. You understand that, right? You did all the work.
You changed my life and a whole lot of other people's in the world. What's really cool is we just picked up 30 grand 2 days ago on a sub 2 deal here locally. What's even cooler is one of my students just made another 30,000, and it's an $80,000 deal. The coolest. He's clearing $900 a month off of it.
No kidding. Wow.
That's what I said.
Yeah. Is that the letter you got today?
Yeah.
So he
changed his life.
So he's one of the students that you're mentoring, and he did this while you're mentoring him.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he got 30 grand. He got 30 grand up front, huh?
He got 20, and the guy didn't have any more than 20, and so the house was on the market for 30 or 40 days, and I just said to him, "Hey man, we got to move on here. We got to get like at least six by the time we're done mentoring. If he's got 20, why don't you see what his cash is like in the next 6 months?" And wouldn't you know, he came up with another 10 in that long form note that's on the Gold Club, and we took 5 and 5 over the next 6 months. So
Perfect.
that's pretty awesome. Yep.
I really probably need to raise the price of mentoring, don't I?
Maybe a little bit.
Well, you care. You already paid it. All right. Well, thank you, Steve. I hate to cut you off, but I got a whole bunch of deals here I got to get done here before the day is
That's
over.
awesome. Cool.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it, man.
Ron, for being you. I appreciate it.
Real Estate Steve
Hi,
from
Steve.
Pennsylvania, one of our
Hi, everybody. Oh, we love the Wolf Couple. Okay,
By
see
the
you
way,
guys.
Hi,
Steve
Steve.
also is a very, very active real estate agent and works that business and real estate investing simultaneously. Okay, who we got next here? Marvina Wallace.
Oh,
Hey,
Hey, there she
Hi,
is.
hi, the
Hi.
couple. Hi, Ron LeGrand. How are you?
Hey.
man, I'm so good I can hardly stand it. You live in Texas?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right.
Yeah, Houston.
So we got another Zillow lead here. That's 4 in a row. $409,000 value. What's that? Value of property 427. The seller thinks, and you guys think it's about the same, 430,
Yeah,
right?
430. That's what I put it at.
And they owe about 301, 302. Payments $2,200 a month. Another Zillow lead. They would not sell for what they owe. I don't blame them. They're asking $100,000 more. It's a yes lead. It don't know about repairs. Does it need repairs? No, we do know about repairs.
no repairs.
When they want to move, it's vacant now. Vacant now. That's beautiful.
It's gorgeous. We have some pictures.
Yeah.
Okay, just a minute.
It's very beautiful.
3 bedroom, 4 bath, 2,359 square feet, 1 car garage, $83 per month condo. Oh, it's a townhome.
3-story
Yeah.
townhome.
Yes.
Okay.
It's really nice.
You got some quick pictures?
Yeah, you want to show some quick pictures?
Sure. That's it from the outside.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Yeah. Nice trees.
Looks relatively
And then-
new as well.
This is like the common area.
They upgraded granite
Yes.
countertops, the
It's 3 floors.
luxury vinyl plank flooring.
Yeah, nice
Oh,
wood
that's
floor.
good
Yeah.
size. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
And granite countertops, nice kitchen.
nicely done. All right. So is it Marvinia?
Yes, sir.
That's how it's the right pronunciation? Okay.
Yes, Marvina.
What's the terms on this thing, Brian?
The terms are nothing down
Oh boy, another. Don't you guys know anything but nothing down? Huh?
and
All right.
20.
And
we're
you
gonna.
make their payment for 10 years,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So, Marvina, about the only thing that I'd want you to do is try to get a little lower price on it. I mean, they're
Okay.
asking 409. I bet you we can get that down to, I don't know, at least 400,000. Give you a little bit of bread here. But we're going to raise the price anyway, aren't we? Huh?
Yes.
So do you want this property?
Yes, I do.
You need a place to live?
I'm standing, believe it or not, I'm standing in an apartment, a 1-bedroom apartment with my son. So,
Well, do you need,
Yeah.
I mean, you think you could handle $2,200 a month?
yes, if I just put it to a buyer.
No.
Raising
I'm
the
talking
price.
about you want to live in it. I'm just saying, if you wanted a place to live, you got a place here with nothing down, no personal liability, as long as you can handle the payment. I'm just saying, I mean, everybody needs to screw up one good deal and move into it, Marvina.
Or
I'm
give
still
it to your
debating on it.
brother.
I'm kind of trying to see.
All right. You're telling me you want the money worth, right? Okay. So if it's worth
I can rent it
430,
out
what are we
and
gonna
get something else.
do? Wait a minute. Now You're in Texas, so you can't lease option it. So you're going to buy it with owner financing and you're going to sell it with owner financing, right?
Correct.
So you're not looking for a non-refundable deposit. You're looking for a down payment. Down payment. You're going to buy it and you're going to owner finance it. Now, if it's really worth 430, what do you think you ought to get out of it? 449.9, right? Right?
Yep.
Okay. Yes.
I'm
I
asking
was
her.
trying to be greedy. I was trying to, but that's fine.
No, that's plenty. $50,000 down is the minimum you're going to take, right?
Okay.
Okay. They owe you 400 and you're going to owe them about 400. So there is no back in on it. That's okay. Assuming you get them down below 409. And 2,200 out. What do you think you can get in on this thing? You know?
I was thinking 2750 a
What
month.
did you look to see? What did you look to see? What the website said?
Yeah, it's 20. They're saying 2580, Ron. 2580.
Okay, 2,700 easy.
Yeah.
$500 a month positive cash flow, $50,000 up front, no back end, and 10 years. Okay. You know what this debt's going to pay down to? If you owe them 400 now, 10 years from now, I don't know. What do you think, Brian? Probably 300, don't you think?
Yeah, it's going to go down fast.
In 10 years? Yeah. All right. So you got an appointment, Marvina, Saturday at 5 o'clock. You got a mentor?
No, sir. I need one.
When
No,
do you
I
think
don't.
would be a good time to get one?
Now.
Let's see, your appointment's Saturday. There's 50,000 at stake. Why don't we put it off for a while? I'm just kidding you, girl. I'm just kidding. Get on the phone right now while I gave you $1,000 off and get yourself a mentor. You guys don't have any space, do you, Brian, on that?
You'd have to check with Dolores. She always
Yeah.
knows, not
You don't
us.
anymore. All right.
Yep.
We'll get you a good mentor unless you know one you want. You know one you want? By any
Yes.
chance?
The wolf couple.
Well, that may or not. They're so popular that may or may not be the case right now. You need one right away. You can't wait till the space comes open, and you got 30 days to where you can get another one and switch if you want. Okay.
Okay.
But you're going to find that all of our mentors are as equally as smart as the wolf couple.
Okay. Great.
We train most of them. So
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Good luck with
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
Mwah.
Okay.
Great job.
My goodness, another Zillow lead. Every single one of these come from Zillow.
I know, it's crazy, Ron.
All right, this is what, Susan and Tom.
yes.
Ooh, yes.
Oh,
Ron,
do you see
I
how
don't-
these
We don't have
these
that
will
mine
be
yet.
really life changing?
Can we go to Greg? We don't have that mine yet.
All right, we'll get them on.
I'm going to text Susan.
Greg?
Yep, we'll do Greg next.
Yeah, Greg. Okay. Get Greg on here.
Who's Greg?
Greg.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, he's got his wolf.
Hey, Greg.
It's got a
He's got
wolf.
What's that thing? What's that rat you got on your arm?
It's a wolf.
It's a wolfie.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Another Zillow lead. Holy moly. Okay, where
Yes.
are we at here? I can't even read that. What is that? Florida?
It's in Lauderdale by the Sea in Florida.
Okay, Florida. All right. That would be on the east side. Okay. Another Zillow lead. They're asking 5.25, and you got them down to what? 450?
Yes, we said, is that the best you can do? And we shut up.
And they came from 5.25 to 450
Yep.
with 7
And-
words.
With 7 words that you taught us, Ron.
And you think it's worth 530?
Yep.
You're
Brian
telling me
did the
they gave you
comps.
$80,000 worth of free equity. I got to know why. No, I don't. Okay. It's free and clear. Oh, look at this. A no lead turned to yes.
Yes. We love turning no leads to yes leads. We do it all the time.
Needs no repairs. Not listed. They want to move. I can't read it. 3 weeks. Perfect. 2 bedroom, 3 bath, 2 bedroom, 4 bath. 1,757 square feet. It's a townhouse. Is it on the water?
It's about a block. If you look at the satellite, it's about a block walk from the beach.
Okay.
And there's a really
Comes with
nice
furniture.
path. Yeah.
Furnished, yeah.
What do I think when I see comes with furniture right near the water in Florida, for crying out loud? What am I thinking?
Airbnb.
Perfect Airbnb.
Yeah.
Perfect Airbnb. So, Greg, I see it's nothing down, 2,000 a month.
I can afford that.
Can it? Yeah, well, I think you need a partner. I think you need a partner.
Okay.
Put up the down payment.
I'm open for that.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Now look, this is a slam dunk Airbnb, but what do you give up to make it an Airbnb?
The big down payment.
That is correct. And plus you got an awful lot of equity in this thing. So you're going to have to make a decision. Maybe you buy it for $450 and then you sell it for $550 and pocket the $100,000 less the cost.
I can deal with that.
Well, now's the time to do it if you want to do it, man. Okay. You'll know more about that when you get deeper into the deal, but you want to get this thing under contract and close it as soon as you can verify that that value is true the best you can, and as soon as you visit the property. In fact, you go to visit it Saturday at noon, aren't you?
Correct.
All right. And you know, you got to seriously consider that. That's a lot of money to leave on the table right now. And $100,000 in the bank account will go a long way to ease any pain about finances too, wouldn't it?
Oh, life would be better. Okay. I can afford that Lexus, right?
No, you're not going to spend $100,000 on a Lexus.
No, I would not.
That's a waste of money.
Join the golf club, right?
No, you got to put that $100,000 in the bank so you can sleep at night.
Yes.
But that's what I do with it, honestly, in this market. Now I haven't seen the property. I don't know what it looks like and all that.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Okay.
Oh, we have pictures, don't you?
Yeah, I have some pictures of it if you want to see it.
Yeah, if you can do it quickly, yeah.
Yeah, I got them. So, you know what? It shows just, that's the outside of the building. It's like I said, it's a block from the beach or so.
Well, that's the whole key right there. The block from the beach.
Yeah. It's not too fancy, but, you know, it's not anything you'd have to
I like
replace.
that kitchen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to in this market. In this market, it doesn't have to be fancy.
No.
Get it out
That's
there.
everything.
And I wouldn't even list it with a realtor if I were you.
I am a realtor.
I just put it on them. Well, I don't care. Well, then that means you can put it in the MLS if you're willing to give up 3% when somebody brings you, which is fine.
I would
give it up.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it. You pay 3% to get rid of this thing for all cash in a heartbeat, because you know all the realtors got big lists of people looking for houses anyway. It'd probably go as fast as you put it out there.
I want to do the 1 hour open house.
Well, I hear you. Okay, you can do that, but listen to me. Here's the thing you better understand. If I were you, I'd put it under contract, and I would not close on it until I got a buyer committed, so that your buyer can't see what you're paying for it. If you put it under contract and close it next week, the whole world's going to know what you paid. Now when you go mark it up $100,000, people are going to, greed glands are going to swell up. Understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. I'd sell it before I closed on it, and then nobody'd know the difference.
That's right.
Now, another cool thing. They're financing it with nothing down. That's the way you put it under contract. You're going to go back and discount the crap out of them when you get that cash buyer. They're going to take $450. I guarantee you I can get that down to $400 if I call them up in 3 weeks and say, listen, I'm coming into a bunch of cash, and I was wondering, would you prefer to have cash now rather than me making you payments for 15 years? Well, yeah, of course. Well, listen, you know, I got a lot I can do with cash, so you got to tell me what's the least you could take if I paid you off right now. I wouldn't be surprised they don't come down $100,000, man.
Yeah.
You can make as much money on the back end as you make on the front end. You got a mentor?
Great. Oh, let me see.
All right. Yes. Are you active with them now?
Oh, you betcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's too bad because they don't know how to negotiate a discount.
The deal after the deal.
All right. Just
I
kidding,
love
just
the
kidding.
deal after the deal, Ron.
I'm telling you, man, get this thing under contract Saturday. Saturday. Do not come out of there without a contract. You don't even argue. You don't need to know anything else. Everything you got here is fine. Just write it up before
Right,
somebody
2,000
blows the deal for you.
2,000 a month in 15 years is amazing right there.
That
And
is
we-
that is very, and nothing down. Are you kidding me? This is a killer deal.
Yeah.
Do you realize that at least half the people watching right now think we're making all this crap up, and you're my brother-in-law or something? You know that, don't you?
I've got better brother-in-laws.
Well, the rest of the world don't believe this kind of thing can happen. They just don't.
Yeah.
They haven't entered Planet Ron yet.
Yep.
All right. Got to go. Thank you, sir. Man,
Yeah.
don't.
Thank you.
Awesome. Mwah.
All right.
Bye,
See
Greg.
you.
I want to hear what
Bye-bye.
I want to hear what happens with that now.
Now, even if he doesn't do bed and breakfast, Airbnb, Ron, he's got at least a $1,500 per month spread. Or more.
I don't think he can afford to do Airbnb with all that kind of money laying on the table in this hot market.
Yeah.
And then you got the discount on top of that.
Yeah.
I mean, he needs to cash out while he can.
I
Go
agree.
do another Airbnb. All right, who we got now, guys?
Oh, there.
There.
Hi, Susan.
Hi.
All right, who we got? Tom and Susan. Hey guys, how you doing?
They have 2 deals.
No,
I bet you don't think I know where Xenia, Ohio is, do you?
with the camera.
Can you guys hear me?
We're having trouble with the camera. Never mind.
Can you hear me?
See us. See, I can't hear
Can
him.
you
Yes,
hear me?
I can
Just
hear
fine, Tom and Susan. You're good to go.
All
We see
right.
you.
Well, then what? I got to talk while you're playing with the camera, okay? All right, there you are. Just leave it alone. Don't touch
You're
it.
in the show.
Okay. Would you like to know that in 1974, I had a Sohio service station in Xenia, Ohio, when the tornado hit and wiped out the whole city? Were you there then? Ah, crap. We lose them?
It looks like it.
You told not to touch anything.
Yeah.
The very worst case scenario for them to watch you and Lynette
Okay.
deal structure.
All right. Anyway, my whole service station was wiped out. The only thing left was a toilet sticking up on the concrete slab floor, literally. And it was a concrete block building. They found my crap 20 miles away, my tires and all my stuff 20 miles away. And the whole city was flattened. It was in 1974.
You're lucky you weren't in the building, Ron.
I'm lucky I weren't in the building, you bet.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what we got here. We got
Okay.
another Zillow lead. Is everything Zillow? It sure is. Every single one of the leads today came from Zillow.
That's
which means
right.
that our VAs called them. All right. Asking price is 175, worth 220.
Yes,
That's your
they're
experience?
they're flexible on the 175, and the PITI is 1250 because they have a mortgage of 140,000.
And it's tenant occupied.
All right, here's the thing, Ron. This is a massive, huge duplex. This is a 4,000 square foot duplex, 2,000 square feet on each side. And it's all one story, which is kind of nice, you know, for some folks. And I'll tell you, he's renting $1,750 each side. So that's the $3,500 incoming from both sides.
Yep. Okay. And it's
Huge
paying
cash flow.
$1,250.
Yeah.
Huge cash flow. And he only
I
wants
love it.
$1,250.
I
Right.
know. This thing is worth a
And
lot. This
it's
is
in
a
good
really
shape.
valuable. Yes.
Well, this is Xenia, Ohio now. This is not exactly the finance capital of the world here. All right.
It's such a cash flow, though.
It's
You're bu-
just south of Springfield and east of Dayton. But it's a good, clean little city.
Yeah.
So
It's just
yeah,
such a significant cash flow.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we already got it negotiated. What's he want down?
Ron, I failed you. I said we usually put
3%?
nothing down. And they
3%?
Yeah, they started much higher. They started at 20%. And we worked our
Wow.
way all the way down to 3%, which is $5,200.
Well, you're right. You failed.
Sometimes with other investors, they're a little bit more harder to negotiate with. Let's put it that
All
way.
right, all right. I'm just kidding. Okay, so they want 5 grand down.
But Ron, I said that's within our range. I did not
Okay.
commit.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, guys, if they want 5 grand down, give them 5 grand down. Don't argue about it. You're getting a $220,000 property for 175 with a humongous cash flow already built in. Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. Give them their $500,000 down. And the $1,250 a month, holy moly, $3,500 coming in, $1,250 going out. This is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
No-brainer.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah. Buy it in a heartbeat. You'll have your money back in 2 months for the down payment, just on the
Right.
cash. All right. And there's no repairs needed. Nothing,
That's right.
there's nothing else to say here. Buy it. Get it under contract. Are they your clients?
No, they're being mentored by somebody we mentored. I can't remember who now.
John?
Oh, yeah, John and Scott. Yes.
Okay, good. All right, they got an appointment on Saturday. So Tom and Susan, you better get the contract ready on this thing. And this is a wraparound mortgage. Now, land contract is very common in Ohio, but I prefer to buy it with a wraparound mortgage. Tell John and Scott that, if you will. That means I get the deed, they get the mortgage. Land contract, the deed stays in their name until I pay them off. I'd rather have a wraparound mortgage. So that's the way I'd want you to write it up. All right,
That's
good
right.
one. Good one. Go get it
Otherwise,
done.
you can't depreciate it if your name's not on it. So, but guys, that's one of the best deals I've seen in a while.
That's not true on a land contract, Brian. They can depreciate it because they technically own it, even though the deed stays in the seller's name.
Oh, right.
Okay.
On a land contract. We have another deal with Susan
Oh.
and
Is this the same Susan?
yeah, this is Susan and Tom again.
All right. So we got 229 asking, 240 ARV, 1480 payment. Yes lead, another Zillow. 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath, 1,344 square feet, 2-car garage. Not listed, occupy, want to move ASAP. Another nothing down deal. You guys
That's
realize
right.
it's 6 out of 7 nothing down deals.
Woohoo!
14, make their payment, flexible on the term.
Yeah, this
All right.
is on a huge lot. It's priced, he had a recent appraisal and it's priced below appraisal, so that's good.
Jeez, 5 acres.
I
5 acres.
love it.
All right. So you think it's worth 240, Brian?
Yep.
I think I'd work on that price a little. And they need to do that. Work on that price some because that's pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's
put
a
it on the
beautiful house. It's a really beautiful house.
Oh,
Ron.
these pictures are
I
nice.
can't believe you can buy this much house, except like you said, it's in Ohio. I mean, it's a pretty spectacular looking house for this price.
All right, well, that's $25,000 down. 235 that your buyer owes you, and 229, 230, whatever it is, you owe out. Yeah, 230 if you don't get the price down, which I suspect you will.
We will. The seller
Okay.
said he was flexible, Ron, on the purchase price.
1480 going out. What you think coming in? 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath, 1,344. Yeah, probably about 1,700 coming in.
Yeah.
You know, it's at 1,600. The rental's estimate is 1,600. So
We get at least 1,800 on a lease purchase.
Yes.
All right. That's a good little deal.
Mhm.
Good little deal. And the seller only owes 160. So when we get ready to pay them off, we got a big discount potential because they got $70,000 more coming on the back end. Okay. All right, Susan.
Awesome.
Tom, get with your mentor and let's get this thing written up. Wait a minute. They got a Saturday appointment here. So it's Sunday. Okay. So Sunday at 2 and
Sunday at
Sa-
2. The other one is going to be
Friday.
Saturday. They don't have a time yet. We're talking to them Friday for a time on Saturday because
So
I told
Saturday
them
or Sunday.
they were
Okay.
already busy
All
on
right.
Sunday.
right,
All
I
right.
really
You got-
want this one. Yeah, that first deal, they've really got to get that one. I really want. This one's also great, but that one is just special. The
Wow.
cash flow
Yeah.
on that
Just
one.
on these 2 deals alone, the potential is like,
Huge cash flow.
wow.
And they say my boot camp is expensive.
It was worth every penny we paid to you over the years, Ron, for all your incredible training.
You sure you don't want a refund now, Brian? Huh?
No, don't need a rebate. I'm very happy with the deal.
We have been so
Yeah.
blessed since we met you, Ron.
That's
Yeah,
right.
we've been on several trips together and several cruises together and round the world trips in Hawaii and New Zealand and London and I don't even know where.
Yes.
Anyway.
You name it, we've been there.
Yeah, it's been
Okay.
awesome. Ron's a lot
All
of
right.
fun off of the screen.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for tuning in, guys. Appreciate your help, all your hard work.
Love you, Ron.
Always do. See you.
Thank you so much, Ron. Bye for now.
Bye. Okay. Do we have any questions before we end this thing, Mr. John, Mr. Nick, whoever?
Yep. We do have some.
Hey, shoot.
Caught me off guard. I didn't know you would have time for more, so let me pop up here. All right, Gary says, if you're doing a remote deal, how do you seal the deal? As you mentioned, you do the final negotiations when you go to the home. If you're not going to the home because it's a remote deal.
Yeah. Well, obviously you have to do them on the telephone in that case, but somebody should see the home before you do the final negotiation. The seller needs to know that you or somebody has actually seen the home. So you know what you're talking about.
Can you do a price breakdown of the offer if I haven't done Quick Start School?
A price breakdown of the offer. I don't know what that means. Do you?
I would guess a price breakdown for Quick Start School since he hasn't done Quick Start School.
Oh, I'd have to have my slides to do that. It's $37.95 minus $1,000 now, minus $1,000 if you got the terms course, minus $500 if you're a veteran or first responder, and if you're going to Vegas, minus $500 that I gave you for a travel allowance today. And then take all of that, add it up, whatever your balance is, if you can use Gold Club points for up to for $1 per point for up to half of whatever's left. And then
No, that extra $200 has expired now. It's at $39.95 now.
That's correct.
Okay.
No,
right.
what'd I say? $37.95?
Yeah.
You know what? Call the number and they'll go through it all with you. 800-567-6128.
I'll pop up that number at the end here.
You got to look up, see what you got anyway.
Here we go. All right. Let's see. Next question. Dang noticed that Brian Lynette weren't matching today.
I didn't even notice. You say so.
Michelle says, does Lynette or Brian have a real estate license?
No, they don't now. They used to. Both of them. Brian was a mortgage broker. She was a real estate agent, top producer, but they don't have one today. They don't want it. They don't need it.
Wayne says, what happens with mentoring after 6 months?
Well, you can renew for half price, but by the time you get through 6 months, you may not need to. You'll make that decision when the time comes.
Wayne again says, I'm from Pennsylvania. Are there still onerous and egregious problems in Pennsylvania with land contracts?
I just had Real Estate Steve on here, and he don't have any onerous or egregious problems, and he's a realtor as well as an investor, and the answer is no. And land contracts is irrelevant because I wouldn't use them anyway. No, there's no. I think you mean land trust is what I think you mean, and the answer is no.
Jerry says, Ron, what type of contract should I use with the seller of a house I intend to sell subject to?
I don't want you to sell subject to. So, but the answer would be a purchase and sale agreement. I don't want you to sell it subject to. If you told the seller, if you promise the seller you're going to make the payments, then you need to sell it on a wrap, collect the payment, and make the payment, and that way you know they're getting paid.
Tim says, Ron, I have never experienced any tornado, never mind a tornado of the size and magnitude of that 1974 tornado. Could you please tell us what you remember about that day?
Well, I wasn't in town, fortunately, but I can tell you what I remember after the fact. If you've never seen a city leveled, this thing went right down through the city, and I mean it leveled everything in its path. All the houses were nothing but floors left over. Took down the grocery stores, because I know when it was all over, a friend of mine and I bought the contents of a Kroger grocery store for some ridiculous price, and I sold groceries out of my basement for about 2 years thereafter. But it was a horrible, horrible mess when it was over. Anybody around Xenia in 74 will tell you it made a huge path right through the middle of the city.
Cherry says, are duplexes harder to find a lease tenant buyer?
Well, you're probably not going to lease option the duplex, but with the cash flow they had, who cares? Just rent it. And it is true you have to do the repairs, but yeah, you can lease option the entire duplex and make a person living in one side responsible for the whole thing. That's called master leasing. And they, they go find their own tenant buyer and so forth. And you got to give them a little bit of cash flow in it. Probably won't get as much out of it that way as you would renting both sides yourself, but at least you eliminate the grief of any repairs and so forth. You can do that, sure. You can even lease option it to an investor for that matter.
JP says, you told the man with a puppet on his wrist, that would be Greg, to buy and sell ASAP. Won't that be huge capital gains tax?
Yes, it will, unless he does a 1031 exchange, but so what? He still gets, he's probably not in a 37% bracket, so I don't know what bracket he's in, but whatever it is, that still leaves a lot of money left over. And then don't forget that discount on that payoff on the back end as well. He's got a double whammy there.
Let's see. Tara says, the third letter to send out to no leads was not in the Quick Start manual. Where can I find that on the Gold Club site?
I don't know what third letter you're talking about. I don't remember a third letter.
All right.
I've only got two in there. I've only got two in there. They're the same letter. One's used if you made contact, one's used if you didn't.
Dang says, can you tell us again for land contract, agreement for deed, and other mortgage tools for which we take deed now and which later?
A wraparound mortgage means the deed is transferred. An all-inclusive trust deed means the deed is transferred also. A land contract or agreement for deed means the deed stays in the seller's name, but ownership is transferred. Don't not confuse this with a lease option. If you buy a property on a land contract, you own that property and you have all the rights to it as an owner, even though the deed's in the seller's name until you pay them off.
All right, and final question from Bernie. Did you make money on your Xenia grocery store deal?
I don't know. Here's what I found out. My partner negotiated the deal on it, and I found out later he charged me half, and my half that I paid was the whole amount he paid. I didn't find that out till quite a while after. So in other words, I paid for the whole deal. He got it for free.
All right,
we
that's
hauled
it.
truckloads of groceries out of that thing. Okay. Well, with that said, guys, thank you for tuning in all day. I hope you got a lot out of it. Hope to see you very soon in the Quick Start School, both virtual and live, especially the live one in Las Vegas. I gave you a $500 travel discount today. If you want to call that number right there before you lose out on it. And I'm telling you, nothing beats live. You've got to come see us live. You've got to come spend 4 days, and it's a life changer. And frankly, you should bring your spouse with you, whether your spouse is interested in working the business with you or not. He or she needs to know what it's all about. And there's no better place for them to learn what it's all about, honestly. They cannot come with you and spend time with you and not understand what we're doing and feel a whole lot better about it if they're giving you any kind of a problem right now. And besides, what better place to bring your spouse than for Las Vegas, for crying out loud? But I will tell you this, what happens in Vegas does not stay in Vegas. Thanks for watching. See you soon.